Good morning. Checking out the contracts. We could combine that one with one of these. Oh, and we should probably bring that one dude that paid a long time ago to come up. So that would be 21 tourists to the Space Hotel. Let's see if it's generating the right contracts. Ooh. It's not generating any contracts for our hotel. Should we get one of those out of the way today before we work on our probe? Our flyby probes? This is that nightmare that we were messing with. Total pain in the ass. I do kind of want to clear out most of the tourist stuff. Good morning, Goem. Not much, just getting started. Doing some KSP. How is Fallout? You kicking ass? Taking names. I never did take this out for any test flights either, did I? Added a little heat shield to make it more reliable. And I did test these two, but I didn't test this guy because I forgot to make a save. Fuck it, let's go for it. We have all three of our pilots right now. I don't think we should have any problems with staging or anything. Killed yourself so many times? Oh no, with the explosives? Did you try to mini-nuke somebody at melee range? I've done that. My first impulse is to fire. My second impulse is to reconsider everything that I've ever done because I'm holding a nuke launcher. Oh, almost forgot again. Revert to launch. I need to make a fucking save. Duh. Because I want to undo this completely, but I want to switch off of the vessel so that we can time warp more quickly, too. No passengers. Save the game. And then we GTFO. So I took a look at the configuration files for Real Plume, and I have no fucking clue why the mainsail and the skipper engine are having a problem. It's kind of a pain in the ass. Like, really what I need to do to be able to report that is take out all of my other mods, try it in a pristine setting, and figure out what mod is creating the problem. And then I can record it, but until I figure out what's making it incompatible, you know. Good morning, Pancake. With an item that's supposed to remove radiation, but it also takes 25 health damage. Oh, pain in the ass. Radiation Insanity is the name of the game on Frost. Was it Sanity? Like, I remember trying to keep people from assassinating me. But I don't really remember most of the rest of it, to be honest. I only played it once. I need to, definitely need to revisit that game. Beautiful game. Now I have a much newer graphics card. the graphics card that I had at the time did not like Frost all that much. Takes way more than 25 hit points? Really? That is false advertising. And not okay. Good morning, Pancake. It's a mental mechanic, but it doesn't allow you to aim properly. Kind of like fatigue in most games. Or if you're sprinting for a while. You gotta catch your breath for a bit before you can really aim. Bye, fuckers. I'm so glad they don't hit one another anymore. Oh, I just jinxed it, didn't I? Well, they're fucked now. So it's a Frost Survival Overhaul. So it's a like a mixing the two games. I haven't heard of that one. There's a lot of stuff for Skyrim and Fallout that I miss out on. Deb kind of keeps me up to date on most of the Fallout stuff, but I haven't played Fallout very much either, honestly. Doing pretty good, just waking up. Ordered me some foreign chips last night, so looking forward to forgetting that I ordered them by the time they actually show up. Should be interesting. It's like dust for Fallout New Vegas. Cool. They could be an inch from you and you can't hit them. Oh no. So is it an aiming mechanic thing? Like it's just that hard to aim at them? Or does it like magically make your bullets less effective? I hate trying to shoot at something when I'm exhausted and like Arma. Such a pain in the ass. Speaking of pains in the ass, this thing. But it is getting better. And I'm hoping that the heat shield that we added, even though it's internal, will get stage recovery to realize that this is like covered in a blader. And should survive re-entry no problem. Fallout right after the bombs fell during the nuclear winter. Very cool. Yeah, I bet radiation is a huge problem then. What do we got? 1 minute and 15 seconds until we're circular? Or until we reach AP. Go ahead and kick that off. Build up a little bit of speed and then we'll cut throttle. Those are going to go up into space, so I've got little tiny heat shields on the front. I want to see if they both survive. We did test that part before, so I expect them to, but I want them to reliably, like 100% of the time, you know? Hello, Anadin. Good morning. So overall, what do you think of the overhaul? The Frost Fallout. Yeah, I thought you were talking about, like, Frostpunk. Like, they made the game into Frostpunk. That would still be pretty fun, though. And I'm pretty sure this thing should end up with about 1,000 VV by the time we finish our orbit, even though I did orbit a little bit higher than I usually aim for. Usually I want it as low as possible. We're going to be at probably about 100 and 100, somewhere in there. Alright, let's cut throttle. Let the flight computer do the work. Waste a hell of a lot of monoprop, but we have so much that that's fine because we're just doing a test. Played it before, but you didn't have the DLC at the time. You like the challenge, but it can be frustrating. Yeah. A lot of that shit going around. Why, oh why, are these bursting again? How did I end up with Aerozine and NTO inside of this again? I didn't do that. There's no way for me to disable them. I truly wish that there were a right-click disable... Oh wait. No, that's mech jab. That's wheel controls. Yeah, there's no way for me to disable the fucking nozzles. So I gotta switch them back up. No, they're fine. I just have to take out the Aerozine and NTO. Everything one-shots you? Oh no. Gonna play some Skyrim, finishing the Dawnguard questline to get Sarina. Very cool. Next time Deb's in here, ask her about Skyrim. She's fucking hooked, man. I think she's at like over 1,000 hours in it at this point. Somewhere in there. Somewhere in the realm of 1,000 hours. So we didn't quite make it to 100 by 100. We're at 96 by 96. The flight computer actually did a fantastic job with circularizing us that time. And I want to re-enter from about where AP is, I think. Let me double check how much DV we have left over. We're 1,197, so I'm going to do a 500 meter a second burn forward. Burn out that fuel, and then we'll do a re-entry test. And the hope is just that that we've got this thing in a place where stage recovery will be able to actually recover it this time. We kind of worked on it before, and then I got frustrated. I got sick of working on the same fucking thing, so we went to do some satellite stuff. But now it's time to get some tourist missions going while those satellite missions complete. There we go. And if we go through the whole range of tourist missions that we have right now, that should give us enough money to fully upgrade the facility, other than I may need a little bit more money for the spaceplane hangar and the runway. And you can sometimes one-shot them if your bullets go where you shoot them. What a pain in the ass. I don't remember if I had asked you, are you going to be doing Arma 3 Contact on the 25th when it comes out? Mr. Gorm? I think I had asked you. I think I may have been drinking at the time, though. Hell no? Oh, I can't wait. I'm stoked. I really hope it doesn't suck. I've said that every single DLC that they've ever come out with, and I've been disappointed almost every single time, though. So there's that, you know. There's some jank-ass scripting in that game. That's really my only complaint. Like, the other odd physics things, like tanks hitting trees and bouncing 30 feet in the air, those don't bother me as much, but the fact that, you know, you really can't actually play through any of the single-player stuff at all. There's, I think, about 2 missions that you have to force quit, or because they just don't trigger properly. If you get super lucky, they won't fuck you up. And then people go and write guides that are like, you know, oh, you have to do this and this and this. No, you just have to get lucky and not get fucked over by the scripting. Yeah, I would imagine DayZ would probably have similar issues. I haven't tried DayZ in a long time. This was busted as fuck when it first came out. Busted AF. So we know that we need to flip all the way around. We might as well get that done now. We're gonna do an orbit here real quick. Gonna get real high, and we're gonna get real low. Cars fly off into the air. Those ones honestly don't bug me as much. Because, if nothing else, they're fucking hilarious. The ones that piss me off are, like, the mission that I remember the best, the most recent one that I did in a single player. You're supposed to clear a town. And, the AI, about halfway through it, will decide that they want to run, like, 2 kilometers north of town and just sit there instead of finishing out clearing the town. And it's a scripting issue that's been around since the DLC came out, and they just never fixed it. And then the mission right after that, you have these guerrilla fighters that are using, like, iron sights. And if you know that it's coming up before you take that mission, you can do other missions that will give you better sights to give them. But if you don't know, then basically you have to drop these 2 guards at the same time. So you assign your targets and tell them to open fire, and it's totally fucking random. I redid it for probably 4 hours one day while I was watching a movie just to see if I could actually do it without having to go through and get better sights. And it failed every single time. 4 hours, and it failed. And the DLC's been out for like 2 years. How have they not fixed this kind of thing? And so I went to go and look up, like, you know, is there a trick to it or anything like that? And there's all kinds of guides talking about that mission that are completely false. That are saying, oh, you can't fire yourself. You have to have the AI do it for you. That's not true. It's just a matter of those 2 guys being killed at the same time. And other people are saying, oh, well, you should have equipped your guys. And it's like, but if you didn't already know that, god damn it, I just blew past it. I'm gonna have to do another one. I'm an idiot. Talking about Arma and didn't tell the flight computer what to do. I got us on target and then I forgot. So in one more orbit, since I'm dumb, go ahead and execute that. Thankfully, we can at least time warp through it quickly. And we do get a cool view. But yeah, tons of guides that are all just full of misinformation, and what it really comes down to is the developers just don't fix their shit. Like, why not? Like, I don't understand it. How can a bug like that exist for that long? And since then, they've come out with, I think this is the 2nd or 3rd DLC since that one came out, if not more. Because I take very long breaks from Arma. Finally get fed up and just say, fuck this game, but then I end up coming back later to see if anything's gotten better. And I'm surprised that the multiplayer hasn't progressed at all. It's essentially the exact same stuff that you're doing now as it was 5 years ago. And servers are a lot smaller now, so they're a lot more stable. But even that, like, you would think a game that's been out for 6 years would have worked on, you know, synchronization and optimization. Nope. Not Arma. But we'll see how Contact goes. Maybe it's better. Maybe they'll fix some shit. I'm not betting the farm on it. I would not put my left nut on the line for it, but I'm hopeful. Plus, it's got fucking aliens. And they look pretty cool. So I'm excited to try them. To me, it feels like Arma having a baby with XCOM, kinda. And I love that. So I want to get us leveled out, and I want to make a quick save so that we can fuck around with this a couple of different ways. Yeah, they need Arma 4, right? I don't know, the funniest thing about it is that a lot of the bugs that we're getting, the ones that are the biggest pain in the ass, are the frickin' same bugs that you had in Arma 2. It's like they carried them over on purpose or something. So we got our quick save. We're holding prograde here. Let's make another one, or holding retrograde. /Jack. Thank you for the host, man. Good morning. How are you guys doing today? We're testing out a 25-person transport. I'm trying to make it so that stage recovery can deorbit it for us. And it's been a fucking nightmare. I've been doing it a bunch of times. But I think we're on the right track now. I had thought that there was an incompatibility with other mods, but there's just more requirements now for stage recovery that I wasn't aware of. So I've added a little heat shield inside of the thing, because the part doesn't count as having a heat shield, even though it's like basically half a blader. And we're gonna see if stage recovery can grab it now. Morning, Tungo. Tungu? Tungo? Good for the follow, Mr. /. Where are you playing today, sir? I got a stalker command. Playing some KSP? What are you up to? Doing JNSQ as well? We're doing JNSQ with research bodies, somewhere in the neighborhood of like 120-ish mods at the moment. Space Hotel Probe. I think that's the one that I need to delete. I'm gonna have to go check that one. I don't delete any debris unless it's suborbital. We have a demo drone that we put together yesterday to go and take care of it. That's my target. And currently we have 32 messages. Let's see if this thing will work. I was having a problem with not even getting a message when the vessel was destroyed. Using like Strategia. JNSQ is definitely the meat and bones of it though. I don't think I got a message. I think it's still fucked. I'm pretty sure that's our booster. You know what's really odd is... Oh yeah, I don't have any tourists. Never mind. Because this is a test flight. I was thinking it was really odd that that it didn't tell me that all of my missions failed in there, but You run 6 mods? Could do with 6 mods. It'd be Kerbal Engineer, Kerbal Alarm Clock. What else? I don't know, research bodies is a lot of fun. And that kind of comes with Tarsier and... so if I zoom out, like, we only know the orbits of 2 of our planets because of research bodies. Tarsier and Cacti telescopes, we take photographs of the unknown objects, and eventually we learn enough about them to get their different characteristics and more information about them. And currently, this is the furthest object that we've been able to find, but there are more. We haven't actually discovered all the things yet. So that's research bodies. Let me give you a look at Minmus with this map pack. I don't want to show you anything more than Minmus. So Team Galileo has gone and redone everything. The whole freaking solar system. 30 total bodies now between planets and moons. Everything has got a makeover. And they've made the game quite a bit more difficult, honestly. It's at 2.7 scale, so you can do something a little bit closer to like a realism overhaul, but still be able to use your stock parts without having to go and grab scaled parts. Working on version 3 of your Falcon Heavy. Ooh, nice. Are you using FMRS then for the kickback stage, or are you doing it live? KissCass and KAC? Yeah, for sure. Playing Pokemon X? Nice. And it's Tungo, okay. Alright. Sorry about that. Well, I'm gonna reload. I'm gonna keep doing these tests while we talk. I want to try it again. I might move this to a lower altitude, but I don't think it matters because I'm not getting a message. That's the part that doesn't make any sense. So I may have to send the save and the craft file over to Linux Guru Gamer and have him take a look at it. It's probably something that he'll be like, oh, you just need to do this, stupid. I'm going to repeat the exact same thing that we did. If it doesn't work, fuck it, we'll just deorbit the transport manually. It's safer to do it that way anyway, but it saves us a lot of time if I don't need to. So I wanted to make sure that I was just at 22. It has to be anything below 23. And I'm pretty sure that I did that last time, but I wasn't positive. And then we'll just switch off to anything else. Let's go over to the hotel. Trying to get stage recovery to work, Gorm. Previously, it would at least give me a message if the vessel wasn't recovered successfully, but for some reason now, I'm not even getting a message when it picks up just the transports. The stages all seem to be perfectly fine. And I do not know why. So that's our target there. It should disappear somewhere around here. Stage recovery should be grabbing it and giving me a 33rd message. And it still isn't. Okay, well, fuck it. So I made a save before the launch so that we don't have to deorbit it again, just save us more time, like I was saying. We'll go back to, I think it's quick save 10. Yeah. And that'll put us back on the launch. We'll recover it. We're going to load it up with tourists and take them up to our hotel. On the agenda today, we have a science probe, one of our initial flyby probes. We'll end up using the same upper stage, probably anyway, for our interstellar flyby probes too. Ooh, do I just want to load them out here? Could, since it tells me what the mission, what the contract they want to do is for. So, these 21 people... plus a pilot, we do have Jeb in here. We have 21 people that want to go up to the hotel, and then we can also fit one of these contracts for a low carbon orbit. And that just makes it so that once we get to the hotel, we have to start a 1-hour timer before we bring everybody home, but we can finish out 3 contracts all at once. We're using a mod called Strategia, and our current strategy will give us 75 additional science for every contract that we fulfill, so that'll totally be worth it. Let's go ahead and load those guys up. We shouldn't have any other issues with the craft. Lights on, SAS on, throttle up, no reverting or anything once we put some tourists in there. The IVAs are all screwed up, and I went and looked at this part is from SSTU. I went and looked in the forum thread for it, and I guess he's looking for somebody to do the IVAs. So it's not that I'm missing a dependency. I didn't know why they weren't working. But apparently it's not because we're missing a dependency or anything. It's just there's no IVA for it. Someday, though, I'm sure. It's a really popular mod, so I'm a little bit surprised that it doesn't have somebody that's donated IVAs yet. Nose on in. We're going to bring these guys up to a 50-person station that we designed earlier so that we can fulfill science contracts with it. Oh, nice. Today's Sunday, isn't it? So Mr. Linux Guru Gamer should be streaming today, too. Shout for him. And if he's not on today, he should be on tomorrow. I think he might even stream on Tuesdays now. And also on Sunday, that's my Friday, so I won't be around tomorrow or Tuesday. But we'll be back on Wednesday. Unless something comes up. But I don't anticipate anything coming up. Nice, so I should be able to finish out Stranger Things Season 3 tonight. I'm excited. Whoa, buddy. Nose up. I just wanted a couple more degrees, not 45 degree. Shouldn't really matter with this build, but I don't think we'd end up with as much DV by the time we finalize the orbit. If I go all the way over to a 45 at only 11k. I would nose up another 5 degrees, like usually I just lean us over to 60, but I was at like just a little high, and then it fell over when I tried to adjust it. There's some pretty huge control surfaces, and when they release, when I give them any kind of an input, we kind of momentarily lose all control. Alright, so there go the boosters, down to just the liquid boosters. Bye, solid boosters. We also need to go and look at the total cost of the vehicle and make sure that we're not making any money, because we're saving 75% of our funds on the launch cost through our strategy, through one of our strategies, the heavy industry level 3 strategy. So this vessel was made before we started using that strategy, and I may actually be making a profit on the launch because of our recovered stages being worth more on recovery than they are on the launch. So if we are, then we'll go through and we'll take off parachutes. We'll stop recovering those with stage recovery so that we don't give ourselves any jank-ass advantage. Alright, so nosing on down. The end of the upper atmosphere in JNSQ is 85 kilometers, so that'll be our target, and then we'll transfer up to our station. Oh shit. No reversions, but this is going to be tough. For some reason, I had emptied this out. There shouldn't be Aerozine or NTO in it. So say goodbye to having anywhere near balanced thrusters. I had disabled the built-in thrusters for the part. And I forgot on that last test flight that for some reason that fuel was back in it. So I need to go and update the save. I have no idea what the hell made that happen. There I was going to lay down flat at 75. I gotta stop doing that shit. I've only actually done it once where I tried to circularize within the atmosphere. But I have forgot many, many times. And that was one of them. Keep forgetting the fucking atmosphere's at 85k even after I say it. There we go. Everything's looking good. About to get rid of our side boosters and transition over to our 3 vacuum engines on the back of the transport. I decided that I would call it a transport rather than a shuttle because it doesn't have any fucking wings. So it's not really a shuttle. See you guys. And I think we're high enough that we can probably lay back our control surfaces. Hopefully we have a good transfer window over the target. It's just all those years of having the atmosphere at 75k. Literally years. Literally over 1,000 hours. Somewhere closer to the realm of 2,000 hours spent at 75. Now all of a sudden it's not. I should probably get a hold of Shadow and see if there's anything they can do about the lights, too. Because it's definitely supposed to have lighting. You can enable or disable the cabin lights, but mine's not working. And that was the other reason that I thought maybe I was missing a dependency somewhere in there. When it came to the IVAs. But it doesn't look like it. Go ahead and circularize with our remote tech flight computer. Hello? Oh, I clicked on something. It's like, no, you're stuck in the map view forever now. You can never leave. It's like Hotel Mappa Formula. So I'm just gonna advance a little bit until we get on to prograde. And then I'll turn on RCS. And then we'll time warp again to keep it from wasting too much of our propellant. What I should have done is taken care of that before I actually told the flight computer to execute the maneuver. But it should still do an okay job, and it doesn't really matter what it all ends up to. It just makes the next node a little bit easier to input. Yeah, it did just fine. Let's go ahead and turn that off so that it'll stop wasting monoprop. We're at 94.6 and 94.4, looking good. Our target will be our space hotel. And I really hope that I didn't break that, but if I did break it, we already have a demo drone. What we'll try first is going up and destroying it with explosives. And if that doesn't work, we'll just deorbit the damn thing. Probably with a quick save and with the same drone. We'll just use the engines on the drone to force it back into the atmosphere, and then we'll watch her crash and burn. It'll be fun. So, we didn't get the best transfer window. We do have to wait for a few orbits before we can actually do our maneuver. Looks like I want one too far, though. That ought to do. Separation of 5.9 kilometers. That's fine. I can get a little bit closer. My AP was a little low. We know that the station was left at 455 kilometers. Yeah, that takes it down to 4.1. That'll be perfect. We'll go ahead and tell the flight computer to do that. We have 2 hours before it's going to happen, but I don't think I'm going to do any other launches. I think we'll just time warp through it. So, let's go ahead and enable RCS and get on target. And then we'll just time warp. Get her done. This is going to be weird, though. Having all those extra thrusters enabled when they shouldn't be. That I didn't get addicted to League of Legends. I played it for a long time. I took enough time off of it that I don't really miss it all that much anymore. When I first moved to Utah, I had a really bad connection to the server. And it was really frustrating, like every single game, half a dozen times. My character would just like run in place, and then everything would get caught up and I'd die. Is the game too loud? We were kind of messing around with it yesterday. We'll lower spacecraft sounds a little bit further. I had muted it while we were watching movies when I was working on the shuttle on one of my days off, and ever since then, the sound's been all out of balance. But yeah, I played League for quite some time, and then when I first moved to Utah, I would just time out all the time. Or it would disconnect me and I'd have to reconnect to the game, and sometimes it wouldn't let me reconnect to the game, and sometimes it would even penalize me for disconnecting from the game, even though I didn't mean to. So I just stopped playing it, and then when I moved to Ogden, that was about 3 years later. And now I have a good connection with the server, but it's been so long I haven't really even been tempted to get back into League. Just the occasional ARAM, and the thing that brought me back to it even now isn't League, it's TFT. I might go and play some TFT tomorrow on my day off, I don't know. I was thinking about it yesterday. Kind of depends on what we're doing. It's really difficult to like watch a movie while you play TFT or anything, so I'll be hanging out with Deb, and depends on, you know, if she just wants to nerd out on Skyrim with her headset on, then hell yeah, I'll play some TFT, but can't really multitask it if not. We were floating. I don't know, I'm a little bit nervous about having all those thrusters enabled, because this thing was really difficult to balance with my monopropellant nozzles that I added, and now it's going to be even more fucked off. We'll see how it goes. Yeah, thankfully I only got 24-hour bans, but I got them... No, it was less than that. I got one 24-hour ban, and that was literally the thing that made me just say fuck it and stop playing it. Before that, I think I got like 60-minute bans or something like that. I don't know. There was a time on it, and it was like, nope, you can't play. You left too many matches, and you're a dick. Like, I tried reconnecting, you ass. It wasn't my fault. I didn't even leave the damn client. It was open the whole time. I think I should get us on target, though. I thought that I had before, but I guess not. Otherwise, the flight computer will take control and I can't use SAS. So if I enable RCS, the flight computer will just basically vent it all. There we go. Oh, I'm sorry, Gorm. Yeah, it's just it was a connection issue thing when it came to League. I did like it, and I played a lot of it. But shitty connection led to temporary bans and then a 24-hour ban, and so I just kind of stopped playing. And then years later, I had a good connection again. For whatever reason, my connection in southern Utah was absolute shite, but in northern Utah it was pretty good. But it had been too long. I didn't want to have to relearn everything. And everything had changed. That was another thing. Like, when I went back, not just additional new legends, it was like legends that I was very familiar with had completely different mechanics. And so I literally would have started from scratch, learning all of the new, every legend in the game again. It just seemed like too much work. Right, kind of forced ISPs to work with them? Really? Good morning, Nezo. How you doing today, man? You having a good weekend? Fucking better be here, I swear. I will find you and make you have a good weekend, Nezo. Oh, very nice. Yeah, just a little bit too late for me to still play. I was never exceptionally good with it either, so it's not like, I was hooked on it. Going pretty good? Good deal. Move the servers from Cali to Chicago. Oh, very nice. Isn't that weird? I'm like a state away. I'm like 8 hours away from California. Much further away from Illinois. And for some reason, no matter what the game is, if the servers in Illinois have a fantastic connection to it, but it can be in state, and I don't have as good of a connection. What the fuck is that? It's magic, that's what it is. No, it's probably not magic. So somewhere before this intersect, anywhere before, I just want a placeholder maneuver to circularize. And I'm going to tell the flight computer to go ahead and do it, but we're going to take control away from it and do it ourselves. So I just use that to get a general idea of our facing. And then we can time warp up to it, and it'll give us a 3-minute warning before we would have, before the maneuver too. Otherwise, I could have just made a maneuver to get the burn time and done a raw time alarm. That would have been just fine too. Alright. We don't have to be stable on that point or anything. It's not going to matter. We're going to transition over to nav ball control to move into our target. How are we doing on monoprop? Phenomenally well. Good deal. Honestly, I have way too much monoprop on this now. I had the nozzles at a much higher velocity or much higher power, and I've been using a thrust limiter to take them down to half strength. Every single nozzle that I added. And yeah, now I have way too much monoprop. I should probably get rid of some just to save a little bit of weight. So our target should be behind us. There she is. We're about 31 kilometers away. We have a difference in speed of 178.2 meters a second. Let's get rid of that maneuver node. Let's tell the flight computer to fuck off, and we'll close it. And it doesn't look like we need to really do an adjustment now, but let's go ahead and kill off a little bit of our speed. And I want to move the retrograde right underneath the anti-target, or right above it. Either way. Looking good. We'll definitely have another adjustment, so let's set up for that. And then we'll time warp. We're going to move into our hotel here with our 24 paying passengers. So we're just doing a little bit of time warp, letting it approach. We're still have a difference of 124.2 meters a second. Let's go ahead and kick out of time warp. We're going to kill off a little bit more speed and also adjust our angle, our trajectory, so that we're going to be a little bit closer to the target. I never want the retrograde marker to be directly on the target. Just in case something goes wrong, I don't want to fly into it. I would much rather fly past it than collide with it. It's a low game. Tried throttling up. Oh, physics was kicking in. I didn't notice we were at 2.3 kilometers. So physics was being applied to our target. Down to about 1.5. We have a difference in speed of 49.5 meters a second. One last adjustment, just barely off of retrograde. And then we'll lock onto retro. And it looks like the station's kind of off to the side this time, which is fine. I want to get a little bit closer so that I can see which port we're going to go for. Let me reset SAS. I think I'm going to do one more adjustment, even though our speeds are fairly low. Usually I would do that with monopropellant, but it'd just be faster to do it this way. Okay, and then I'll lock onto it again, and we'll use our monopropellant nozzles to back us into our parking spot, hopefully. So I can't tell where the docking port or the airlocks are, but it is definitely off to the side. As soon as I can see where the fuck my target will be... Oh, it's right there. That'll be our actual target. So let's get aligned to it. I think to make this easier, I'm going to go into locked camera. Since our docking port is facing us, I want to approach from beneath the vessel. I never want my retrograde to be on it, so I've kind of arced out to the side for safety. Oh man, this thing is imbalanced. Go ahead and match speed. Start to move upward. We need a nose up, obviously. And thankfully, when our speed gets fairly low, SAS does reset itself, which is really fucking handy. I think we can leave that camera mode now. We're gonna use a mod called Docking Port Alignment Indicator to perform the docking maneuver so that we can align with the station just perfectly. We need to go ahead and expose our docking port. It's a lot less imbalanced than I thought, really. Like, there's still, like, there's roll that shouldn't be there. And it does skew us a little bit, but it's not as bad as I had expected, honestly. Okay, let's go ahead and open up Docking Port Alignment Indicator. To be able to use that, we need to control it from a docking port, and we already have our target set. I'm going to adjust alignment before I even worry about approach. And then we'll work on approach. Love this mod. If we were docking a tourist vessel, if this is just a probe or something, like a refueling probe, then I have another mod that gives us an indicator on the nav ball so that we know when we're flush with the target. But with tourists, I want it to look all nice and fancy. I want to align properly with the rest of the station and everything, so... Plus, I mean, this eliminates, like, any risk of failure. It's just so good. Gives you all the information you could possibly ever need to perform a dock. Takes out any of the guesswork. And I have fairly low tolerances for fucking up on this mission too, because of our wings on the back of the ship. Definitely need for those to not get messed up, because we need those for re-entry. Uh-oh. Magna got me. But we did end up finishing out the dock successfully. So we're nice and lined up. Our tourists are free to roam about our little space hotel, which they paid an outrageous amount of money to come and visit. Let me just double check, because we had another set of tourists that wants to be up here. Oh, that guy wants to be up here for 4 hours. Okay, well that's fine. I want to add a raw time alarm for 4 hours. And then we know that we need to come back up here, and let's get rid of the previous 2 alarms. We don't need those anymore. And we'll head back down to the Space Center. Does the SAS roll annoy you? Yes. Oh my god, I hate that. When I'm like trying to hold prograde and it thinks that to hold prograde it has to go into a spin. Kills me a little on the inside. Holy shit, we're at $3 million bucks. So let's go ahead and grab the observatory upgrades. Let's grab the tracking station. Let's do the final astronaut complex upgrade. Still have $2 million bucks. Let's upgrade the BAB. Think we're pretty well fully upgraded now on everything except for the spaceplane hangar and the runway. We could probably grab the first 2 on those. 886 left. So I don't want to grab that yet. I want enough money to make my next launch for sure, but we'll upgrade those completely after the next mission. Let's take a look at our other ones. Well, you are insane, but we're both insane, so it's okay. So we've got 7 tourists that just want to go into a low orbit. And then we have these guys that want to go over a site that's actually like right on the equator. Let's put those missions together. That'd be 11 plus a pilot, so 12 people. And I want to make sure that I take this contract to bring everybody home. And that I take a this follow-up contract to bring 19 additional tourists up to the hotel for later. But we're not going to run that one right now. So that was 12 people. I think we'll just use the 14 passenger transport. I don't recall any issues with it, but let's look it over and do a test flight. So the 14 passenger. Okay, it does have the oversized heat shield. This is the one that I actually ran into a problem with on one day. It was weird. For some reason I switched back to the vessel and everything had disappeared. All of my stages still existed, but there was nothing in them. So I had to deorbit it with right clicks and couldn't use like my separation rockets or anything. Pain in the ass. Complete and utter pain in the ass. I'm pretty sure this is fully up to date, but I still want to take it out for a test flight. So, okay. Why don't you just hop right in there? It's fine. This isn't a pain in the ass. We'll just kick you all out. It's cool. We'll let Valentina do the test flight. This should go fairly quickly. I haven't used this in several days, so that's why I want to make sure that it's fully up to date. We did have our first death, and we had, ironically, the pilot ended up living, but we did lose 2 tourists while on contract one day. So now I want to make absolute sure that I test the vessel before I send it up there to make, because we have several different sizes of transport, and they've kind of been upgraded independently of one another at different times. But let's see how this one goes. 3, 2, 1, go. I think we have enough solid rocket boosters for sure. I believe that this one was also set up with enough DV to do a polar orbit, but honestly I can't remember for absolute sure. We'll go ahead and start to throttle back to conserve fuel. And we'll finally cut the engine at about 2.5 kilometers. Cut the liquid fuel engine. Let the SRBs do some work. So we're going to deploy the 4 that are off at the 45-degree angles first. So I'm just going to leave that up so that I can see how much fuel they have left. Prep for staging. Let's get our AP and PE info up down here too, so that if I don't want to look all the way up here, I can keep an eye on all this stuff and that at the same time. See, this one's saying now that my engine's shut off, it's telling me the maximum thrust to weight, I think. It's much handier to have the current thrust to weight and the maximum through Kerbal Engineer for sure. About time for that first separation. Coming up in about 13 seconds. I am yellow clocking for some reason, so I may have to knock Scatterer down another notch. We definitely don't have too many parts on this. Should be able to launch something, at least in GPP with all of our visual mods, we were able to launch stuff up to like 600-ish parts before we would yellow clock. But there is kind of an issue right now. Oh god, that's terrible. I'll probably work on that shit. Let's go ahead and throttle up to full, leaving us at 154. AP is at 21 kilometers, so we're just going to maintain this angle. Keep on climbing. I want to take this thing up into an orbit, and I want to test it for deorbit and set it down on the ground. And then we'll go ahead and load actual passengers into it and do a live flight. At least that's a plan. The final solid rocket boosters are the exact same as the 4 that we just deployed, but with a hefty thrust limiter so that they burn for longer. And it just helps us conserve a little fuel and maintain a positive thrust to weight ratio. If we wanted to, just to save fuel, we could throttle down to almost 2/3 right now because of those extra SRBs. for the next 23 seconds, really. But I'm going to stay at full throttle, because it shouldn't matter all that much. AP's over 45k, so let's nose on down to about a 30 degree. We're at about 35 kilometers right now, so we don't want to get rid of our payload fairing quite yet. Looks like it'll take place after separation of the boosters. Thrust to weight ratio is nearing 2.25, but as soon as we separate from those, we're back down to that 1.5. Beautiful. AP's at 61, target will be anything over 85, really. These guys are just paying us for a low orbit, so I would prefer to keep them between 85 and 90, but I'm not too picky. Just about time to expose the transport itself. Go ahead and deploy that payload fairing there. And all we have are two Mark 1, sorry, is it a Mark 2 or is it a Mark 1 crew cab? I think it's a Mark 2. We have two crew cabs here. Let me right click. No, it's a Mark 1. It's a Mark 1 crew cab. Two Mark 1 crew cabs in triplicate with a 3-to-1 adapter. Yet another two-person cabin here, and then the cockpit for the pilot. So 15 people all together, but one of them's always going to be a pilot, so it's a 14-passenger transport. Alright, let's go ahead and lay down. I'm just about to get rid of the main lifter there. We do have an upper stage, maneuvering stage. And I think it might be liquid hydrogen. I don't remember. What the fuck are you? Yeah, we do have a cryogenic rocket engine, so it will be a liquid hydrogen upper stage. Bye-bye. Go ahead and kick on that engine. We're about a minute away from AP. Hello? There, okay. Apparently the first one didn't count for some reason. I definitely heard it try to stage. I don't know what the hell that was. It'll be fine, though. Expect to see a Dragon docking port alignment indicator after the ISS docking footage. Something similar to the mod that we used. That would get Gorm. So what are you up to for the rest of the day? You got your stream done early. Are you going to be streaming again later on? The thrust to weight ratio for the upper stage is absolute shite. But it shouldn't matter, we just need to maintain altitude. So I'm going to just continue to push a little bit here, and then we will nose up when we're at AP so that we can circularize without, hopefully, too much of eccentricity. That'd be nice, wouldn't it? See how it goes. I'm gonna try to keep us pretty much right at AP, and then when AP starts to push out, when we're just under orbital velocity, we'll cut the engine, we'll use the flight computer to circularize. Actually, we won't, because it doesn't look like I have a flight computer. So, maybe not. Oh, you're saying hi because they said hello to the game? Yeah, I don't know what the fuck that was. I tried to activate the engine. I heard it stage, but it didn't actually work. And that always makes me nervous because I never know if maybe there's a delay, like if the engine has a nozzle that needs to deploy and will take a little bit of time, or what the hell's going on. If I jump the gun and the engine's in the middle of deploying and I stage again, I'm going to expose the heat shield there and disconnect from our maneuvering stage, which I've done before and is super awkward and would like to not do again. So this is only designed to get us up into a low orbit and come back home. We'll go ahead at AP circularize, and no fucking flight computer because I'm a cheapskate apparently. So, we're going to have our pilot hold prograde, and we're just going to wait. Once we get to AP, we'll do a full burst for just a moment here, and we'll try to eyeball it, see if I can do it right. Probably going to go south on me. Yeah, I fucked it up. 102 and 94, but hell, it's in orbit. Screw it. We can go ahead and activate RCS and use monoprop to burst forward and normalize that a little bit if we really wanted to. But I don't really give that much of a shit, and I also don't think I have a lot of monoprop. Oh, I do have a lot of monoprop. Fuck it, let's do it. Let's do it! Pilot needs a place to chill when not doing maneuvers? I disagree. 9. He will do maneuvers, and he will stay on call until the next maneuver. No rest for the wicked. So, like I said, this one, this design, usually I would do 2 different versions of it. One of them that's just designed for low curve and orbit, and another one that's designed for a polar orbit. For some reason, I didn't do that. Usually I would save it as 14 passenger transport LKO and 14 passenger transport polar. And then we would have it another design that would be for lunar flybys, and a 4th design that would be for grand tours, where we go to both moons. But for some reason, I skipped a step on this one. So I'm a lazy bastard. So we are around to dawn. Let's go ahead and maneuver the ship toward retro. We're going to do 2 different things here. We're going to burn so that this will not be debris. It does have forward-facing retro rockets, so we'll get our PE down fairly low. We'll turn prograde, and then we'll release from that. And then we're going to raise our PE back up. So anything under 22 ought to be good. To make absolute certain that it's under 22, I'm just going to go nuts on it. And I don't like the way that it's doing this, so I'm going to correct it and turn SAS off. We're just going to do a spin here. We're going to go prograde and then continue on directly to retro. See ya, buddy. Get wrecked. Let's go ahead and twist around too. I want my belly pointed toward the ground. And then we just hold retro. Now with this design we do have air brakes, so let's go ahead and activate them all. I would have loved to have been able to do that with an action group, but I haven't seen that as an option, so I don't know if they've moved that. I could have swore that I used to be able to activate and deactivate those with an action group, but if I can, I don't see where to do it now. And we don't want to come in at such a steep angle, so we're going to go ahead and vent some monoprop directly forward. Still have a boatload of monoprop. We're going to go and raise that to a safer 55 kilometer PE. And then we'll go into time warp, and we'll test out the descent. Another thing that I want to do, if I remember, which I almost definitely won't, is activate our parachutes with the last stage. When I separate from that orbital maneuvering stage, I want all of my parachutes to be primed and ready to go. So I'm going to do that manually here in a second. Just going to make a new action group for them. First order of business, though, is raising up that PE. I want more atmosphere for us to fly through so that we can slow down a little bit more. A little bit more gradually before we go and impact with the ground. Litho braking, it's just not a good policy to go with for tourists. I could fully deploy them, but I mostly want the air brakes to just help us keep that heat shield forward. Because we are fairly slim on one end of the vessel and fairly wide on the other. So one of the air brakes should be doing most of the work. And we're still going to lose control if I remember right. There is still a moment of instability, but it should be when our speed is low enough that it shouldn't matter. If I go and throw these out all the way, then they're going to overheat. and they're not going to be as effective because we're applying the same amount of pressure off in 3 angles. Much more effective for just one of these to counter air resistance. Oh god, go back in, you little fuckers. There, I thought I clicked it, but apparently I didn't. So I want another stage here with all of our chutes. And the final stage is separation rockets to disconnect, and a decoupler to disconnect from the control package down here and get rid of that heat shield, and we'll sit down just straight on our belly. Right, and I negate that if I just do brake. Then they're just fully extended. So I've activated yaw and pitch control. And that's all I want them to do. I want the heat shield to do all the work. You'll see that because of the size of the vessel, because of the width of it, and the size of the heat shield not being big enough to actually protect these little fuckers will start to overheat. And there is an ablative, I guess, air brake. But I don't think I have it installed right now. So I definitely don't want to risk losing one of those control surfaces either. Oh, I know, I've played the game before, Grom. I actually put these on this myself. I'm aware of how they work. Thank you, though. Let's go ahead and activate our chutes. And we'll just time work through most of this. All I was saying is, I could have swore that I used to be able to, instead of having to right-click and activate these, I thought that I used to be able to activate them with an action group. But there's a lot of additional options in the action group that I haven't really gone through yet. So it could still be there, just not where it used to be, in the main options. I don't know. There's all kinds of shit in there that I need to fiddle with. Maybe someday. We shouldn't need it for this. What I'm mainly looking at here for this test is there anything that I want to cut off of this thing? It might not even be necessary to have the air brakes on this one, but I do think that they make it a little bit more stable. We're still going to lose control at the very end of this, unfortunately, but should be okay. Oh, no worries at all, yeah. That could be wrong, but I thought in 1.4 you could just toggle these two options through. Whoop, not deploy, you fuckwad. You toggle those two options through an action group. I didn't see it at all when I first put them on this, though. That's all I meant. So far, everything's going perfect, and the only thing that'll delay this mission, since we do have a set of tourists that I want to load into this that want to go suborbital over a very specific site, it's odd, like, they're paying to see a specific location from space, but they're not paying to see it from orbit, which is silly. So, to be able to satisfy the requirements of that mission, I do have to be in a suborbital trajectory. And they, thankfully, we're going to pass right over that site, so we can couple that in with low orbit missions. But I do want to make sure that the place that they want to go and see is actually, in the daytime. I don't want to take them up there and charge them to see something at night from space, because, I mean, it just seems like a dick move. Doesn't seem like I'm giving them their money worth. I'm going to zoom out a little bit, just so that we can keep an eye on these control surfaces. So this is going to try to pitch the heat shield underneath us and to get us into a somersault. So this top one is going to slowly extend as air pressure rises, as air resistance rises. And the other two just kind of help with maintaining, with left to right. but they don't really contribute much to keeping the heat shield up there. So I could go with one of these if I wanted to, but then I throw off the symmetry of the vessel even more. I'm kind of actually using these two bottom ones as counterweights to all of our parachutes that are on the top. You're fine. You want to see the lights? They're on there. They just kind of suck. I don't know what lighting mode I was using before or why they don't look as good this time. So, you know, we've got this one trying to fully extend, so it's taking some air pressure. That's the other reason why I didn't want to fully deploy them. And I'm also just leaving monopropellant, leaving RCS enabled so that we vent all of that. So we're probably about to lose control. We might actually lose that air brake. Yep, and we did. And there goes control. We're only going about 2.4 kilometers a second, so we should be okay, I hope. If not, that's why we do the test flights. But I wonder how I can make that more stable without having to make the heat shield any larger. I guess come in more gradually? Come in a little shallower? Oh, the lights on the ground? The city lights? I think I removed them. They just bug me. Like, if there were a way for me to set them to not turn on until we're actually, like, all the way up into orbit, then it wouldn't bug me. I just don't like that gradual turning on as we ascend. It annoys. Let's go ahead and fully deploy the brakes. We've got our drogue shootout. We're going to separate from our heat shield. Fuck off, heat shield. We can turn those off. We no longer really need RCS or SAS, but I'm going to leave them on just so that we lose a little bit of weight and vent the rest of that monopropellant. Don't need brakes. Oh, I thought I turned you off. Oh, okay, I see. They're trying to help out with holding retrograde. Trying to fight the parachutes. Looks like it's reading off lines in a play with its arm out. I think we're out of monoprop, so let's disable SAS and RCS. And we'll see when these fully deploy. Hopefully it'll land right on its belly. I want it to be nice and level at full deployment. And if it does, then we can safely assume that the rest of it's going to go to plan. And we can just revert the flight and load in our passengers. I don't like losing that air brake, but I don't really know what the hell to do about it since I can't find the ablative air brake. That would help. Then I would have a coating of a blader that would give it a little bit more survivability. There's full deployment. Yeah, we look plenty level. Our nose is down just a bit. Oh, no. Once they all fully deployed, we're just about horizontal. So the rest of it's looking perfect. Let's go ahead and go back to the VAB. Yeah, that was my problem too when I'm coming back in during the night, and you can see the lights of the city, and then it just evaporates when you get too close. So usually I go through and just disable the city lights part of that because it annoys. So what the hell was I going to change? I know I was going to change the staging. I know that I want all of our chutes down here. They don't all have to be down here. Some of these chutes don't matter, like the ones that are in the last stage. Those will just disappear. They're attached to this. And then I should have paid attention to our messages. I may have to actually take all those chutes off. Because of our strategy, we pay 75% less on our launch costs. I don't want to make a profit. And I'm pretty sure that a set of these, the SRBs, is actually worth $20,000, the shell of it all together. So I know that I'm going to take these off for now. I think I'm going to take these off too. This thing never successfully recovers, so it should be fine. But with that 75% discount, it's just a little cheaty for me to actually, you know, make back 100 grand on the cost of the recovery. So I want to get rid of those so that I'm not doing that. Total cost of the launch is $30,000. Thumbs up. Let's go into, if I can find it. I don't see Capcom. There it is. I just wanted to double check that everybody that I'm going to load into this is going to be, I'm going to be able to load them up out on the pad, and it does look like it. It'll only do it for certain contracts, so I do need to just make sure. That is a huge discount. And it's 75% even at level 1. You get additional benefits at level 2 and 3, but yeah, saving 75% per launch on your total launch cost is fucking great. Let's go ahead and update our save for this. Everything else went pretty well. We could probably even lower that a little bit and be more efficient now that we have additional options for parts. But it works, so screw it. Another thing that I should probably do, just double check that that we have cooling enabled on all of these. Okay, looks like we're good. Because otherwise we have a boil off and we lose some of our propellant as these guys are up in orbit. This time we'll do a live flight. Yeah, it's a huge discount. We're still going to have some pretty expensive launches eventually. But at this stage in the game where we've kept our launch costs because they were tourist missions, and we want to make as much as possible off of each mission, we've kept that cost down so damn low that we actually turn a profit on them. So I do want all 4 of these, not that one. That'll be our next tourist mission, people that we take up to the hotel. We'll go ahead and load all those dudes up. And who do we got? We're using a mod called Draft Twitch TV Viewers. So we have the guy named Dale. We have a Ferdsian, Turbo 3 Destroyer. Or, sorry, Turbo Destroyer. The 3 is an E, apparently. Don Quixote, Mr. Belvas, Alm 4201, Electro Lover, I can't read that one, Luki for Fun, and Yuso Kitsuki, Mr. Tofu Forest, and Angel of Light. And then we have our pilot Valentina. Thankfully these have proper IVAs, so we don't have people like attached to the wall or anything too bad in there. Some of the ones that don't have IVAs, like that SST shuttle thing, have some pretty funny things going on in our photos down here. Alright, 3, 2, 1, go. Live flight time. We're gonna have 2 different things that we need to do with this. And hopefully I won't forget the second one, because we have a timer where we're gonna leave this vessel and then we'll go back to it later. So the second one is to make sure that we go over the Great Desert during the daytime. And the first one is just to make sure that they're up there for the specified amount of time so that they'll pay us. Shouldn't be too bad. All that really changed was the staging, and then we did take out those chutes too, so we got a hell of a lot of parachutes going on, but stage recovery is a little bit overpowered with the strategy that I've chosen through Strategia. The tourist one is totally overpowered too. I'm at Pilot Focus 3, I think. So I get like a 200% bonus to the payout of any contract that has to do with tourism and has a pilot involved. So that alone has made it so that we have to do very, very few tourist missions. And we can focus on other things, like landing on the moon. Eventually, we're going to have to make something so the tourists can also land on the moon. We're going to put a hotel up around the moon for them. Some of them will stay at the hotel because they'll just pay us to go to the moon. The other ones will go down to the surface. Holy shit. Just taking off those parachutes has increased our thrust-to-weight ratio to the point where it's almost dangerous. Like, I really need to throttle down during ascent next time. Our AP, we just got rid of our heavy lifters, our four first boosters. Our AP is already at 86k. Filthy stinking rich. We did 2 tourist missions since we activated it, and we made somewhere in the neighborhood of, well, okay, so it was 2 tourist flights. We actually completed quite a few missions there. Let's go ahead and get rid of our payload, even though we haven't got rid of our SRBs. Hopefully it'll be fine. Please don't destroy anything, you little shits. Nope, we're good. I don't know how many contracts we finished out. We combine them as often as possible. I try to do like 3 or 4 or 5 contracts in one flight anytime that I can. But yeah, we made about $2.5 million off 2 flights. So we definitely rich. Rich to the point of obscenity. Go ahead and get rid of those guys. Still have a lot of fuel to burn out. I don't want to take this into orbit with me. So if it really comes down to it, we'll disconnect from it even if it has fuel left in it, if our PE looks like it's about to go into the positive. And I've nosed down because our thrust-to-weight ratio is so outrageously high that I'm going to end up circularizing far higher than I actually want to. These guys are only paying me to take them up into a low orbit, so that's all they're fucking getting. Then disconnect from that. Let's see if it'll actually activate the engine the first time. It did! Good deal. And this is where we want to nose up, because even though I haven't pulled AP down quite as far as I would have liked to, our thrust-to-weight ratio is dick. It's 0.7. So I don't want to encourage us to advance through our flight path and reach AP any sooner than we have to. We just want to lay out horizontal and build up the rest of our forward momentum to achieve an orbit. Height-wise, doing better than I actually want us to do. I think I will go a little bit negative, otherwise I'm going to kick AP up too high. We're still 37 seconds away from AP. I'm going to go down as low as I need to pull Apoapsis' height down and just make sure that we stay in a nice low orbit. Only 19 seconds until I'm at AP, so I do need to nose up. And then at that point, we just maintain altitude. AP will still go up a little bit, but hopefully not too much. So I'm going to go up to probably a positive 5 degrees. And I accidentally went past AP, so let's go to 10 degrees. Don't want to descend. If we keep an eye up here, we can tell whether we're kicking AP out or not. We'll see those numbers going down if we're still going past AP. But we'll see them even out and then start to rise again if we're pushing AP out. And I just want to stay at that altitude, or as close to it as possible, while we finish building up the rest of our horizontal velocity. Okay, I'm going to kick that off real quick. I want my pilot to hold prograde. We're just going to do little bursts here to finish out our orbit manually. Hopefully not fucking it up. That'd be refreshing and new. Right at about 1 second till AP. 92 and 90. That'll do. It's not perfect. It'll work. So if we go and look at our contracts, we have a 1 hour timer that we need to set for the people that just wanted to go to a low orbit. I'm just double checking. Oh, apparently they were paying me to get them over 90 kilometers, so it's actually 85 plus 5. It's the top of the atmosphere plus 5 for this contract. So this is pretty much perfect for an orbit. We could be a little bit less eccentric. Our eccentricity right now is 0.00042, so I think we can live with that. So we do want to start that 1 hour timer. It looks like everything's fine. We just want a raw time alarm for 1 hour. And the second part of that, of the mission that we're doing right now, is to go suborbital over the Great Desert, which right now is at fucking midnight because I'm an idiot. I should have waited. Now I have to delay deorbiting until this site is all the way over, at least in the daytime. And I think we're just going to aim for the Space Center again. So, we don't really have much else going on. I think we might just time warp through this. And exhaust both of our tourist timers. And then I think we'll start working on our science probe again. What is that? Oh yeah. That's the second time today that I've noticed it. I just need to delete that one. It's got a suborbital periapsis, but it's not quite low enough for stage recovery to grab it. And the mechanics of the game, when it's not the active vessel, just allow for it to go suborbital forever. I just need to get rid of that. The rest of these are all satellites that are either telescopes that we take photographs or discover new bodies with. Ooh, that's something that we could actually do while these timers run out and while we wait for the Great Desert. Is it the Great Desert? Yeah, the Great Desert to get out in the daytime. Let's go to our prototype telescope that I have also continually forgot to rename. That guy. I've upgraded the observatory, and I think that that increases the power of it. Previously, there were upgrades that you would find in the tech tree to make this more powerful. And I didn't see any, so I'm hoping that upgrading the observatory will give this the ability to detect unknown entities further from the homeworld. So I've got this thing in a perpetual spin on just about the 90 degree line. Looks like it's actually deviated a little bit. So let's see if we can align it. It does have a definitely finite amount of monopropellant, and we are using mandatory RCS, so if we run out of monopropellant, we are fucked. And we just use this thing. We don't actually look through it like a regular telescope, like a camera. We just use this thing to try to ping new stuff. No camera, purely instruments. I'm trying to get it nice and stable on that 90 line. Should be good enough for now. I only have a certain amount of electricity. Fuck there. So I actually have time warp. We'll go and close the alarms for the tourist missions, but we'll just leave them up to remind us later that we still have people up in orbit that need to come down. Okay. Now that we're out in the sun, should be able to start recharging its batteries. It's in a little bit too fast of a spin for the extended solar panels to actually like track the sun. So I'm gonna pivot it around. It's gonna cost me monoprop, which I hate, but I'm gonna go ahead and let it stabilize. And put it into a much more gradual spin. I'm going to try to line up with this a little bit better, too. I'm hoping that the solar panels will be able to track consistently in this spin. Very handy piece of equipment. Alright, we got a little bit of power saved up. There's one other thing that I need to do, kind of a house rule type deal. I want to make a save called Money 1, because I'm a fucking cheapskate. It's probably not necessary anymore now that we're rich. Because this is, well, the observatory charges us as we gain information about these, and I want to make sure that it doesn't. I disagree with that part of the mod, but it is hard-coded into the DLL, and I haven't taken the time to actually go and change it, so what I'm doing is just cheating the money back in. If I don't do anything that interferes with us being able to track exactly how much it charges me. So the last time that we did this, I completed another mission before I went and referenced the original save, and so if I fuck it up like that, then Well, I just let it take my money. But as long as I don't screw it up, I'll go and replace it. And I don't want to run the experiment when we're pointed toward the homeworld, so I'm going to just wait for this part of the spin till we get outside of the 45-degree line. And then we should have mostly clear line of sight from the horizon there. So we got some faint pings before. No, it didn't upgrade the power of it. And I don't know what's going on with that, because it definitely used to, and this piece of equipment was powerful enough to discover most things in GPP with the Granis expansion, including the stars, which are way the fuck out there. But I don't see any upgrades in the tech tree for some reason. Have a good night, Gorm. Thanks for hanging out, man. I will see you tomorrow. Especially if you're streaming tomorrow. I'm off tomorrow. So I'll keep an eye out for you when I first wake up. Check out some Fallout. I think I'm boned, though. I don't think we're going to get any additional pings. We know that we still have planets in the outside of the solar system that we haven't discovered yet. We don't really need them for this stage of the game, honestly. If we did, then what I would do is design another one of these that we would send out into a solar orbit. And because we know that we're getting pings this direction, and we're also getting pings there, so we would actually just send the telescope out into deep space. But I think we're going to be able to finish out the tech tree with just our science labs. And a couple of remote probes to the two closest planets, and then we're going to transition into a new playthrough when we unlock the entire tech tree. Yeah, this thing's boned. And in the new playthrough, we won't be doing anything in local orbit. We won't be doing anything in the local orbit of the moons, other than relays, other than information antenna relays, because we are going to continue to use remote tech. And we're going to focus purely on interstellar everything, going to other planets, trying to see if there's any of them that we can actually exploit for rare material, and setting up colonies and stations around other places that we can use as refueling stops, places where we can get organics that we can use to make food, hydrates that we can convert into water and whatnot. And we're going to be using futuristic technologies to do all of that. So that thing's fucked. I don't really see much of a reason to go over to our other telescopes, but since it's in such a high orbit, I do think that I'm going to stay on this vessel and I'll use it for time warping. We're 10 minutes out from the 14-passenger tourist vessel being done with its mission, but like I said, I want to wait for the Great Desert to get all the way out to where we need it to be. And honestly, I think I'm going to leave them up. I might deorbit both of them tomorrow. What the hell? Are we tracking asteroids now? Now that we upgrade... Asteroids. So I want to make sure with these tourist vessels that I close the alarm, but that I leave it in the list. Otherwise, I'm totally going to forget that we have them up there. And we're going to have little frozen... Kerbal carcasses everywhere. Holy shit balls, look at them. They're everywhere. It's almost looking like we have an asteroid belt somewhere here around Edna. So Edna would be our first target outward, and then I think we're also going to send probes to Moho and to Eve. But the travel times are outrageous in this. So, sending something all the way out to Elu wouldn't really make any sense for us, because the playthrough will transition to the second half of the playthrough before it would actually get there. It's going to take literally 100 years for it to get there, and I don't time warp through until the end of the mission, unless it's you know, the last thing that we're going to do for that playthrough. I think we're just going to target those inner 3. So let's leave these guys up here. Let's move off of that telescope. We probably could actually deorbit all of our telescopes. I want to make another telescope, a deep space telescope, that we're going to use to take photographs of everything that we have discovered from the orbit of both moons and from a solar orbit. Because they do count as additional biomes, and they'll help us to figure out the orbits of the few things that we do. Well, I would normally say few things. We only know the orbits of 2 of the other planets, and we want to find out the orbits of Moho, Eve, Duna, Jewel, and I can't remember the name of Lindor, I think, is the name of the other gas giant that we've discovered at the moment. So I think we'll start fresh with this one. Probably go with the Octo 2 since I don't have the Hex 2 probe core. And I think I'm going to throw that inside of some sort of a bay. I'm kind of thinking that I might use the Cacti Bay since it's black. Because I don't have the ability to recolor the other service bays. Oh wait, no, we'll use the universal storage one. It's a little odd, but it does look good. And I do have recoloring options, so I can change it to the Gemini style so that it's the same color that I want the rest of the vessel to be. So the important things for this, well, the most important thing for this is going to be the telescope that we're going to put on the front of it, the Deep Space Telescope. Oh, shit. This is one of the oddities of it. It doesn't have a top attachment point. It's fucking weird, but... So we have to attach it to the probe, and we just kind of have to put it where it needs to go. I don't know. Should I go with something with a larger diameter so that we match the Deep Space Telescope? I think what I'm going to do is put the propellant up above it. We'll use an SSTU tank for that, because I think we're just going to use monopropellant for the upper stage. So let's do an SSTU tank. And we don't have to reposition that anymore, because I moved the fairing downwards, so it's no longer actually connected to the probe core, and then I'm connecting the tank to the probe core, which is super funky, but what are you going to do? We're going to open this up and just take a look. Yeah, that part looks fine. There's some necessities that will go inside of that bay with it. I want to use the SSTU tank because it has the ability to hold monoprop, and it also gives me a whole shit pile of options for core size, upper and lower, and I want to use that to hopefully go to a larger diameter that will match the diameter of the Deep Space Telescope. Attach? Okay. It's fine. Attach. Great. So it must be the SSTU tank that's having the problem. Let's get rid of that. Throw on a default sized one. And then we'll attach it before I fuck with any of the variables. I've had that happen with side boosters. If I were to go and translate around it, like change our view angle, I would have been able to find a place where that would connect, but it's easier just to grab a new one. I'm gonna change the core size down, and then I want to see if I can find either... I don't know if I need upper or top. It looks like upper will work just fine, so that we can match the diameter of the Deep Space Telescope. And then I also want to change that over to monoprop. That'll hold 703.9 monopropellant. We don't have a decoupler or a heat shield in the middle of it, so I don't think we have to worry about crossfeed issues. I'm going to throw an additional tank on the bottom. Lower the core size for it. I'm going to attach the engine to this tank and use the bottom of this one for an adequate adapter. So, I don't know which one to go with though. TWR is fairly high on that one, and delta V is actually fairly low. That would allow for me to add more. I forgot to change it over to monopropellant. That's probably a lot of why it's so low. So that leaves us at 2,500. It's going to be even lower. We need power storage. Oh, fuckles. So what I'm going to have to do is actually stack these things inside of this. I don't know why it doesn't have a top attachment point, but it doesn't. I'm going to detach that. I'm going to use the top snap point for this. Scale it down so that it fits within the bay? Oh, okay. It's called a cylindrical fairing. Our little service bay here. I'm going to use that for power storage because it's by far the most efficient power storage option that we have right now. And then for power generation, I definitely want solar panels that will extend outward so that no matter what orientation we're in, we don't have to worry about losing power. We do have some with a standoff too. Those may actually be appropriate for this build. If I can right click on them. Because once we reattach this and get it into position and everything, this is fairly wide, and it's also going to open outward. So one thing that I do want to make sure of is that I'm not blocking any of my solar panels, and the solar panels will therefore be attached off at this angle. Or you can just rotate the damn camera around, that would be fine too. We have some other stuff that I want to be able to fit in here, so I'm going to detach that. I don't know if that's the solar panel that we'll go with. I want an antenna, an Omni antenna. And I'll just go with this little guy. I've accidentally put 2. Throw that in there, and I'll have to try to remember that it's covering up the Octo 2 label there, because I will want to reorient the vessel so that when on takeoff we're actually nosing down. Let's go ahead and just get that out of the way. I'm just going to flip that around with the antenna facing away from the launch pad. And that should orient my nav ball so that I'm just nosing down during ascent. I'm going to pull these for now, because I don't know which ones we're going to go with. I want better antennas. We definitely need long-range antennas as well, but we don't need them yet. Because those will end up going on the outside opposite of the solar panels, and they'll face backwards, so it'll be fine that this is that this would technically block them, because they won't be facing forward. I'm debating whether or not I want to add science cans into this. I don't think I do. I don't think I'm going to worry about that. And then I'm also trying to think of what we might use this for after it's done its main mission. I don't think that I'm going to be able to pack enough DV onto this to kick it out into a solar orbit and then crash it into the sun. It's fairly expensive and the sun's fairly fucking far. We could do something similar to the Parker Solar Probe, where we use a planet to slow down. But I don't think we would actually complete the mission by the time we finish out the tech tree and transitioned into the next playthrough. So I think I might plan on smashing this into Moho and try to take some photographs from the sphere of influence of Moho before we do that. So if I'm going to do that, then I want 1 or 2 additional stages down here that are essentially just going to be like relay satellites. And we'll use them for fuel too. So we're going to need to be able to bounce a signal around Moho and back to us. So I think I want 2 stages for that at least. And I don't think I'm going to put anything else in here as far as like science equipment, because we'll probably end up sending our flyby probes over to Moho as well, and we'll probably do all 3 of those missions at the same time once this has completed its local missions. So I'm kind of debating, like, how much total DV am I going to need to get over to Moho? I think I'm going to end up swapping this out for a more efficient engine, and I'm also heavily debating going with pure liquid hydrogen, adding radiators to it, and going with a nuclear propulsion. That would be one of our options. I haven't unlocked the vast majority of that part of the tech tree, so we shouldn't have too many options for nuclear propulsion. This one can run off of either liquid fuel or liquid hydrogen, the Nerve atomic motor. And I think those might be the only two that I have right now. So let's see what we can get with the two that we do have. I don't actually need to take that off. But I am going to throw away the engine. Oh, and I better get the rest of the basics in here. So we do want to add gyroscopic control to this in some form, since it's a camera, and it will help a little bit with getting on target. I want to go with something fairly underpowered, and I want to size it down. And I just like the look of the SAS halves, but we could totally add an inline reaction wheel if we wanted to as well. Do I want that there? It's going to cover up my label. I think it's fine as long as it covers up the whole label. We have another label right above the payload bay. I think that'll be okay. One of these is probably going to remain a monopropellant tank because of mandatory RCS. That, or we could nerf the holy living shit out of a Vernier engine. But I wonder if I have any that... I don't think I have any that I'll actually use liquid hydrogen. And I would rather not have to carry two different types of fuel. All I'm seeing is monoprop. That one's Aerozine and an NTO. I think it's the only one that I have that's Aerozine and NTO, honestly. Monoprop, monoprop, monoprop. Yeah, I think we're boned. Oh well. Oh, freaking well. So if we make this out of liquid hydrogen, size-wise, weight-wise, its weight is going to go down, but it's gas. Well, it's a liquid gas. And it takes up a hell of a lot of space. Let's start out with the larger of the two. Nah, fuck it, we'll go with the smaller of the two. Let's add that on there. I need to toggle it on to liquid hydrogen, because I think by default it goes for liquid fuel. I want to change the type of tank to liquid hydrogen, pure liquid hydrogen. What else am I forgetting on this? I feel like there should be way more shit in here. I added instead of the little radially attached reaction wheels, I went with the SAS halves. Otherwise, these little guys would go in there too. They're just little reaction wheels that go on the outside of the ship, but we would put them inside the bay. Got our Omni antenna, got our capacitor, got our probe core. Probably something I'm forgetting. Oh, I know. I want my Kerbal Engineer chip. And I want that. It's not going to look as good, but I want it on the opposite side of the little antenna, just to kind of offset the part weight, even if it's only barely. So I'm going to throw that in there. Can't think of anything else, though. Yeah, I don't know of anything else. We're also going to make a whole boatload of these Sentinel asteroid tracking satellites. We're going to make probably like at least 8 of them on one deployment platform, and we're going to spread those out and turn them into long-range relays. And also asteroid trackers. Those will go out into a solar orbit. I don't think I'm going to do that today. Who knows, might. I don't think I need any more science parts. Oh, one other thing that we could throw on here, though. Since it's like the only freaking part that can only be used in a solar orbit, I thought I had solar particle collector. Not seeing it, though. Am I tripping? Did we not unlock that? Maybe we didn't. I don't see it, so never mind. Must have been one of the nodes that I was planning on unlocking soon. But I defo don't see it. Okay, so our best long-range communication antenna right now is the HG61 at 100 gigameter. And I know that I want at least one of those to be able to communicate with active vessel. The cone angle is dick all, so it wouldn't be a terrible idea to have an additional one that's just pointed at Kerbin for extremely long ranges. But I think that I need something that's got a much better cone angle for short range. So that'll be one of those. And then this third one for long range redundancy might go on there. Debating whether to add 2 of these. Boss Mama 07, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Good morning. I'm just glancing over the rest of them to see if I have one that has a decent cone angle that's more powerful than this one, and apparently I do. The high gain antenna, the HG20, is more powerful. So I'll probably go with that. Holy. The relay antenna has a power of 802 megameters? Whoa. Okay. Well, that's our Huckleberry then. I can't imagine that we're going to be able to beat that. It's only got a cone angle of 12.5 degrees. So I think we're going to have to rely on our relays, our redundant scan satellite relays, to be able to maintain a connection within the system. But after that, I think that that's the way to go for mid-range, and then this for long range. And then we can cut this one out of the equation. I'm going to go with 2 of those and 2 of these, I think. And I'll probably think of something else that I need to put in there, but for now I'm going to just go ahead and reattach the top and switch it over to pure liquid hydrogen. Does this require oxidizer? Let me go back to the nerve. Or did I not toggle it properly? There's no fucking way that I'm only getting 102 meters a second of DV out of all that. These aren't very large tanks as far as liquid hydrogen goes. Something doesn't seem right. Oh, nerve! Well, it doesn't require oxidizer. It's because of the really high consumption rate. I guess it is doing what it's supposed to do, though. I think for now, then, let's switch it over to liquid fuel while our tanks are so small. Pure liquid fuel. Only 470? Okay, never mind. I just need way more tank, apparently. So I may go with a different service base, since this one's a little problematic anyway. I'm gonna go ahead and repaint these. Why did it not paint the bottom part? Is there a different thing that I need to do to repaint both parts? There is. There we go. Just trying to find that tank. So I can't tweak scale the universal storage cylindrical fairing. I don't know if I have a bigger one. It doesn't really need to open, so we can kind of go with whatever the hell we want. Even if it's a fairing that we put together procedurally. Could do a service tank too. That'll only open up in 2 directions, but that'll be sufficient. That would work. Yeah, I think I might. I think that'll be the one. Need to grab that little chip off of there. Fuck it, I'll give him a new one. Good morning, Cheap Hoodie. Grab that. So we're going to use a little bit of magic on this one. Oh, I can't change your color though, can I? You bastard. The reason that I was considering using this is that it holds some mono propellant. I think it's actually going to be better to go with a blackleg version of this tank here. And it chose the wrong one immediately. That holds even more monoprop, and I should be able to switch it over to either liquid hydrogen or pure liquid fuel if I wanted to. So, should I do a service bay and an additional adapter? I'm trying to figure out how I want to structure this. Probably the way to go. I'll get rid of the top tank altogether. Unfortunately, I can't change the color of this one either. Oop, I'm in the wrong place. I don't need an engine. I need, like, either a tube or a service bay. Anything would do. I'm going to revert the color of that one so that we match this tank, if that's the one that we end up going with. Okay, and our SAS, if I can fucking click them, those can go. I need those. I think I might just put our... Since we have such a huge vacancy within our service bay, I may just put a couple of these antennas internally. Maybe on a structural part. Keep them inside the service bay until we need them, and then the service bay would remain open for the duration of the mission, which should be fine. Let's grab, like, a cubic family strut. Bring it upright, up and down. We'll just throw that in the middle there. I think they'll fit. Don't want them to clip into that capacitor, but I would rather not make the capacitor any smaller if I don't have to. I think that'll be aight. Now I have to make sure that the service bay doors open in the same direction as the, what do you call it? The, aperture for the, or not the aperture, the, what the hell do you call the cover of a camera? Whatever. We need to make sure they open up in the same direction so that the doors and these won't interfere with our directional antennas or any solar panels that we're going to put on. You know what I mean. I think I'm going to throw this up on the ceiling. Just peek it right up onto the ceiling there. Pretty much, yeah. Pretty much a lens cap. I think they do actually maybe call it an aperture in this, but that's a little bit different, I think. We'll move that up to get a little bit closer to the outside of it. Symmetry shouldn't matter too much. We shouldn't have an outrageous thrust torque at all, and we should be able to offset this direction or this direction to overcome any thrust torque that we do have. So we've got liquid fuel in there, we've got liquid fuel in there. Still have an outrageously low total DV. Don't like that. A barn door? Could be a barn door. Oh damn, I can't switch the SST one back and forth between liquid fuel and liquid hydrogen, unfortunately. So would you be a better way to go? Alternative option? Fuck no, these are terrible. I just, why would I click you? Get out of here. I'm just gonna get rid of them. We'll go with a monopropellant driven upper stage engine. Or Wolfhound. Let's compare Wolfhound. It's such a great engine. So if we were to go with the Wolfhound, and if I were able to get this thing to work properly, only 759 dV, but a thrust-to-weight ratio of 2, so we could literally double the amount of fuel that we have in here just by going with a larger diameter tank on the bottom, and end up at just under 2,000, I think. I don't think I want to mess with that quite yet, because I'm fairly certain that the engine that we do end up using is going to be that diameter. Good morning, Space Dave. Try out this guy. Cool thing about this guy is we can go with just monopropellant. Downside of this guy, if we do go with just monopropellant, oops, wrong thing, is that I can't use this upper tank anymore because it doesn't have the ability to be switched over to monopropellant only. It's got to have a mixture of monopropellant and liquid fuel or liquid hydrogen or oxidizer. So I would have to go back to the SSTU tank, which is currently one of the only tanks that I have that does give me the ability to switch it over to monoprop. Or I could just go with a purely monoprop tank. Did just see the Wolfhound. We're using it as kind of a baseline. We're comparing different engines, trying to decide what the hell we want to use on this thing. Do I not have a large monoprop tank? There we go. Someday I'll stop clicking on the wrong thing. Not today. So just with that alone, thrust-to-weight ratio looks a little bit more reasonable. Burn time's still definitely great. Total delta V is about 1.25,000. Might just go with a higher diameter and go with a larger monopropellant engine. Cool thing about monopropellant and liquid hydrogen is it doesn't weigh much at all. So the rest of your deployer is much smaller. Takes a lot less energy to get that shit up into orbit. Just gotta find the other engines. I do have the OMS engines, orbital maneuvering engines. We have the Puff and the Station Keeper OMS pods, and those are both monopropellant driven. But I want just a regular engine. I want like an engine cluster like that guy, or this little tiny, very efficient guy. And then we also have a much larger version of the orbital maneuvering thingy thing. But it does have a much higher consumption rate too. And then our last option would be a single nozzle version of this. Much less powerful, but you know, quarter of the consumption, also a quarter of everything else, because it's only 1 instead of 4. And I think that's it, as far as monopropellant options to compare. I don't think I have any others. Oh, we do have landing engines too. But I think that those, just because of the name of them, would specialize more in higher thrust and lower ISP. And we're more interested in efficiency and a nice high specific impulse in a vacuum. So 1,264. I'm going to swap these out with the same amount of fuel just to see thrust to weight ratios, burn times, and so far that one's winning. So we come out with more DV on this one, but the problem is an 11-minute burn time. Fuck that life. That's not happening. Ooh. Tempting. Don't think so, though. So it's a toss-up between these two. This one, maybe. 1.23 TWR. Throw that back on there. Just for a little bit of additional weight. 1.39. So they're pretty equal, honestly. Let me look at the actual stats for them. 328 specific impulse in a vacuum. 325 on this. So this this flatter one, this one is slightly more efficient, and that means it wins. So I'm going to reduce the top and I'm going to increase the core size. Not the core size, the diameter. Oh, I had you on liquid fuel? Fuck me. I just invalidated the entirety of that test. Oh well. 5-minute burn time, 4,000 DV. I think we have a winner. I don't know how to undo my coloring decision there. That'll work. Yes, I think. I was hoping that I could match this one up with the upper tank. Make my own mod? Well, I don't know. Like, I just haven't really thought of anything that I want to make. Why the hell? Oh, because this is open. I keep trying to click on things that I've left kind of in the background, just off to the side, and it keeps fucking with me. Get out of here. I think this is going to be our telescope right here. It's going to go lower than 4,000. We do still have to attach antennas and solar panels. Solar panels will be a big problem. They weigh a lot. I have no idea which version to go for, so we'll take it out on the launch pad and figure out how much power we're actually going to generate and consume. This one hopefully will be smashed into either Eve or Moho for its final destination, but it's just going to need to go around, I think, a low orbit of both moons and then out into a solar orbit at the very minimum. If it can't pack enough DV onto this to also go and terminate its mission into a planet, because I don't want to leave it up there as debris or anything. Once it's outlived its usefulness, we will destroy it. But if I can't pack those on, then we'll actually equip it with an explosive to blow it up. Closed cycle, nuclear based, basically a wolfhound. I don't think you would do that though, because I don't think your nozzle would have to be that large for a closed cycle, where you're using a nuclear thermal source to heat up a propellant and force it out of a nozzle. I think it would still have to be fairly small to generate the impulse that you would want. So it's super efficient in atmosphere? Yeah. Your best bet would still be turbos. Or, like jet engines. So the closest you could really get is more like similar to a jet engine where you'd use a turbine. Oh, more efficient to vacuum? Yeah, but your nozzle's so small. So the size of your nozzle, the size of the hole that the propellant is ejected through, directly relates to the size of the bell of the nozzle. So if you have a very small heat source, like a nuclear or radioactive heat source, you would have a very small nozzle size. Whereas if you were using a combustion chamber with something with higher impact, then you would have a larger nozzle size and a larger bell on it. That's why the Wolfhound is so big. Because you lose efficiency if you go too wide. You're not directly focusing the propellant as it ejects from the combustion chamber. And if you go too small, you're constricting it and you're not getting as much out of it. You can do it though. I would check out Kerbal Atomics. That's a really good alternative for the stock nuclear stuff. It's got quite a few really neat things. Let's go ahead and name this and I'll show them to you. And then Interstellar Extended would be your other alternative for more futuristic, like, kind of wacky propulsion methods, but make sure that you check for compatibility issues. That is not the R&D. What the fuck am I doing? So these are all atomic engines that were added by Kerbal Atomics and by Near Future. This one over here is from SSTU. I have no idea what the hell that one's from. It could be from the same one as these others, but it wasn't in last time. It looks like an Aerospike engine. And then you get, like, the Scylla is a very powerful, very efficient vacuum engine. It's also really good in the atmosphere, and it is atomic. The Liberator is just a sized up closed cycle. I think it's closed cycle. Yeah, it's talking about the core itself not escaping, so it's got to be closed cycle. And the Emancipator is one of my favorite engines. It also has some internal enriched uranium, and it kind of works as a power generator. Those are really nice. And then a lot of them with the... This is an Aerospike, so this is kind of what you're talking about. If you wanted to use it within the atmosphere and in outer space, you'd use the propellant to move a turbine, which would pass air through the turbojet to create lift within the atmosphere, and then it would transition to a closed cycle where it would just use an aperture and ejection of a propellant. Is it closed cycle? I don't know. I don't know of any nuclear engines that SpaceX is using, but I could be wrong. And these also use reactors. I'm not sure if the reactors that I have here are from Interstellar Extended, because I did keep the power parts for it, but I did get rid of the rest of the parts. So these might not actually be necessary for these engines, but I did take out the Interstellar Extended engines, so unfortunately I can't show those off to you. Well, now I'm seeing a couple of upgrades in that node, but let me look through here again, just briefly. What I'm looking for... We have these telescopes that we've been using, and our solar system is so fucking huge that I can't get pings on a lot of the outer worlds. So this is the telescope that I'm looking for, and I'm looking for upgrades for it. I thought that they were in the tech tree before, but I can't find any. I know that I don't already have them unlocked because I haven't increased its range yet. For some reason, I was thinking that in later updates, because the last time that I played was in 1.4, that maybe the whole upgrade thing had gone away and that there was a better way to do it, but I do see, like, that's an upgrade to a solar panel. This is all heating stuff, so I wouldn't imagine it would be in there. Exotic solar, here's another upgrade. But I'm looking for them for that telescope. I thought maybe I needed to upgrade the observatory to upgrade its power. But it might be boned. Maybe it doesn't have upgrades anymore. Oh, a fusion-powered engine. Now that'd be a thing. That'd be a bit crazy. Before I go and make those asteroid tracking long-range relays, I do want to go further into this part of the tech tree. Not really specialized electrics, just the antenna options. Because we've got some really good relay dishes. This is a 100 gigameter powered relay antenna. Over here we have a foldable 160 gigameter Communitron 8888. And I thought that I had the JSRU antennas in. Oh yeah, we do. These are the JU and the JXs. So either further along this line, which honestly is probably what I do, because I like these antennas quite a bit, or further down this line. So what are we looking at here? 680, we get a discount, so all the prices are different than what they normally would be. 200, so basically 600 there, 12, so somewhere around 1300 science for me to get the antennas that I would want before I do the asteroid tracking satellites. This is that fucking solar particle collector that I thought I already had. This should all be ion stuff. Ion, and then later on it's anti-gravity stuff too. I don't see any upgrades for that again. I don't know. If any of you guys have been playing with research bodies in Tarsier space technology and cacti for longer than I have, do you know if did they get rid of the upgrades? Or are the upgrades just not compatible with the version that I'm playing in? I'm in version 1.7.1 right now. Because I anticipate a couple of updates coming out that'll be kind of key for the transition to 1.7.3, which just came out. So I'm dragging my feet on upgrading. Yeah, I don't fucking know, guys. I don't see any upgrades anywhere. I'm also using a mod called Probes Before Crew, and that does kind of restructure the tech tree a little bit. I wouldn't think that it would affect telescopes, but I don't know exactly what it does. I just know that it makes it so that we get probe cores before we actually get any manned cores, like anything that put a person into space. I'm not saying that that has anything to do with me not being able to find the upgrades, but I am saying that since I have that installed, I have no idea where anything is anymore. Several things have been changed. Because previously all of those upgrades would have been along this line. With unmanned tech or advanced exploration, one or the other. And I think we used to get one over here on long-term science and scientific outposts, but I don't see them anywhere in here. And these two should all be ISRU, like resource conversion things. I definitely wouldn't think it'd be up in the engines. And typically they're at the bottom of the list here too, like that one. Oh, nice. So that's what I need to get to be able to use an SSTU tank for 0 boil-off. I knew that it would be an option later on, but I didn't know where exactly I'd get it. Tempted to actually grab that now. We have 574 at the moment. Yeah, we're gonna launch it today. We're gonna do one more thing before we go into the VAB and continue with the build. I need to get an estimate of how much DV it's gonna take for the transfer. Yeah, I don't see it. So before I go back into the VAB and continue on that, I want to get, like I just said, an idea of how much Delta V it's gonna take for us to either get to Eve or Moho. It's going to be less of an investment than trying to smash it into the sun. And to get that estimate, I'm just going to go for anything that's in a high orbit. I think our Space Hotel, or maybe one of the Cacti telescopes, might be a good one. Let's start with the hotel. It doesn't matter what it is, because Delta V kind of translates into universal total. So even though this is huge, and our telescope should hopefully be much smaller, it'll still be the same amount of delta V. And we should be able to get an estimate of the total requirement for the mission that we want to do. Good morning, Al. So everything that we're going to do is going to take place out in the map. And the reason I want to start from here instead of one of the moons is because the telescope won't actually be establishing an orbit around the moon. From the phases of the moons right now, what we'd end up doing is zing it around to the inner moon, do a flyby and an adjustment so that we then fly out to the outer moon, and then we'll go right past the outer moon, gaining speed, to kick us out into a solar orbit. And once we're in that solar orbit, I would like to smash it into one or the other of these. It would also be an option to try and go for one of the other ones out here, but now that I think about it, I'm kind of fucked for getting that information, aren't I? So I'm going to have to smash the first one in a min-miss. Because I need the telescope to be able to figure out the orbits of these, and I have to figure out the orbits of these unknown objects before I can do a delta V calculation. Well, fuckles, that makes everything much simpler. Back to the Space Center. I guess I could get an estimate for the flybys, but the estimate for the flybys should be roughly the same as the transfers. So I know that I'm going to aim for the final stage of this to end up with somewhere around the 4,000 it has right now. That should be plenty to adjust trajectory and do a flyby of the first moon and a collision course with the second moon. It's also fairly simple for us to expand this if we end up needing to. And then there's a mod that I think I want to grab. Let me just do it now. Called Science Relay. I don't think I have it yet. And that'll allow me to take the photographs that we're going to take and send them directly over to our orbital station. So I'm just going to install that now. It won't actually apply until we relaunch the game. I'm going to grab it. Science Relay 5.1. And then if you guys want the CCAM favorite list, we do have it up in the Discord. Just do !Discord or ask me for it in the YouTube comments. And basically all you do once you have that favorites list is go to settings in CCAM. First you have to select your default install, whichever install you want these changes to be applied to. Go to settings, go to compatible KSP versions, check the top 4 from 1.4 all the way to 1.7, click accept. Then you'll take that favorites list that's available up there. Go to file, go to import, and then select that favorites list, and it'll give you everything that we've installed through CCAN. And there's a very short list of things that we installed outside of CCAN, but I would imagine that they're up to date now enough so that you probably can just install them through CCAN and you'll be fine. For whatever reason, Trajectories wasn't working properly. Textures Unlimited didn't come bundled with anything. It is a prerequisite for one of the mods that we're using. I think you need it for SSTU. Then Planet Shine, I was having a problem with that through CCAN 2. And Copernicus, you want to download whatever very specific version of KSP you're running. You want the Copernicus for that. And I don't know if Copernicus is finished for 1.73, but I do think that there is an experimental build out for it. Who's hyped for Minecraft Earth? I saw it, but I don't know if I'm hyped for it. I don't know if it really looks all that fun. It does look interesting, though. I don't know if it'd be more fun than like the Pokemon or geocaching, though. Might be worth checking out. I can't say that I'm hyped for it, though. I'm not dying to try it. So we're down to 3,970 DV, and I need an additional antenna here. Or do I? Because of the relays. One of these would point, well, this one will point at active vessel. One of these will point back at the homeworld. The other one will point at probably one of the moons. I guess I could, for symmetry, just add another one for the other moon. just in case we don't have line of sight with the homeworld, but we do have a moon that's in the way. We would try to target any of our redundant satellites around the moon to bounce the signal around the moon and to the homeworld. The only ones that are really important is one that has a decent cone angle that'll point back at the homeworld, and one that has a very long range that'll point to active vessels, so that this is at least a relay after we're done with it. Now, then again, if we're going to smash the first one into Minmus, I'm not going to bother with any of these other things. They just simply won't be necessary. I just want one of these that's going to target the homeworld, and one of them that's going to target active vessel. So back over to these relays, let me just double check on what the cone angle was. 12.5? Might be okay, but 45 is better. I don't know if this one's going to fit inside here. Oh yeah, perfect. Moved on me at the last second there. It should be okay for them to be in the bay, because the bay will remain open for the rest of the mission. It's just to use up some wasted space. Oh, nice, it's the weekend, so you're gonna hang out for a little bit longer? That's awesome. Not really, because they use so many mods that I'm not generally usually interested in most of the stuff on the workshop. Usually if I do look at it, it's to see what Mr. Enraged Ares is up to. Because he posts a lot of amazing shit on the workshop. At least he used to. I don't know if he still does. I know that he got a new job and everything. Last time I talked to him, it's been a while. We need to catch up. Oh. Come here. I'm gonna compare the different, like, physical sizes of these. What the hell? Why? How? What? Make sure that I'm clicking on the right shit. Oh, okay, because these ones have a standoff. I thought that was the same version as the others. So we should just be able to go by weight. So I think that's my biggest one. You gonna fit there without clipping into anything? It's not quite enough clearance. If this were facing toward the sun, it would actually block that a little bit, but it might be enough power. I'm not sure. Definitely want 2 of those, and then I may encase the rest of this in a different kind of solar panel. I don't think I have any fixed curve solar panels, though. I have deploying curved solar panels, but that's not really what I want. Eventually we will. I know that we have some installed that kind of hug the curvature of the tank, but that don't deploy. And they just don't weigh much, and I think that most satellites look better if they're just covered in solar panels, since I don't generally have the option to do like a foil covering like this thing. We do have it insulated, apparently. Ooh. Looks like that's supposed to be kind of a foil covering, but it's a little dark, isn't it? There's a silver version of it that's equally dark. I wonder if it's because of the recoloring that I used. Yeah, it's almost definitely because of the recoloring that I used. I could throw that tank away and grab a default one. I don't know how to undo what I've done here. Is there a default button? No, I don't see one. Oh, well, fuck it. For now. Screw it. So we are at 4,000 DV at the moment. And I think that that should be adequate for the final payload. But now we have to figure out how we're going to get it up into orbit. Let's throw it out on the pad, actually. Is it daytime right now? I just want to activate all the things and get a rough idea of how much power we're going to consume. Unfortunately, I don't have a right-click additional information thing with SSTU solar panels, so I can't tell how much they're actually going to generate unless they throw it out on the pad, activate everything, and see if we're losing power. Yeah, it's nighttime. That's okay, though. We have the godlike ability to advance time. I want to activate that. Shouldn't matter if I set a target, it'll still consume power. I want to activate that too. Ooh, there's some Z fighting there with the top of... Yeah, so I need to move this upper tank. I think it's actually the tank's texture. Oh no, it's definitely the bay. I need to move the upper tank just upward a little bit so that I don't have that texture glitch there. And then everything should be okay. So I'm just going to time warp. And get it over into daytime. And then I'm going to check my batteries and see if we're actually generating enough power to fill them. Yeah, it looks like we are. We're not coming out ahead by a whole lot, by 0.2, or sorry, by 2.0, but hell, that's enough. So that'll work. Back into the VAB then. I should have also checked my nav ball, I didn't think about it. I often don't think about it until I'm going back into the freaking VAB. We'll go ahead and close this up. We'll go ahead and fold these in. We'll start working on how we're going to deploy the damn thing. I also want to move this tank up so that we don't have that texture thing going on. Outside of that, I don't think I'm going to add anything else. No solar panels or anything. Oh, I did forget my SAS halves. Let's go with the little gyroscopes. We're using mandatory RCS, so I do need to balance this thing out too. But I do want some sort of gyroscopic control in here. Since it's a camera, it does seem to help out with stabilizing the view. I'm never going to find it in there. I'm just going to throw a couple of these little guys in here because we have so much fucking room. Those are going to be very, very nerfed by, what do you call it, mandatory RCS as we get up into space, but that's fine. So, for realigning, with a 15-ton payload, I think we can go with the stock thrust power 1. We'll start out with 4 on the top and 4 on the bottom, and then we'll use a nifty mod by Linux Guru Gamer called RCS Build Aid to see if we can balance this out. It doesn't need to actually dock to anything, so it doesn't really matter if it's all that balanced, but I do want it to be fairly accurate so that we're not wasting monopropellant to account for any, you know, differences in weight or anything like that. So that's all we need to do is just limit the thrust on the top part because the bottom part is heavier than the top part. And we should be pretty damn close to balance. These might be too powerful. I may go and cut that in half and take these down to half power. But we'll take it out for a test to actually determine what we're going to do with those. And I wish I had a top attachment point. I would do a nose cone deployed fairing, but I don't. I can't attach anything to the top of this, I don't think. So we're gonna have the fairing plate permanently connected to the upper stage, probably. Can't think of any reason that we would have any monopropellant nozzles or vernier engines or anything on the upper stage. I do also need to use something for ballast. I think we'll do the gyroscopes to offset some differences in weight. Come here. And I would imagine that the imbalance is going to be between this side of the vessel and this side of the vessel. I could be wrong, but if I'm right, then we can take these and reattach them in mirrored symmetry, just the same way that we had them before. Then we can just offset their location to eliminate that imbalance. Get that torque down to 0. Yeah, perfect. We just had to shift them a little bit closer to this side because apparently this antenna here, or the combination of the two of them, outweighs this antenna and our chip up here. So that should be fine. Close all those. First thing we need is a decoupler, and I want to go with an undersized decoupler. Something just slightly smaller than the diameter of the engine that it's going to attach to. I'm going to disable the shroud on the engine because it won't be necessary. We're going to make an interstage adapter. I do probably want that to look like it's physically attached to the upper portion though. So I'm going to move it in just a little bit more. Then I want an interstage that's slightly wider than the payload, so that one won't work. That one's not perfect, but it'll do. I would have preferred to have one that was a little bit wider, but we'll just flare out a little bit so that we can fully encapsulate all of the nozzles. Why are you trying to terminate? Just go straight up. Don't fuss with me. And we'll have to flare out, obviously, for the telescope. And we basically made a big space dick. It'll be fine. I think we'll just go with the SST tanks because they have so many variations. And also because I don't think we're going to be using liquid hydrogen. We can disable RCS build aid too. And we don't need to worry about making this recoverable, I don't think, because of our 75% discount on launches because of Strategia. So need to go to a larger diameter there, and probably not that much of a core length. At the moment we're sitting at about 50 tons. I used to love those movies so much. The Austin Powers flicks. Those stupid little jokes just totally made my day when I was younger. I doubt a Wolfhound's gonna have the power. Oh, we also need to switch over to atmospheric. Oh yeah, nowhere near. But I always want to give it a try, you never know. I may go with a heavier lifter on the bottom and then put a Wolfhound on this, so that we're not using up any of the DV in the final payload. That's a little bit overpowered. Wait, is it? No, it might not be, because we're gonna end up going with a longer core stage here. Yeah, it's still looking like it's gonna be way more powerful than we need. Our target for the lower stages is somewhere around 5,000 DV. But I was kind of thinking that we would also give it a kick-out stage. And I don't know if we're going to need to. We'll find out when we start to use maneuver nodes to see if we have everything that we need. So we could stick with this engine, or we could go with a less powerful version. I think we'll stick with this one and we'll use the thrust limiter. I'm going to take this down to about a 1.3 thrust to weight ratio. Target will be 1.5. Also going to get rid of the mount. Maybe. Might go with just a skirt type mount for it. Maybe down to there. Because that makes our control surfaces look a little bit better. And then I want probably just solid rocket boosters to make up for the rest of the DV deficit that we have. I think another thing that I'm going to do, because of the texture of the tank, I could just change the texture of the tank, but currently it matches the upper payload, and I like that. So I think I'm going to take the tank and just turn it off at a 45-degree angle. I'll do that with ankle snap. And then I'm going to throw some little decouplers on here. I'm going to do a 2x2. We'll design the one stack and then we'll work on the other. We'll start out with the SSTU solid rocket boosters. I'm going to change the base of them so that they don't have that flare out there. And then we'll go with a much larger core. And we'll go with like a curved nose cone. And I'd like for the decoupler to be roughly in the middle of these, and I want the nozzle to align with the bottom of that. So as far as being in the middle, it looks pretty damn close. Let's move the decoupler upward. Try to match those up a bit. And I still don't think that we're going to recover any parts of this vessel because our total launch cost is looking like it's going to be a whopping $30,000. So I don't think we'll worry about it. The SSTU tank is kind of wigging out, so I need to find a different angle to look at it from, and then it seems to work okay. Oh, I do want separation rockets, so let's save a little bit of work here by getting rid of those for now. I'm gonna put a little SRB at the top and at the bottom of this. And those will move it away from the main stack. I want to do that before I make a copy of these so that I don't have to do it 4 times, just twice. In the name of lazy, we will only do this twice. Not 3 times, not 1 time, but only twice. As long as I have them at the end of it and I have the decoupler roughly in the middle, it should separate clean. But we'll adjust them as needed as we go through our test flights. So, then for staging, I need to move the main boosters to the first stage, and then I need to move the decoupler in with those 2 sets of solid rockets. No parachutes though. Otherwise I think we're going to pay for the entire mission just by recovering 2 of our SRVs, and I don't want that. I just feel that it should cost something to put something into space, right? Like, doesn't that seem more fair? Now I want a copy of these. I'm just eyeballing it for level for now. Gotta go a little lower. Actually need to go a little lower on these 2. I'll use launch stability enhancers if I have to. I want to see if it'll try to topple when I put it out on the pad first. For control surfaces, I want to upsize some Griffins. Just because they're kind of my favorite right now. Well, these aren't Griffins. They're designed for the Griffin 20, I think, which is a really huge freaking engine. I'm gonna move those all the way down to the bottom of the skirt around the nozzles, as low as we can to the bottom of the vessel without them being exposed to the engine plume. Is that lower than my nozzles? Oh, it is. Yeah, we don't want that. A little higher. A wee bit higher. That should give us plenty of control. So back over to the staging. The second set of boosters actually goes into the very first stage. And then the additional decouplers and separation rockets, I want to separate these 2 first. No, I want to separate these 2 first. So our staging looks great. And then the 2 that I want to get rid of first will remain at 100% power. And the other 2, I'm gonna lower. Real low. Super low. And then we'll move our main engine down into the first stage. That leaves us with thrust to weight ratio of 1.6. And I want to leave that higher than necessary so that we can throttle back on the ascent and transition. Otherwise, so if we go full power, we're going to max out with thrust to weight ratio of 3 and 4. And we don't want that. The reason that I want the solid rocket boosters to last longer is so that I can throttle back and hopefully just cut the engine and hopefully not max out that high. Hello, Private Paula. How you doing this weekend? Good to see you again. I did go and order those chips. I got all kinds of foreign weird snacks coming to me. I got Worcester chips. I got, wait, is it Worcester? No, shit, I don't know. These. I got... It is Worcester. I got these coming. Just a little one. Because they were only like $6. It's gonna take like a fucking month to get here. I got these. I got prawn and prawn cocktail. I got roast chicken and ketchup. Because those are all brands that I've never even seen. So I'm gonna try them out. And then Scarlett also suggested that I try out a Jaffa cake. So I got some Jaffa cakes. But apparently it's gonna take forever for him to get here. It'll probably be like 30 days for shipping. Not feeling good? Oh no. Made a cake and you ate it super fresh? Ooh, no. I didn't have any hot egg going on in there or anything. Debating on whether that's actually enough power, because I don't want to have to use the final payload to circularize. I think it's good enough for a test flight. I think it'll be fine. So let's go ahead and update our save and see if I reoriented the probe core properly first. Hey, baby. Yeah, I was showing off the foreign snacks. Are you asking if I want you to get snacks? Because I have been craving those Cheetos, the jalapeno ones, and I'm also out of olives, which makes me sad. How's work going? Jaffa cakes might turn out a bit meh after they've traveled half the world in a hot truck. It's true, it's true. Might not be worth doing. I didn't really look into what they are, so that I didn't spoil anything. Oh, we got some wobble going on. We don't want that, and I also want lighting. But it does look like my probe core is in the proper orientation. I'm gonna revert real quick, and we're gonna add some lights to this. Because it totally spaced it. It's great. I love my job. I enjoy this. I feel you. Best job in the world. No other job can compare. I think what I'm going to do is some, just some display lighting from the bottom. So I'm going to put 4 of those, like, pointed inward. Maybe not that far inward. Right above the top of the control surfaces. So that the drag that they create is at the bottom of the vessel. Oh man, that light's kind of getting fucked over there. Guess I'll do the opposite, right underneath the fairing plate. And if I'm going to put them up at the top, I think I'll put them in line with our boosters. That might be too much light. Then for the upper part, we'll just go with surface lights. If I can find them. I think I'll throw a set of 4 there, and a set of 4 here. For some reason, oh, because I moused over the solar panel, it changed it to 2-way symmetry, so it was a set of 2 for a second there. Halfway done though, baby. Almost done with your day. Are we gonna do chicken tonight? What else was I forgetting? Oh, right. We had a lot of flex in there, so I want auto strut on these boosters to grandparent part, which will skip the parent part, which is the decoupler, and strut them to the center tank. And I'm thinking the rest of it will probably be okay. Oh, another thing that I forgot. Separation rockets. Let's just go with 2 of them. And I'm going to move those right to the edge of the decoupler. Then I want to make sure that those end up in the same stage with the decoupler. But we're going to deploy the fairing independently. The fairing will be released at about 55 to 60 kilometers. I think I'm just going to say fuck it and go with launch stability enhancers because I don't want to sit here dicking around with evening these out if I'm just going to end up swapping them out. So we'll do 1 there, 1 there. And those will go into the very first stage with everything else. And now that I have those on, I do want to move this to the floor of the vessel, otherwise it kind of holds the whole rocket up off of the launch pad. Update to save again. I'm just going to see how it looks. Healthy chicken? No. No, I was thinking like spicy chicken from Popeyes or trying out that Cheetos KFC chicken thing, whatever the hell that is. Yeah, the dead ones are definitely easier to catch, right? When you're talking about health food, I don't think we want to also consider calories burned in the catching. Doesn't sound like a good way to go. Alright, lights on. Looks okay. I must have it a little bit too low because it kind of elevated it off of the pad. I was trying to avoid that, but if I move the vessel into like the floor, then it just automatically moves the bottom part that's not one of these guys to a minimum above the launch pad. It'll be fine. Throttle up and everything. And we're just going to go into an equatorial orbit. Hopefully. Hopefully. So I'm going to immediately start to throttle back. That's kind of the whole point of the solid rocket boosters and the way that we've attached them. We'll get up to about 100 meters a second and we'll lean on over into a gravity turn. I may go with smaller control surfaces so that it's not so freaking jumpy. It's like, no, I don't want a gravity turn. No, not my real dad. You don't tell me what to do, stupid streamer. Go down to about a third throttle, and then at about a 1.8 thrust to weight ratio, I think we'll be able to cut the throttle fully until we get rid of those first solid rocket boosters. Let's go ahead and get our AP up. Let's get our burn times up. Let's get a right-click thingy thing going. Did I set those up improperly? No, I just right-clicked improperly. That'll be the first one to go. AP's at 17K. Go ahead and cut throttle. Get rid of that and then throttle up. Well, that was no good. Don't like collisions. Looks like we need to throttle up to about 2/3 once we get rid of that first set of SRBs. And it took one of our control surfaces with it, like a little punk piece of shit. So we'll have to go fix that. Whoops. Yes! Get off my lawn. We don't need control surfaces. It's fine. Actually, I think it'll be okay. Since we're fairly streamlined. I think we'll survive. Could be wrong. It didn't take any of the thrust things, so if it had taken out the other SRBs or the main engine, then we'd be fucked, but since it didn't, I think we'll be okay. It's gonna be a little bit more difficult to control until we get up out of the atmosphere. We're at about 45K, so in about another 10 kilometers of actual altitude, we'll get rid of our payload fairing. AP is at 71. There goes the second set of boosters. Bye, boosters. Thank you for separating and not being dicks and taking anything out. Appreciate you. Let's go ahead and get rid of our payload fairing as well. And we'll just keep pushing. We're going to go to full throttle. We're at about 60 kilometers, so the outrageously high thrust-to-weight ratio shouldn't matter too much. And I'm going to lay on over horizontal. We'll see if this thing can get us into orbit. It definitely doesn't look like it. I'm going to need to go for an upper stage on this. Bummer. I could always add some DV to the heavy lifter. Like, that's always an option. But if I'm that short, then I just want to go for an orbital stage, and we'll use that as a kickoff stage more than likely as well, to help this thing get out to its first target, which is going to be the moon. So I'm going to let it burn out of fuel. And we'll continue on with the test, but before I do that, I want to cut throttle here, release from that, just make sure that the separation's sound. How low am I when it comes to DV? We're going to add a maneuver at AP to circularize. So I need to come up with another 800 meters a second of DV for the lifter to be able to get the payload into orbit itself. For now, though, since we want to test this thing out for a couple of other things, we'll go ahead and activate our engine. We'll tell the flight computer to get her done. Go ahead and deploy our solar panels and activate our antenna while it does our final burn here. I want the longer range one to point at active vessel. I want the shorter range one with a higher cone angle to point at the surface of the homeworld. And that bay will remain open for the remainder of the mission. I don't know, it doesn't look too bad, does it? For a little orbital telescope thingy thing. Since we're going to smash it into the moon, I probably could just add another engine back here. The reason that I want to establish orbit, even though it didn't really perform as well as I want it to, is once I have it in orbit, I can figure out the flight path that it'll take, and I can figure out how much DV I want on the upper payload. Because I'm not actually positive that I failed, but I don't think that I have enough DV for what I want to do. There's always a chance, though. We're going to end up with about 3,000. It takes 2,000 to do the transfer. So the question is 1,000 DV enough for us to adjust trajectory so that we smash into the second moon? Sweet, looking good. Not our proudest orbit, but it'll do. 1 of 5 at 96. That's actually fucking terrible compared to most of them, but it works. I'm just gonna orient this to ProGrid to get it out of the way. Deactivate RCS. And now I want to figure out the tour. So this is the worst time for us to actually perform this mission, where one moon is on one side of the planet and the other moon is on the other side of the planet. The cool thing about doing the test at this point, though, is no matter where we launch this, like if we were to do it at a later date, we should only really need less delta V. Wow, look at that for eyeballing it. Kinda did an okay job. Let's go ahead and focus our view out here. And basically what we want to do I do want to gain speed, so I do want to make sure that I'm on this side of the moon. If I go the other way, then I can actually lose a little bit of speed. I can use the gravity of the moon to actually slow me down a bit. Don't want that though. At PE, first, I need the PE to be as low as possible. I want to do a close flyby. It's not 100% necessary, it's just what I want. Looks like I need more speed. I didn't push AP out on the initial maneuver enough for me to be able to get much closer. So, to get to this moon, the reason that I want it as close as possible is because I also want as much change in trajectory from just the moon as I can get. So I've by getting in closer, I've pushed my AP up a little bit closer to what where min-miss ought to be, and then it should cost us less for the adjustment. So then at PE, we don't really need to circularize. We can take our photographs from anywhere within the sphere of influence of that moon. But at that point, we want to transition out to min-miss, which is kind of a pain in the ass. That's not too bad. And it's definitely easier if the moons are actually in a line. Like, if min-miss is slightly out ahead of the mun, then it's definitely easier, because you just fly past one and fly past the other, and you're good to go. But we're actually looking for a collision course on top of everything else, so... First thing I'm trying to do is get AP out to where the moon will be. This is where we will be. This is where the moon is going to be. So I may actually have to go the opposite direction because of the phases of the moon right now. Because of the current position of the moon. It might just be easier. Whoop. I don't know why the hell it zoomed me in like that. I did zoom in a little bit, but I definitely didn't crank away on it like that. So I'm fiddling around with angles first to try and use the gravity of the moon, and it's not really turning out right. So I'm going to get rid of this second one for now, and I'm going to relocate my maneuver node so that we come in on the other side of the moon, which I guess I'll actually have to do with speed. I'm going to try to approach min-miss from the other direction. It doesn't really matter if we fly past it, like, very quickly or not. As long as we fly past it, right? I bet you we could use MechJeb to do this in like one click, couldn't we? I need to learn how to use that mod. I feel like I'm not going the right way about this though. So what I'm seeing here is that the moon is going to be right here, and the Mimnus is going to be about right there. And I'm trying to cut it off. I want to go do a flyby of the moon, I want to go past the homeworld, and I want to end up where Mimnus is. But it's being a pain in the ass. And if I end up having to go over 2000 DV, then I know that I won't be able to successfully complete the mission. Not in one go. Not without establishing an orbit and then doing just a transition from one moon to the other. Maybe that would be a better starting point, actually. Let's zero this one out. It's already at PE. How to circularize? And then from the orbit of this moon, I wanted to transition off to the other. What ejection angle do I actually need? Oh, I see. All I need is a third maneuver. Okay. Go ahead and zero that one out. So I'm going to slow down to get roughly the same ejection angle that I had before, and then I'll do a third maneuver. I'm going to leave the SOI over here, so the third maneuver will take place over here somewhere. Just to change my angle and speed so that I arrive at Mimnus. Just like that. And then I just want to time that second maneuver so that I actually collide with Mimnus. So it actually looks like I do have enough DV to accomplish our mission. We're looking at 1,540 or 44.8 meters a second to transition over to the moon. We have a small correction at the moon that's only another 96.1 meters a second of DV. So we're at about 1,750 so far, and then an additional minor correction over here at 428.8. And we have, what, 3,000? We have 3,000. Isn't that enough? That's totally enough. 5, 6, so we would end up with probably actually enough to circularize around Mimnus if we, for some reason, chose to do so by the time we get there. But I don't think we would. I don't think there's any reason that we would circularize around Mimnus. So yeah, there's no reason to revert this or anything. Let's just go ahead and carry those out. I'm gonna feed them into the flight computer. I'm gonna take away this first one because the flight computer is absolute shite at getting us on target. We'll just do it ourselves. It's a little wobbly, so I probably could have done a little bit better balancing these out. Or I should have limited them to, like I said, you know, half the power that they're currently at. That'll be okay. For now, I'm going to leave the subsequent maneuvers in, but we'll update them as we go. And it looks like our total mission time is going to be somewhere around an entire month, somewhere around 30 days for us to go to both moons. 1 week, a little over a week for us to get to the sphere of influence of the first moon, and then about 3 additional weeks before we get out to Mimnus, if we want to use just the one camera. And we do. I mean, we could do multiple launches and just send one directly there and one directly to the other. But if we can do it with one, let's do it with one. Go ahead and get rid of that alarm. And after this, we're going to work on our science probes. These are going to be flyby science probes. Those we'll do in 2 different launches because we have single-use experiments on them. So one of them will go to one moon, one of them will go to the other moon. And I think I'll retrofit them to use Science Relay as well. Do I want to do that? We could. We don't have a science station up right now. So we kind of have 7 days to get a science station up. To really get, you know, everything that we can out of this telescope before its mission's over. And its moon debris. Which really isn't a lot of time. Unless I go for a smaller version of a science station before I do the big university station. I really wanted to just go straight into the university station though, so let's see what our target is. Target when it comes to science. While this does its burn, I'm going to do some retweets. If it were going to take any longer, I would go to the restroom. Oh man, I'm sleepy. Angus would not leave me the fuck alone yesterday. He kept hopping on me all night. He was like, hey, wake up, snuggle me. And then I would wake up and start to snuggle him so he'd leave me the fuck alone, and then he would hop down and come back in like 10 minutes. He's like, nope, you didn't do it right, I'll be back. Stupid human. I did not get much sleep. Yep, that's my pet cow, Angus. He's a fluff-tailed miniature space panda. A pain in the freaking butt. And tomorrow he's gonna be even worse because he's got this really thick fur coat. He's like the size of our dog. It's just this monstrous Maine Coon kitty cat. He's got this huge, fluffy-ass fur coat, and now that it's getting hot out, he's starting to get mats on his sides, so I have to shave him. And then he gets real freaking annoying when he snuggles. Keep me warm, human. Bastard. Okay, so it won't do a perfect job of executing those maneuvers, which is fine. I do want to turn off the flight computer, and I just want to come out here and see how it did. So this maneuver, I think we can actually take that one out. Let's get rid of that one. We'll just redo it. Focus our view on the moon. It's looking okay. I want to move this to PE though. I don't want to slow down that much. Do something a little bit more like that. How long will that take? Oh, no in hell, am I waiting 51 days? Is that what that said? 51 days? No. I'll launch 2 of these bitches before I wait 51 days to complete the mission. So we're gonna invest quite a bit of DV over here so that we can speed up and catch it earlier on. We're actually going to invest exactly what we have, as much as we can, to make it happen, minus maybe 100 meters a second, and we'll just use that for reorienting it. I wonder how much I would actually use reorienting to different targets. Now that I think about it, I hadn't considered that. Shucks. So I'm probably going to have to leave like 200 or 300 meters a second on here just to be safe. That's okay though, we have like 500 extra. It's only going to take 75.2 to do the next maneuver. We still have a solid connection to it. We always have to have an active connection, so we'll take those maneuvers out and we'll tell it to go ahead and do the next ones that we've put in. I'm not going to let it go and get us on target though. I'm going to do that now. And then we'll leave this guy out there to do its travels. These are going to be fairly important maneuvers. There's some maneuvers that are so important that we don't want any other maneuvers anywhere near them. So that's another really useful thing about Kerbal Alarm Clock. We have a nice list laid out. So it's 7 days, 4 minutes, 25 seconds. I want to make sure that I don't have anything at all anywhere near that maneuver. We want plenty of time to actually use this piece of equipment before it leaves the sphere of influence of the moon. And I don't want, especially anything that's time critical, like these tourist missions where people need to actually come home before they starve to death, that kind of a thing. There we go. That kind of changed the amount of DV that I'm actually going to apply at PE, so I'm just going to take that out and put it back in one more time, just to make sure that everything is all accurate and solid. I'm going to disable RCS and SAS, and we'll just let this thing chill. Because we've already taken all the photographs that we can from a low orbit. We didn't have anything that we weren't able to zoom in close enough on to get a picture of with our previous version of this telescope. So this won't have any use whatsoever until it changes into the sphere of influence of the moon and then the other moon. And typically I would also throw it out into a solar orbit. But if I do that, I'm definitely going to need an upper stage that will do the tour, that will do all of the stuff that it's doing right now. And then I need enough DV. And I need the orbits of whatever we would target it with. Because normally I would kick it out into a solar orbit, and then I would like go for an encounter with Eve or Duna or Moho, and I would destroy the telescope there. But that just won't be an option, unfortunately, with this one. And I don't feel like putting any more work into that right now. I want to go work on our science probe. I want to make some progress. I want to go back to the Space Center first. Curious what our target would be if we were to go for the university, because it's very important that we get that done. Ideally, we would get our university up before we would actually send out our flyby probes, and ideally we would also have the university ready to go when this deep space telescope is passing by the moon. And I don't think we're going to make half of that. I don't think we're going to have it up by the time this goes past the moon. Because we're looking to go all the way up to orbital megastructures, which is 1,000 tech points in and of itself, with 2 prerequisites. So metamaterials we can afford right now. Let's go ahead and grab it. Orbital assembly, we need 680, we only have 200. To be able to get that, we have to complete our contracts. We do have a lot of contracts that are ongoing, and that we will be finishing fairly shortly. Let's go see what else we have as far as contracts. We have our flyby missions. Those won't be completed before it gets to the first moon. We also have missions to bring tourists to visit an asteroid, which seems totally batshit to me. They do pay good, though. I don't see any additional science missions that we haven't done already, though. So we're kind of looking at doing this kind of a mission. Because of our strategy, we do get 73 additional science points for every step in a mission that we complete. So that's one way that we could get the science that we need. None of them are perfect for it. These would be a little bit better, but that one's to go to the moon. So we would have to race that thing to the moon, land on the damn moon, and get back before we would get paid. So they don't fit with our timeline. Is there any of this that we don't have going right now? I don't think so. We put up our high-resolution scan satellites yesterday. The low resolution, one of them has already arrived at the moon. this one. It's about 34% of the way complete. That'll be a little bit of science. That'll definitely happen before it gets there. The ore satellite that's going out to Minmus, I'm not sure if that fucker's actually left yet. So I think we're just looking at our flyby probes. I think that's pretty much the only option. And the reason that that's important is if the flyby probe has to actually get to the moon before the telescope, then we need something bigger. We need more boosters. We want to not only get to the moon, we want to get to the moon fast AF. So there was one thing that I needed to delete real quick. And I'm not even seeing it. Space Hotel 1 probe. It has a suborbital periapsis, but it's not suborbital enough for the game to get rid of it. As long as it's suborbital, as long as its orbit carries it within the atmosphere, then we'll terminate it. We can get rid of that one. Bye-bye. And I think that was it. I think we've successfully destroyed, or will be destroying, all of the other ones that matter. It looks like the Great Desert is not in the sun yet, so we don't want to deorbit the one set of Taurus. We could deorbit the other set. I think we will, because we're going to get a huge chunk of change from that. I'm just debating on whether we should do the probe launch before we do it. The huge chunk of change is important because we do have a science car that we can take around and get a hell of a lot of science from. But before I do that, I want to fully upgrade the spaceplane hangar and the runway. Just so that the entire facility is at level 3, and to make sure that that's the last time we need to use the science car. It would also be a great idea for this to be done during the daytime, but it's not absolutely necessary. We are going to revamp the car, and so we definitely have the technology to store enough power to be able to drive all over the place. But I do want that money. I think the first probe that I send to the moon, I want to launch that one before I waste any time on a Taurus mission, though. Since we're in a race. We weren't in a race, now we're in a race. So we're going to go a little bit overboard on this. This will be a single-use version of this vehicle, and then we'll tone it back for what we actually need. And we want the Omniscience probe that we were working on yesterday at the end of the stream. We want to make this guy fast AF. So if we're going to make it fast AF, we also need to make sure that we eliminate thrust torque. I don't think that multiple monopropellant nozzles are really going to be necessary for this. What propellant were we using? Okay, we're using monoprop as the propellant. That's perfect. We've already got the heat shield on it. We've already got everything that we should need, hopefully. We're going to use air brakes to try and keep our heat shield forward, because it's going to re-interface first. Trying to figure out what the hell... Oh, okay, thrust torque won't matter for that. That's intentional thrust torque. This needs to go right here, and then we're good to go. That's the thrust torque developed by the ejection system for the nose cone here, and we're probably going to end up exposing that heat shield before we actually leave the atmosphere, just for safety. We'll get rid of it. It'll also lower our weight on ascent, so there's no reason not to. I think we can go single stack with this. Let's see how it works out. Let me move this guy up. I do need a set of nozzles somewhere on it, though. I want them at the back of the vessel because I want them at the furthest point away from the heat shield so that they have the greatest impact on re-entry and maintaining the angle that we want for safety. We also need parachutes. Don't have any of those in the staging. That'd be awkward AF. I'm debating going with a segment chute. Since we only have a 4-ton 4-ton probe at the moment. Do you want to go with segment chutes? Or... No, if I go with segment chutes, then I'm going to need landing gear. Which wouldn't be too big of a deal, as long as I can fit them in between those doors. Let's look at that first. This is going to land upside down. Is there any way we can do that and not have it look like shit? Got a bunch of... Oh my god, look at the size of that bad boy. You just go right back over there in the list. We don't want you right now. I don't think we want that either. This is a tiny probe. Stabilizers could work. Actually, stabilizers can't work because I can't downsize them. That would be almost perfect if I could, though. They're stuck at the size that they're at. I'm moving him in because these doors are going to pinch in. So I want the base of this to be within the actual, you know, structural part, and then it's just the little hydraulics that are sticking out. I don't know if these will be able to actually survive, though. And I want to make sure that I have enough space that none of it's really clipping into these doors. I think I could live with that, though. Oh, nope, I can't. That's as far outward as I can go. I wonder if those would survive. Let's test it. Because we need to test the air brakes anyway. I don't have very good luck with landing legs in this game. I don't know why. They just seem to like to be destroyed. These little self-haters. So before I add anything to this, let's make sure that I've disabled the shroud. So otherwise it's just going to be a pain in the ass in a minute. Shroud disabled. Then I want a decoupler that's about the same size as the base of the engine. Something like yaw. And then we want our plate. Some asshole left the door open. I also forgot my monopropellant nozzles. Let's do that too. It's actually not able to retract the doors because of the landing legs, so that's not gonna do. So I can do it without landing legs. We could have it set down on its side. We could even use the magnetometer arm for a kickstand if we had to. Should be fine. I don't think it's going to allow me to attach anything to that and still be able to use the doors. And I know that these little fuckers are going to be destroyed. They might be my only option for an attempt. Nope, it still won't let me. It's still saying that the legs will interfere with the movement of the door, which they wouldn't. But if it won't let me do it, I have no, like, override for that. There's nothing I can do about it. So, frick. I do have one other option that I hadn't really considered until right now. If I can find it. I'm just gonna move it all the way up there so that I can scale it down. What's up, butt pickles? Attach it above or below? We won't have anything below it, and if I attach it above, I don't have 4 surfaces to attach to. So I'm gonna try to cut it out of the equation entirely. I'm gonna go with a heat shield that has landing gear integrated into it. Wahahaha. We could try that, but if I won't be able to close the doors later on, it's not really worth doing. I'm gonna go ahead and scale that up so that it's a little bit wider than the payload. So do have a little bit more atmo to go through. And we're gonna wear it like a hat. So now I have to scale everything else up, but that's okay. You do not get a shroud. No shroud for you. I think that'll be fine. Let's see if these can close with that there. I may have to move them again. Okay. So those are cool. Heat shield looks okay-ish. Nose cone shouldn't be interfered with. This guy goes... Probably actually that guy goes before we get rid of the rest of the... No, it'll go at the same time that we get rid of the payload fairing. That'll work. And then when I build the fairing... Well, let me get those goddamn nozzles that I forgot repeatedly now. Come here, goddamn nozzles. I think I'm gonna power down a different type though, because I think I want my nozzles attached at a 45-degree angle. So I think I'm gonna go with these, and we're gonna make them into babies. Okay, now a fairing. What the hell is interfering with my cross-section? So now this fairing plate, the decoupler for the nose cone, the decoupler under the engine, all of that goes into the same stage. The heat shield will be the final stage there. Activating the little engine there will obviously take place after we get rid of all of the stuff around it. That leaves us with a total 4.751 kilogram payload. And the way that I've done that, I definitely need to make sure that this little guy, that the whole thing won't go up into space, because I can... No, I can independently detach the payload fairing. Yeah. Okay, so I think I will, too. I think I'm just going to move that down there. The rest of that will all stay together. No, I changed my mind again. When I get rid of the payload fairing, I'm going to expose the heat shield. But I won't detach from the plate yet. That way, the upper stage that's beneath this can get up into orbit if we need it to. Alright, so let's connect this to something and do a quick test. Our target for this is just going to be 5,000 DV. We're going to do it quick and dirty. Anything will do, as long as it'll get it up into orbit. I want to get it up into orbit and test for re-entry. So I think I'm going to go with a vacuum engine. Yeah, it is one of our more expensive launches, isn't it? Lately. Since we've been couponing so aggressively. Holy shit. If I can just get this thing off the ground, it's actually got enough DV to get into orbit by itself. So for max ISP, I need to be able to reach an altitude... Well, for our target ISP, I need to be able to reach an altitude of 17.5 kilometers before I activate this engine. And then it can do absolutely everything else. We do have a little bit of additional gear. I think I might just go for a couple of the larger version, because I think I'm just going to have this deorbit itself from orbit. I want those inside the payload fairing. And I also want them to be part of this stage, where we separate from the final payload. And then I just need a little booster on the bottom of this. So this engine doesn't have a shroud, so I am going to need a decoupler and an interstage fairing that we'll design. And I know from experience that that's going to clip into the nozzle there a little bit. So I'm going to move it just a hair lower. Wrong one. And that's what I'll attach the separation rockets to. Not that we actually need them, since we're not going to make any of this recoverable, but they're nice to have sometimes. At 17.5 kilometers, the vectoring of this engine is going to make it incredibly difficult for us to maintain control, but I don't really want any fucking control surfaces on it. I'm actually considering going with like grid fins or something. But I don't even know if those will look any better. Could go with air brakes too. Might fit around the engine well. Let me double check here. Under action groups, if I select them, I can toggle them, extend them, or retract them, but I can't activate them for some reason. Bummer. So I don't want any of those options. All I have to do is right click on them and activate them for pitch and yaw, but I don't want to do it on the ground unless I have them outside of the fairing, otherwise they'll poke into the fairing. So I want them deactivated on the initial launch there. I might go a different way with that, I don't know yet. So that'll go in there, that'll go in there. That's all one stage. And then for the bottom of it, I don't know what solid rocket booster to go with, but I'm thinking just SSTU. Since it's the only one that I can really like choose the core size and everything for. So I don't know if that's going to be powerful enough to actually get us to the altitude that we want. It looks like I'm going to need some additional help there. I want to change the lower part of it so that we can side attach other stuff. gonna put some little mini guys on there. As many as we have to. Trying to see if there's any other way that... Yeah, I think what I'll do is just quarter turn this. Because I don't want the decouplers to clip into that little part of the tank. And it looks like all the other surfaces will be clear. If I just quarter turn that and reattach them. I'm gonna throw some Globe 6s on there, I think. And those just help get us off the pad. We're looking at a $70,000 launch, but the vast majority of that will be recovered with the probe itself. So the probe is going to be the only part that we're going to make recoverable. And this is going to be a real short fucking test if I don't remember to put those parachutes on. I was debating whether or not to go with segment chutes, because 2 of them should be perfectly adequate. I think I'll just go with radial mount chutes though. And we know that we want this to set down on the ground upside down, so I want to put those at the very end, which is why I downsized the little nozzles there, so that hopefully these wouldn't interfere with anything. I think I'll just tuck them back behind the air brakes. And that'll be the very final stage. I'm going to put one stage down so that it's not in the same stage with getting rid of the heat shield. Why would we actually have that for this particular heat shield? Can I disable staging on you? It's got my fucking landing legs. Why would I get rid of that? Disable staging. There. And it didn't disable staging. Oh well. We definitely don't want to do the final stage of this. That'd be bad. Alright, let's look it over here. Separation rockets for these little shits before I forget. These little shits are so little that we're going to downsize our separation rockets too. Just wee little ones. They were all attached in symmetry, so we only have to do it twice. We don't have to worry about doing one pair, making a copy, or anything like that. We'll take a look at what our initial thrust-to-weight ratio with the solid rocket boosters will end up being. And if it's adequate, we'll take it out for a test flight. Oh yeah, the lights, god damn it, every time. Every freaking time. I forget the lights. Always have, probably always will. This is going to be a little bit different than some of the other ones, though, because we don't have the same number of surfaces to attach things to. So the lighting is mostly actually going to be internal. So I think I'm going to do mirrored symmetry, and 2 at the top and 2 at the bottom. Symmetry is not my favorite game. It's a pain in the ass and I hate it. But it does make everything so much easier that it's hard to say no, isn't it? Okay, fuck mirrored symmetry. I'm gonna throw 2 of these in there. I was gonna put them on the roof, but apparently it's gonna be a real pain in the ass. I'm gonna accidentally misclick on everything before I make a copy of those. Or another one in the upper bay. That's gonna be a pain in the ass too? Really? Really? Everything's just gonna be a pain in the ass, huh? So if I attach these out here, is that gonna fuck with the doors? Not the band, I mean, you know, the doors on the bay. Yeah, really big SRB, yep. It's actually not that big, but in relation to the rest of the probe, yeah, it's pretty damn big. The entire rocket's only 112 tons. At least at the moment. Alright, shall we see what happens? Oh, wait. Not done with fixing my staging at all, am I? You go down here, but let's leave you where you are for now so that I can move these up and not have to worry about moving the wrong set of 4. Okay, 2.57 on the pad might be a little high. Let's go ahead and use the thrust limiter on the little fellers. I know, now I want to listen to the doors. YouTube won't let me. I feel so oppressed. Goddamn copyright laws. Like YouTube made them. It's all your fault. No, YouTube didn't make them. I'm going to take this down a little bit low just so that we don't max out quite so high. So we're just under a 1.4 thrust to weight ratio, and we'll max out at just under, just over a 2. That's not going to work actually, because once I get rid of those heavy lifters, our thrust to weight ratio won't be high enough. So might be having to do something a little tricky here. Should be able to take this one down to 1.3 for the next stage. But I've got these as low as they can go. Ah, fuck it. They only burn for 44 seconds. It's fine. And we'll add control surfaces to the bottom stage, even though we won't be attached to it for very long. And I'm going to go for just large fins again. Alright, so hedge your bets. How do you think this is gonna go? TWR after... Oh yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah. 1.3 I think will be okay, because we won't be at sea level anymore at all. And then these are vacuum engines, so we can't really rely on the initial info. I don't know. Let's see what happens. Save it. Might be able to get it up into orbit. Might not, but might be able to. Oh, do they? Oh, shit. Well, this will be fun to watch then. I didn't notice, but I'm going to launch it anyway. Mwahahaha. Only by 4 seconds? Okay, no problem. That's not bad. Coasting actually would be a viable way for us to get that engine that matters up to the elevation that we need it at. Alright, throttle doesn't matter, but we're gonna throttle up anyway. 3, 2, 1, go. Oh, I didn't reorient the fucking probe core. Boo. So now I have to turn off to the right to go into my gravity turn. Boo. No, it looks like we're okay. For the burn times. TWR is at 2 1/4. We're gonna die. See you, suckers. Yeah, collide. We feed off your pain. That leaves us at a 145, but we're gonna max out really high on this. Oh god. Oh dear. What Kerbal Engineer was actually saying is at the point of the stage, this stage should have an additional, like, some, you know, amount of time. I don't think it's total. I think it's how much time will you we be burning after that stage? So if it's at 44, like if one said 44 and one said 48, then at that stage we'll be burning for another 48. Fuck me. Help me. Help me. Nose back over. Nose back over. It's fine. We're fine. We're above 17. So we should be at maximum ISP. Oh yeah, we're fine. I wasn't even worried. It's just so, like, if I could activate them as part of the stage, or if I knew that they wouldn't try to deploy themselves while within the shroud, then I wouldn't worry about it. But I have no such guarantee whatsoever. I also apparently can't rotate with these. I guess that wasn't one of the options. Okay, well that's fine. This is fine. Maybe. Maybe not. Okay, we're on target. I don't think I'm gonna use these as control surfaces during ascent. It was fucking terrifying, in fact. Just about time to get rid of our, nose cone and our shroud there. Oh, yeah! Enable SAS! Alright, well... I'm gonna go play something else. I can't fucking believe I didn't even notice. Thank you, Pops. This thing is really hard to control! Oh yeah, SAS. Let's go ahead and get rid of the nose cone. Hey, wait, stop it. Bad nozzles. No donut. I can't believe I made it that far into the fucking flight before I realized that it was disabled too. RIP. SAS is overrated. It's just there for show. Fuck. Yeah, don't know if we're gonna make it up into orbit. We've still got all the fuel in the final stage. Yeah, we'll be alright. We'll be fine. I expected to get a little bit closer to orbit with this one, though. Oh god. I guess we're gonna be re-entering from about 100 kilometers. Because somebody wasn't paying attention again. Somebody was eyeballing their coffee like a nub. Oh, we're awful close though, aren't we? Okay, I don't want to re-enter from 148 fucking K. Shit, and I don't have a probe core that can even hold prograde. Oh, come on. Come on, nose up, bitch. Nose up. How much monoprop do I have on this? Oh, right, the whole thing is powered by monoprop. We have tons. We're fine. Ah, shit, but I don't have any nozzles that face forward. I was gonna go ahead and lower AP. Retrograde it is. SAS is for children. Real men go full manual. I don't know. I think it's just us dummies. I could probably just separate from this, couldn't I? Yeah, fuck it. Get out of here. That'll make it a lot easier to control this part. But I do want to lower AP, so I'm going to go all the way back around to retrograde and do so. It's even in the name, manual mode. Gotcha. I like it. I might have to swap this out for a different nozzle, though. In case you're wondering, this is not how you achieve an orbit. Don't do this. We're already at 108. I can't lower it more than my current altitude since... Oh wait, we have the flight computer. Yeah, never mind, we'll be fine. Matter of fact, I think I'm gonna make it do the work. I think I'm gonna flip us back around to prograde. Let's go ahead and activate these guys. They're not gonna be able to do anything up here. They just flap around like they're contributing. I just want to lock us onto prograde. For now. Somewhere in there-ish. There's a little jank, but I'm going to add a maneuver to circularize past AP, so that I can control what altitude we circularize at. So I want to be circular at about 90-ish kilometers. And the flight computer will do all the rest of the work, because we're going to adjust radial out to be able to make that happen. We need to pivot our orbit upward. 110, that's still a little high. 95 would work. Yeah, let's go for 95. Fuck it. I know. I'm gonna get it on target. We're very close, and that thing is just gonna waste a shitload of monoprop doing it. Bounce all over the hill. There we go. Cap Trips, thank you for the follow. Welcome. We're testing out the re-entry of a science probe, if you guys are just stopping by. Wonder what the fuck is going on with this thing. Why does it have air brakes? Why does it have a heat shield on its nose instead of a nose cone? What is this man doing? I'm gonna go ahead and activate our chutes. Hopefully they'll work. I want to get it into a stable orbit and then deorbit it from that, so... burn off the rest of its fuel. We're assuming that we'll be out of fuel by the time we get back from the mission. So hopefully it does a good job. Right now we're currently going back in for re-entry, and we don't want that. That's why we're at a 45-degree angle. We're adjusting our orbit upward, as well as building up the rest of the forward velocity that we need to achieve an actual orbit. But I didn't want to circularize at our current altitude, so that's why I went past AP. And it might not work. Because of this angle, basically we're just transitioning some of our current velocity from the AP. We're going to lower AP and shift our orbit so the PE is higher at the same time. Oh man, we're going to end up with a big old burn here, because I want to kill off all of our fuel before we test it for re-entry. I guess, if we test it for re-entry full of fuel, then we know that it'll be able to re-enter empty, right? So maybe we'll do that. I don't know. Yeah, maybe we'll just go for a deorbit burn. It'll save time. Perfect. Almost perfect. 97.9 and 96, so could have been better. No more monopropellant for you. What time of day is it? We're past noon, but not by much. I may be able to set down during the day. I think I'm just going to time warp until we get around to the other side, though. And we'll do our deorbit burn here at dawn so that we know that we can see everything, and then we'll do our touchdown during the day. Gotta keep an eye on the facilities too. The facilities are out in the day. We're just waiting for the Great Desert to get out into the daytime too. and then we'll do the rest of that tourist mission. So this is us. We're right behind our 14-passenger tourist vessel, which I carelessly left in a very common equatorial low orbit like a dick. That's me. As long as we don't launch at the wrong time, we should be okay. Would be fairly awkward if we were to collide with it, though, wouldn't it? Alright, so we're back over to Dawn. Let's do... Oh, I need to put solar panels on this, too. Why did you guys let me forget that? I blame you. It's all your fault. Oh no, I have no connection? Oh no. Did I not put a capacitor in this yet? Shit. I'm all out of power. Revert. Back to the VAB. Fucking Paula. It's definitely on my list of shit to do somewhere in there. I forgot. Do we want extending solar panels or not? Oh god, Pops. You blame Isley? It's all Isley. She probably is here. Be like, what? Heh. What about you? Do you have a standoff? It does. It's not much of one. I'm just wondering if these won't be a little bit too big. Actually, I think they're gonna be fine. I definitely don't need 4. I'm being lazy. Very, very lazy. Alright, so with these guys, let's see if they'll... Since they're packed away, if I can start them out active, and if they'll work out a little bit better. I'm also going to try using SAS on this launch. I think it might work out a little bit better for us. I could be wrong. And if these solar panels suck, then fuck them. We'll just get rid of them and we'll just use surface attached ones. But with this low of a diameter, and with us not wanting to block any of this bay up here, I'm thinking these will be the better way to go. Because then we don't have to worry about the orientation of the vessel while we're in time warp or anything. Ooh, good thinking. Just the probe core. So I'm just going to rotate the entire vessel clockwise. Or am I? No, I'm going to put it back the way that it was, because I like the way that the doors open. What part is attached to the core? Shit, that's also where my counterweight is. I'm gonna mess everything up over the orientation of my probe core, aren't I? Trying to remember how I put it together. I think that is the next part that's attached to it. That's also the part that that the counterweight is attached to. So that's gonna ruin everything. Maybe we'll just rotate it. But the doors are gonna open up to the side, and I don't like that. Oh, and I rotated it the wrong way, I think. Put it out on the pad and see what happens. Yeah, we're using the QBE core, and it sucks. But we're using it for a structural surface to attach other shit to, so I don't know what to do about it. She is a dumb core. I could add an additional core that's smarter. I think what I'm going to end up having to do is rotate the core and then rotate the craft. Okay, the core's backwards. Back to the bed. Yeah. Put on another core and put the QBE to sleep, since it's stupid. Stupid but important. Alright, so before I do anything, I need to pick this up and rotate it around twice. Then the probe's in the proper orientation. And I want this to open up with the belly pointed downward because of our cameras that we have up here. So if we're nosing down into our gravity turn, which we will be, then I want the cameras to point downward. So I want the cameras to all point toward the east. I feel like now that I've said that, it kind of looks like a dude flashing somebody in a trench coat. Like, hey planet, look at this. But whatever, as long as it works, fuck it. Retract that, retract that. Let's see if we're on the money. I don't see any other problems. Oh yeah, so what this is saying is before stage 7 we're gonna have 44.9 seconds worth of burn, and then after this stage we'll be at a 1.4 thrust to weight ratio and burning for an additional 40.9, and then after that 2 minutes 42 seconds, and then the final one 6 minute 40 seconds, which is way too long and I probably should fix. But I'm not gonna. Try that re-entry test. I've activated the control surfaces there, and I'm hoping that they won't actually move since they're within a fairing. They're technically packed away, but I don't know if this game is that smart. We can find out right on the pad. Almost definitely resulting in a revert to launch, but because I'm pretty sure when I try this, it's all going to just topple over to the side since I don't have launch stability enhancers. Basically gonna yaw down and see if that air brake is gonna stick out through the fairing. Did they say yaw down? Pitch down. No, I don't see any protrusions. Oh yeah, enable SAS. When will I learn? No, it looks okay. Alright. So before I waste any more electricity. Lights on, SAS on. Try that this time. Probe cores in the proper orientation. 3, 2, 1, go. Still a bit hard to control. Thrust to weight ratio is already 2. I think the TWR is going to be high enough that it'll be fine for us to go at a 45-degree angle. I could be wrong. Just hoping that we don't see heating effects or anything. That'd be bad. That is not what you want. Especially not at 6 kilometers. Ooh. Ooh, make it rain. Oh, nice, you're going to a concert? Excellent. I haven't been to a concert in so long it's not even funny. Back in my day, Garth Brooks was called Garth Brooks. Rage Against the Machine still lived in the US. I think I'm gonna have to activate that son of a bitch like immediately. But the control surfaces are working properly. I think I'm gonna have to hot stage that where I fire this engine as soon as I separate from those things. It's doing a little dance. This vessel is fucking adorable. I still can't rotate though, with SAS on. Just don't have the right control surfaces for it. I'm trying to rotate and the game's like, no. Should have thought about that. It's fine. It's just instead of nosing down, I have to nose down and correct off to the side. Not exactly complicated. We'll struggle through. So just about time to get rid of that payload fairing. I still forgot the fucking capacitor, didn't I? Ugh. So I have one more part, but we'll see how it does. Well, how much battery storage should I even have? Yeah, 250 is not going to do it. God damn it. All to hell. And back in here. I think I might add maybe some little tiny control surfaces to that state instead of using air brakes. Little baby ones. Something adorable. I'm gonna get rid of these. Pissing me off. Get out of here. Nobody loves you. Let's go for tail fins. Make it mini. Duh. Even more duh. I don't think that's actually large enough to actually do us any good, though. 35%. See how that does. And I do have to have them above the termination of the interstage fairing, which is going to leave them clipping into that part like a bunch of dicks. So I think I'll move them off to a 45-degree angle. Either that or I'll quarter turn the tank itself. Capacitor. Not a flux capacitor, just a regular capacitor. I think it's gonna have to go on the roof of this. Probably where I put the lighting. So literally the only place that I think I have left. Oh, right, I put the Gorsat on there, didn't I? And I won't have room for the Gorsat if I put it up there now. I could put it in between these two. I think I will. Huh. Apparently I attached the lights to the experiments. Move these out so I can grab those. What did you even attach to? Looks fine, this'll work. Oh, fuck. Okay. I didn't think I could still click on it. There we go. Going pretty good, Six. How you doing? Working on a little race probe at the moment. And we're having all kinds of problems. We just got a deep space telescope up that's going to go on 2 different missions all at one time. Right now we're just trying to get to the point where I can test this son of a bitch for re-entry. I wanted that capacitor a little bit closer to the heat shield than the engine. I'm hoping that I'm transitioning most of the weight forward so that it's easier to keep control of it. Fingers crossed. We're never gonna get up to 88 miles per hour. That's right. Yeah, I was watching a very popular current show, and I'm not gonna mention the name of it because then I can't possibly spoil anything, but in a movie theater in the show, they were watching Back to the Future, and it really made me actually want to go back and watch those movies. So I think I might, since it's our days off and I don't really have anything other than that popular show that I just mentioned, but not by name, that I want to watch. And I think we only have a couple more episodes before we're all caught up on that show. The show that shall not be named. Hey, look at that. By putting those off at a 45 degree, they actually align with the lower portion. Totally on purpose. We did that because we're masters of design. Yeah, that's what happened. That's our story. We're gonna see some serious curveballing. That's right. I don't know, have we ever done serious curveballing here? I don't think so. I think for the most part we just slap physics in the face. Like, oh, so you made a game that, you know, we can exploit the shit out of things in. Let's do this. Exactly, that's the one. Pat got it. Oh dear. Oh god, I lost the control surface. Give me that back, you little fucker. I need to go for a larger size of separation rocket. That's great. That's wonderful. Oh fuck. This isn't jank as shit. This is fine. I want to make sure that the 2 remaining control surfaces are responsible for pitch control more than anything before I abort the mission. Thankfully, we're almost done with that stage. Oh, I forgot to go and hot fire that. I wanted to fire that as soon as we separate. But I didn't. And now we can rotate back around. Or can we? Hello? No, little control surfaces. No. Stop. Bad. Okay. They might be a little too small. And we are definitely at too low of an angle. We're fucked. We're in so much trouble. Oh dear. Eyes up. Eyes up. We're watching Dallas, yes. So, re-entry effects are bad on a launch. One of us went far too deep into our gravity turn. And I vote that we play wisely. Let's go ahead and throttle down. There's some cool fire effects, there's bad. Okay. Let's throttle up a little bit. See if we can salvage this clusterfuck. In the end, I think that we'll be fine. Because the probe itself has quite a bit of DV that's unnecessary for this test launch. But I would have preferred not to have any fire on the initial launch. I need to make the control surfaces that are up here just a little bit bigger. Not quite adequate for actually rotating the craft. And just in case, since I know that I'm going faster than I ought to be, I'm going to leave the payload fairing and the nose cone attached for now. I'm going to drag them up into a higher altitude before I release them. I just don't want to risk losing my solar panels or any of the important shit that's on this probe. So instead of 55k, I'll take them up to 75k, and then we should be perfectly fine releasing them. Now it looks like a v1. Nice. I think that'll be high enough, so let's pop off our nose cone. Bye, nose cone. There she goes. Feck off. We'll keep pushing. Nose down a little bit. I'm actually, as soon as I separate from this, I'm going to cut the throttle and put in a maneuver node to circularize with, because AP is way too high. Stop it, AP. AP. AP quit. AP no. AP bad. God damn it. I didn't want to get up to orbital velocity with you. Ah, why are you always fighting me? Why can't we be friends? What are we at? 82k? Okay, so you go away. We're not talking to you anymore. Let's go ahead and activate that guy. Let's activate monoprob. And while the flight computer wastes it all, we'll come out here fairly close to us. That's behind us. Oh no, that's our transport. Oh god, we're gonna hit our transport. We're all gonna die! I should probably check the altitude of that, shouldn't I? Okay, we'll be fine. Maybe. Yeah, we'll be fine. It'll work! No, that was actually something that Isley found. It was designed for RSS. It's a cube map of our galaxy in some sort of like crazy-ass high resolution. I love it. I love it more than a man should love things in a video game. Let's get our solar panels out so we don't have that awkward moment that we had before, where we don't have any power. Yeah, we're going high AF. We're gonna undo it though. We're gonna come undone. So same as before, we're adjusting the angle of our orbit and we're also slowing the fuck down. Because I screwed the pooch. Alright, and let's finally test this thing, for once, for re-entry. It's gonna be great. We're gonna activate our chutes. We're gonna test it for re-entry with a full tank, I think. Just see what the fuck happens. Let's go ahead and kill monopropellant. We'll just let it do its thing here. Oh, nice. What are you making for dinner? Oh, wow. I was thinking I was pretty hungry myself. I didn't realize we were so far into the day. It's already 11 o'clock my time. Why do heck? It's almost beer 30. Just finished my coffee. It's my kind of day. Belgian fast food, some fries and other things. Nice. I have no idea what the hell I'm going to have for dinner tonight, but I'm hoping that it's going to be this new fried chicken. Because we've been eating nothing but like healthy shit. I really want fried chicken. So sick of baked chicken. Might not happen though. That was the plan the other day. You saw it. You were here. Deb said we were gonna get some, and then she totally went and got tacos. Oh yeah, let's throw in that other probe core too. So we do have to turn retrograde for this maneuver. Because I have no forward-facing monopropellant nozzles, because I'm a dipshit. And we're gonna try to re-enter from, I don't know. Try 55k. See how it goes. It's about standard for a re-entry for us. Of course, usually we're out of fuel by the time we do it, but let's see how she does. I think the biggest problem that we're gonna have is that since we're full of fuel, we're gonna have a hell of a time. All of our weight should be on the back of the vessel rather than up in the front. Let's go ahead and fold these in. I only needed them out while we time warped through our first orbit there. Are you gonna fucking retract? Apparently I have to do it for all 4 of them. That's fine. And we want our dipshit probe core to hold us prograde, so we're gonna flip back around. 12 there, and your wife just woke up and asked you if you want to do breakfast. Oh, I love breakfast for dinner. Yeah, they will auto-undeploy, that's true. It's a little bit more expensive of a method, though. And unlike every other entry that we've ever done, we're gonna hold a prograde, and we're gonna have to do it manually because I've got a dipshit for a probe core. I'm gonna go ahead and rotate us around. This is gonna suck. Honestly, the solar panels are probably gonna get torn off anyway, so probably didn't even need to worry about it. Okay, are you guys all activated? Oh dear. That would have been awkward. Oh god. Why do I have to activate you independently of one another? Everybody active? I see twitching going on there. Okay. Well, bottoms down. I'm gonna leave monopropellant, leave RCS on through the entire, descent. See how it's gonna go. Time warp up until we hit the upper atmosphere. Oh, nice. I just threw out a link for the skybox. It is amazeballs. I think I'm gonna add ablative air, ablative. Sorry, I'm new to English. Ablative air brakes. Because I'm pretty sure these are going to be completely destroyed. For the initial descent, while we're in the upper atmosphere, I think I'm going to fully deploy them. And then once we start to, once they start to overheat, we'll go and fold them back in. And we'll use them more sparingly. Hopefully that or they'll be destroyed. And then I won't have the option. You heading out, Deadly? Good to go with breakfast? Enjoy your breakfast. Oh, oh. Well, let's see how it goes. I don't know. Not having a probe core that can hold prograde doesn't make me feel too good about this. I think we might die. If we don't die, we'll be fine though, right? Oh yeah, and if we hit a hill or anything like that, then we're gonna die. A whole lot of ways for us to die here. So we got the heat shield starting to heat up. Let's go ahead and disable the brakes. Please disable the goddamn brakes. Why are the brakes disabling? Did I lose connection to you, you little shit? Motherfucker. It's not power, it's that I've lost line of sight with everything. Great. We might get it back. We might be able to bounce the signal off of the cacti telescope to us. We might not. Well, I guess we might as well be in physics warp then. Shit. Keep my eyes up in the upper left there to see if we regain a connection. I think it actually would have worked out okay if I just hadn't hit B. If I hadn't activated these, then I think it would still try to hold whatever position I last set for the SAS to hold on to. But yeah, it's a good thing we weren't all lazy and didn't put up a proper comms network. You're not wrong. It's the worst part of it too. It's literally just laziness. I just don't wanna. We're gonna fucking die. Man, that would be awkward AF, but honestly, I should have targeted the facility anyway, so it was a little stupid for me to have done that. Well, I'm just gonna let it blow up then. We'll see how it does anyway, even though it's not gonna survive. I'm really debating moving the fuel tank to the top of the vessel, though. Because I know we're going to be mostly out of fuel, but it would still be a really good idea for that to be up the other end. And then I'll still probably have a small tank, a little tiny one down here, to use as an adapter to lead into this and to mount these on. But I think I'm going to transfer all the rest of this fuel up to the front, so that it naturally wants to hold the heat shield forward. And I think even if we're out of fuel, the empty can will still encourage it to do what we want it to do. I think we got our first explosion coming up. Stupid air brakes. Oh, bye. That's what you get. Like it's the air brake's fault. Oh, what was that part? Is that a solar panel? Solar panel. And the monopropellant nozzle should be coming up next. Oh yeah, oh my god, we regained control. Flip around, you stupid little shit. Are we gonna make it? We might be gonna make it. Probably not, though. The ocean landing pads for the upper stage, or for the lower stage of the SpaceX rockets. We got connection. I don't know if it's actually going to be enough to salvage this. I have no control surfaces. Thankfully, this probe is tiny AF. So even at 60 kilometers, for now, the monopropellant nozzles are doing us kind of a favor. Let's go and reset SAS. See if we can hold that heat shield forward long enough to save our chutes. You know what? I just thought of a major flaw of having the landing legs. If we end up landing in the ocean, we're doomed. Like, we already had the issue of if we land on any kind of a hill with an incline that's in any way significant, we were doomed. I think I need to go and reset up our parachutes just down the spine of the vessel so that we set down on our side. I don't think I'm going to be able to have them on the back the way that I have them there now. We'll see how this one goes, though. I hadn't even thought about it until I was like, wow, that's a lot of water. We're going to die. Trying to use monoprop to keep a heat shield forward is so fun. This is the best. Highly recommend. Add it to your bucket list. Wow, we've already burned through a third of our ablator. Heat shield my ass. Do work, bitch. Why are you overheating? No. Bad. I'll rub your little heat shield nose in it. Which you should never do to an animal, by the way. Or a child. Or a girlfriend. Well, we might survive. Probably not, though. We're still at 3.5 kilometers a second. And I'm all... Oh, no. Oh, I lost it. Aww. And the only survivor was the parachutes. Fuck you. Okay, so I want to put a better heat shield on this because that one was bullshit. And I do want to transition our fuel to the top of the probe. Just gonna make it a little bit more of a pain in the ass to execute our maneuvers, but a hell of a lot less of a pain in the ass to go for re-entry with. A little bit of restructuring. I think I might oversize this engine a little bit too. So I'm going to separate that for now. The parachutes definitely need to go on the same side rather than 4 at the top or the bottom or the middle. Oh god, did I move them in too far? There we go. Got the chutes. They look fucking huge. Because this probe's so small? Oh, I can't have one up there. It's gotta go here. I could have a third one on the tank once I reposition the tank. But now that I'm looking at this, I may not be able to reposition the tank. Well, you can go up there, I guess. I'm gonna have to actually pick it up and put it up there, though. Okay, let's separate that. I'll just grab it. I'm gonna get rid of the, well, I don't know, should I get rid of the air brakes? Like, they might help a little bit if I don't screw the pooch on the connection thing. Then, I also wanted a better probe core. I'm gonna do a large one up at the, up at this end. I want to transition as much of our center of mass toward the top of the probe as I possibly can. But I'm trying to think of, like, what the fuck am I going to attach all this stuff to if I get rid of this tank? I suppose... For one, we could go with a shorter core. That would still allow us some room. Yeah, the ablative air brakes would definitely be a better decision. I don't have any right now, though. I do have grid fins. I don't know how much better those will do on re-entry, though. I thought I did. I know I do. Where the fuck are they? Oh, they're in aerodynamic surfaces. I got smalls and mediums. You're killing me, smalls. Why can't I rotate? Those definitely aren't going to help much, but they should be better than nothing, right? What the hell's a Nemesis grid fin? An advanced grid fin design for when you really need to show the atmosphere who's in charge. I think that's us. While being significantly heavier and more expensive than the base model, the additional heat tolerance will make up for it in no time. Oh, that's us. Come here. Do we want smalls or mediums? Mediums seem a little buku. It's like one of those infomercials that you're like, do they know me? Are you a fat slob with no life? Yeah? Speak to me. I'm moving into about there. That'll leave a hell of a lot more room for the solar panels. I feel like these are a little too ample, though. I also don't like covering up my logo. I'm gonna go 2 of you. Nah, I can't, unless I put the grid fins on at a 45 degree or 6 of them. We could do 6 of them, maybe. Do 2 of y'all. I don't know. I'm pretty low. Not a couch potato, I'm a couch pumpkin, exactly. I'm just a potato. It's got a dress on. Nice little sexy lacy one. I don't think I like these. I think I really want the other solar panels that are curved. But I don't have any. Wah, wah. Like, I wouldn't really mind going with those and just encasing the lower portion of this with them. But then if I have the heat shield pointed toward the sun, we're going to lose power and this thing's going to be dead in the water. It's just one less thing to worry about if I do go with a deploying solar panel. Maybe we'll try these little shielded ones. I wonder if they will generate enough power. Then the other upside to those is they won't interfere with the door here. Because I definitely don't want anything that's going to interfere with us opening that door. That would in fact be bad. Okay, so I need an additional tank up here. And everything is attached so fucking wonky right now that I think I'm gonna have to take this part apart. Put it all back together to make that happen. So the tank on the top. Now's not a good time, Dandroid. Dandroid's like, would you like to be inside of one of these vessels this jackass is putting together? Shh, Dandroid. In purpose. Not now. Oh, right. So what I had to do before is attach that in there. Flip the damn thing around. We're not ghetto. This is normal. Everybody has to do this. Then I want that in there. Wait. Fucking thing. Oh yeah, I'm getting rid of you anyway. You're out of here, buddy. GTFO. Let's try to find a heat shield that doesn't suck. You'll kind of be okay, but I think this is all going to work out a little bit better if I actually attach you upside down and flip you around for an attachment point. I don't know why I talk to my pieces. Why not? And you go up here, and I don't want you quite so wide, because the pieces don't talk back. That's probably why. I think we cracked the code. This should be a much better heat shield for us. Didn't really match the color scheme, but that's okay. Oh, no, just parachute, please. Oh, fuck it, I'll do it myself. Parachute? And I'm putting them all on the same side of it just so that it'll set down on its belly. Gotta take that off again and make sure none of the chute's actually sticking through the heat shield. Shit gets super awkward when you have parts sticking through the heat shield. Now I do need to move the decoupler a little bit away from that because it's clipping into the heat shield. Don't want that. Game's like, what the fuck are you doing? And then one little last piece that I completely fucking forgot is a probe core, and I want the probe core up here. So we won't have to redo any of that, thankfully. As far as the secondary probe core, I'm just gonna go with the SSTU probe core because it's pretty smart, and I can change the color. I'm still going to control it through the QBE though. Just gotta put that guy up here. Waha! There we go. I don't know, this really doesn't weigh much. I feel like this extra chute here is probably unnecessary. Let's get rid of it for now. Come with me. Maybe I'll leave it. Because I can't fucking click on it. Hello? God damn it. I can't even click on it when the door's open when I can see the vast majority of it. Okay, apparently it's permanent. Oh, gotcha. I'm gonna swap it out for a drogue chute. Look at the size of a drogue chute. This probe is so small. Oakley dokley. Oh, I just noticed all that thrust torque. So now that I've repositioned everything and I've thrown more fuel on the top, we're gonna have a problem with our counterweight that we had before. So I'm gonna get rid of that. Well, not get rid of it, but I'm gonna take it out of there. Oh, nope, I'm wrong. It's a staging issue. God damn it. Put that back where it was. Here, let me pop this off. No, it does say our torque is 0.55. Okay. I expected that because of all the chutes all along one side. Ooh, actually, I want you up top, don't I? Oh god, I wish I hadn't seen that that emblem was upside down. But I done did. This is just a little can of ore. Uh-oh. Oh no. I do need it on the other side. Actually, I need more. What? How did I throw weight off that badly with a couple of parachutes? Oh no. Okay. That's a problem. My counterweight might need to be too big for me to be able to fit it in here. Oh, I can turn it on its side. We're good. What, you're too big now? You fucker. And now it's not big enough. God damn it. This isn't frustrating, this is fun. This is awesome and I love it. Are you fucking kidding me? It seems like this is a lot. This is 22.2 units of ore. I just can't seem to find a spot where it's not... Oh, god damn it. So I have to go even bigger than that? And I also have to go off to the side. If I go bigger than that, though, I can't move it in as far. You have to use something else as a counterweight. I don't want to use a gas. I can't think of anything that I could load into this other than ore that would weigh more. So there's 292 kilograms apparently of ore, I think. Yeah, and ore is definitely the heaviest thing that I can put into it. Trying to hide the little shit. Craptacular. Nothing at all, derp. Nothing. How are you doing? Okay, so it's just barely off to the side and mostly inward. And I need something that weighs like 500 pounds. But that's smaller than that. That's obviously not gonna work. Don't want that. Hey, thank you for the follow, Derp. Welcome. What else we got? We do have scrap metal, apparently. So I could try a different container and see if I can find more dense content. What do you hold? Oh, that's a hab part. That's not gonna do it. I would think that ore weighs more than fertilizer. So scrap metal or rocket parts. It looks like these weigh the same. 0.82. Metal ore, scrap metal, and rocket parts all seem to weigh the same. I wonder if they weigh more than ore, though. You motherfucker. It's not resizable. Do I have a smaller version of you? Of course not. Damn it! Oh, the overall purpose of the craft. This is a science probe that should be able to do a flyby of any kind of body, moon or planet, and exhaust all of the science in one pass for a high orbit and a low orbit, and potentially even the upper atmosphere, but I don't think I'm going to do the upper atmosphere. I need to add 4 more parts if I wanted to do the upper atmosphere. So it seems kind of big. It's just like it's actually really small. This is only a 4-ton probe, so trying to balance it out is being kind of a bitch, because I want more weight on the top where the heat shield is, so that I don't have to get rid of any parts of it. Try to make the whole thing fully recoverable and prevent having any debris or anything like that. But I'm pretty close to just saying fuck it and deploying the engine stage and destroying it. Yeah, I don't have any smaller containers, and these containers aren't tweakable, so that's not gonna work. Ooh, what about you? Hex cans. These are tiny, aren't they? Okay. That one's not. There we go. We got a baby one. What do you have? Metal ore. Is metal ore heavier? Metal ore and rocket parts, so I'm pretty sure those were the same weight. 0.07 and that one's 0.06. Rocket parts might weigh more. It's big though. Shit. Sorry, which part? Make one that rotates when you fly by? Which part would I want to rotate? Wow, metal ore is super cheap though. Oh, okay, the smalls are right next to each other. So I can hold pretty much the same thing in either one. How much does that weigh, I wonder? Because I have no problem at all putting multiple in there. As long as it's not like 7 of them or something silly. Nah, it's gonna end up being like 7 of them, isn't it? Fuck. So the alternative is to not have my parts all messed up. Let's go ahead and deploy all of our bays and take a look at what we got. In the end, I need to figure out a good way for me to add some weight to the front. Maybe ballast at the top and the bottom, instead of just one. The probe itself doesn't really need anything. I'm just trying to eliminate thrust torque. I don't know, maybe the engine's the answer, actually. Let's see how close we can get it by realigning the engine. See if it looks all derped out. Nah, the engine's the way to go. So repositioning the engine, I can get it down to 0.3, and then I shouldn't need anywhere near as large of a counterweight. .01. Ta-da! Okay, now I gotta find that can again. The one for the ore. Yeah, I don't have ablative air brakes, so we went with grid fins. And I didn't really want them to interfere with the solar panels, so I put them on it. I put 6 of them on, middle skirt. We'll see if it helps. Might not even help. Utility, probably? I don't know, or payload. I have no idea where the hell I found that ore can. No, not as it flies, not as it does any flyby, just when it's under thrust. I see a lot of cans, but not the one that I want. Was it in fuel tanks? It was. Come here, little fucker. It's probably too small. I'm gonna try it. Nope, too small. There we go. So I think that's about the center. Let's go back to atmospheric. Change the altitudes. Okay, I think we got it. I think we good. Maybe. Now I'm just hoping that this thing actually has enough power, because I've taken away a lot of its fuel. Wait a minute, did I put you... I didn't. Okay, cool. That's gonna change everything again. I had it on the wrong fucking fuel. I'm trying to reposition some of its fuel to the top where the heat shield's gonna be. I definitely don't want ore in that tank. Monopropellant, you son of a... Okay. And then I want to reposition that again. Actually, I may just need to resize it. I think it's right about in the right spot. There we go. And I hope it's not poking out the bottom. Nope. Cool. Okay. If anybody asks, that doesn't exist. We never did that. Making it rotate under thrust, like spinning around? We could. It's going to cost us a lot of our propellant, though. We're using a mod called Mandatory RCS. So we won't be able to do any fancy tricks with just gyroscopes or anything anymore. And we do give up a little bit of our specific thrust by doing something like that, too. We want it to all be applied downward. Alright. Stupid fairing time. Are you clipping into my... No, okay. Thought maybe it was clipping into the deorbiting rockets there. That looks like shit. Oh, you finicky little bastard. Okay, so I need to go a little wider with it. I might even need to go a lot wider. Nope, that'll work. Alright, let's try this. We only have 826k right now till we finish out the two tourist missions that are going on. And then we'll have money. I don't like the offset of that. Actually, I need to move the decoupler itself, not the fairing plate. That part doesn't matter anywhere near as much as the probe, though. Having a little bit of torque there shouldn't fuck us over too bad. I do want to make the control surfaces a little bit bigger. Just go up to 50%. Still want them to be little baby control surfaces. Try it. Really small but powerful short burst angled rocket things. Vernier engines, yes. Yeah, but same problem. They'll require some of our propellant. They cut down on our gas mileage, if you will. We do have to, that's exactly what we have to use to reorient the vessels. So we're just trying to minimize how much of that we have to do. I have one set of nozzles at the very bottom, and we'll use that to hold, or to reorient. Okay, let's go over our staging real quickly. Everything else is looking alright. So, interstage decoupling and the retro rockets, I'm also going to hot fire that stage, so we're going to ignite the engine right above that immediately, because we're not making any of this recoverable. Then we have the payload fairing. The decoupler needs to go in with the separation rockets there. And the nose cone deployment needs repositioned down to here. Get rid of that guy. Parachutes in the final stage, and where is my heat shield? Does that not have a stage? Sweet, it doesn't. Perfect. I think I'm going to activate the final engines when we activate the the non-atmospheric engine at the top. I think it ought to be safe. Let's go ahead and update the save, take it out for a test flight. Going pretty good, Sultron. How you doing? Good to see you again, man. Sepratron, so little tiny solid rocket boosters. We do have those. I think he was more talking about something that holds you on target, like vernier engines or monopropellant thruster blocks. So the only problem with those, typically you would bring up two different kinds of fuel. You would bring up your propellant that lets you go forward, and then you would also bring up monopropellant that helps you realign through your thruster blocks. And for this little tiny probe, we're using our monopropellant to realign and to go forward. So we only have one type of fuel associated with the entire thing. So SAS on, this time. Throttle up. Earlier I did a launch without SAS on and was wondering why it was so wobbly. And 3, 2, 1, go. We're going to use solid rocket boosters for the first two stages. We have a main solid rocket booster heavy lifter, and then we have 4 little tiny fuckers that are assisting it. And I may end up having to take 2 of them off of there, because they're a little too powerful. We'll lean on over into a gravity turn right away. Have the probe core and everything oriented so that we nose down toward the east to go into our gravity turn, because our first target is going to be just the moon. So we're going to stay right on the equator. Keep an eye on when to disconnect these guys. Oh yeah, I was going to go and oversize the separation rockets on these two because they have a habit of taking out one of my control surfaces down there. It looks like we got lucky and they didn't this time. Normally it would have parachutes and all kinds of stuff, and I would try to make those recoverable, but we pay so very little for the launch now that I don't want to cheat the system and make money on the vessel doing that. Alright, so I'm going to nose in. Actually, that's probably a little too aggressive. Let's nose up. She's a fighter. But it should get a lot easier at that after this stage when we have some actual gimbal control. We're going to get rid of this SRB. Goodbye. This time we fired the engine right away so that there's no delay in there, and so that we don't hopefully lose as much control. Thrust to weight ratio almost perfect, 1.49 at ignition. AP's up to 35k, targets 45 for the next bit of angle that we're gonna nose down into. And we're quickly getting there. We're at 31k. I think I'm still gonna take the payload fairing a little bit higher than we need to, even though it's probably not completely necessary. Good to hear it, Sultron. What are you doing this weekend? Anything fun? I got nothing going on. Watching a show with Deb, that's about it. Angle in a little bit more. AP's at 53. Target AP is going to be probably between 90 and 100 kilometers. We'll just keep pushing. Upper atmosphere ends at 85 kilometers, so I just want to be right above that for the re-entry test. Look at all these additional options now that we don't have a dumbass probe core. It's gonna be nice. 70 kilometer AP. Let's go ahead and nose down a little bit more. We're at coming up on 60k, so we could get rid of our nose cone there. Shall we? Yeah, let's go for it. Goodbye. Pop off the payload fairing, get rid of the nose cone, expose the heat shield. I want to do that at a pretty high altitude because, you know, it's like a brick wall on the nose of the rocket, so don't want it to interfere with this. Having a bit of a family weekend? Nice. Let's go ahead and lay over horizontal. I'm going to nose down a little bit. Try to keep AP from going too high, because we do have a very high thrust to weight ratio, so it quickly gets out of control. Our poor little probe, it's so tiny. He's adorable. Nose down a little bit more. We still have 1 minute and 32 seconds before we actually reach AP, so I'm hoping that I can pull AP down a little bit. There we go. Not down too far. I don't want to stay in the atmosphere. That'd be bad. Maybe I'll just fucking throttle back. I'm gonna throttle back. Seems just too powerful. Too buku. Alright, so we're almost at orbital velocity. Now that we don't have that dipshit probe core, we'll go ahead and just make a maneuver node at AP. Circularize. And we'll let our flight computer take care of the dirty work. I'm going to tell it not to get us on target because it's stupid. I'm going to do it ourselves. Gotta use monopropellant to be able to do it. Yep, still using MKS. And USI life support. Get up there. There's a couple of other mods that I'm going to add too. Get on. Good probe. And we'll let SAS go ahead and hold target. And this thing I'll take it over when it starts to execute the burn. We're just basically aligning to where prograde will be when we get to AP. But I pushed it out 5 minutes away, so I want to get it on target and then time warp up to it. And hopefully it'll do a good job. It is very powerful, and the flight computer doesn't know any in between. It knows full throttle or cut throttle. And that's it. So we can see it wasting a shitload of monopropellant, but that should be okay since we're just doing a re-entry test. That's why I'm also taking so many shortcuts on the deployer, because we're going to go with a different one anyway. I'm going to fit this with an upper maneuvering stage that'll go beneath this part. That way, this part of the rocket is only going to be responsible for circularization and deorbiting. For a new player, Kerbal Engineer Redux and Kerbal Alarm Clock. Those are the two biggest ones that I highly recommend for a new player. A third one would be Docking Port Alignment Indicator. Let me type that in chat. And install all of those through a program called CCAN. They should all be CCAN compatible, and at least one of the developers of those mods will not give you any tech support if you haven't. Let's get our solar panels out before I get too far here. Yeah, no problem at all. If you have anything more specific, like if there's something that you want to do, and you're wondering if a mod is available to allow you to do it, then let me know. But as far as just things that should be included in stock, as far as I'm concerned, Kerbal Alarm Clock, Kerbal Engineer, and Docking Port Alignment Indicator. And then you're also going to have some secondaries, but CCAN should take care of those. Just make sure that it's going to give you Unblur, which is now a dependency, Lizzie's Toolbar, and what's the other one? Click-Through Blocker. Those are 3 dependencies that you'll definitely need for those mods. Not for all of them, but for at least one of them. CCAN's pretty cool. You just put it anywhere. I'll show you CCAN in a second. Sweet! Alright, looks like it did a pretty good job. It's going to waste all of our monopropellant. Let's turn that piece of shit off. I'm going to try to hopefully nose down, but I did underpower the nozzles here. So I may end up screwed and just having to go through an entire rotation. I just want to make sure that we're pointed prograde so that the retro rockets on this stage will deorbit it. We're in an orbit. I don't want this thing in an orbit. No debris. You're not that kind of girl. Bam. And if you happen to want to join the Discord, we do have a KSP channel and a KSP modding channel. And you can always DM me too, if you'd like to. I play around with a fuck ton of mods. There's a lot of them that I don't have much experience with, like MechJeb, which is kind of why I don't recommend a new player use MechJeb. Because once you learn how to use MechJeb, if you haven't learned how to play the game, you'll never learn how to play the game. So, MechJeb is an awesome one, but I would put off on that one. I wouldn't use that right away. Yeah, at least one additional orbit before we do our deorbit test so that we don't lose connection. Alright, so we don't have anything else that we have to activate on this thing. Theoretically, what would happen is we would deploy all of our bays. We have half of our experiments set up to, so, like, we have all of our cameras pointed downward. That's why orientation of everything was kind of important to me. So we would go and toggle all of our experiments. Well, half of our experiments. I don't want this one, and there's a duplicate of this on the other side of that. I don't want those run, and I don't want this one and this one run. And then we would save all those. We would transition into a low orbit, and we would save them again. Oh! Ooh. So I actually have to run that action group twice. Oh god, what have I done? I thought that it was going to expose both samples at the same time, but it doesn't look like it did. It only exposed half of them. Okay, now we're good. So we have two Science Junior samples, two Mystery Goo samples that have been exposed. Those are the most important ones. They're single use. Wait a minute. This one has two sticking out. What the fuck are you doing? No slacking. Okay, I think it's fine. I don't know. That or it's totally boned. Then we would transition into a low orbit, and we would do the same thing. So I want to use action group number 2 to collect a the single-use experiments data, and we'll store it inside of this for the return. Then we just do a right-click and run. Oh dear, I don't know if Universal Storage will let me do that. Perform all science. Let's see if we get. Oh yeah, it seems to be working. I didn't get the option when I right-clicked on the part itself, but as long as I right-click on another part, then it seems to be working just fine. Keep all that. I need to do it twice. Alright, so that should have exhausted all of our science for wherever we are. And I'm probably going to have to add an additional action there, because these are really close to the doors. If I close them, they're... my solar panels are clipping into the doors. These have to be repositioned. None of that shit. I want to retract both of these pieces of equipment, and this one too. And then I'm hoping that these won't interfere with the doors. Don't poke through? Fuckers are poking through. That's okay, we'll just move them subsurface a little bit and it won't interfere with anything. These guys need retracted. Yeah, I'll definitely put all of this on a on an action group. Pull them all back in. We would return home. Close everything up. Once we re-establish the stable low orbit, like the one that we're in now, we go retrograde. I'm not going to do that quite yet, because I'm going to lose connection if I do. But I do want to start holding retrograde now. So don't let me forget the solar panels need moved, and I need to do an action group for retracting all of my experiments, and I also need to move the mystery goo cans. Okay, we're just gonna have the probe core hold retrograde. Hopefully it'll be able to. And I want to do 2 orbits so that hopefully I won't lose connection when we do the rest of this experiment. It's test flight. Either that, nah, fuck that. We're gonna aim for the Space Center, I think. Instead of coming down at noon when we have a problem with maintaining connection, let's just aim for the Space Center. So I want to try a re-entry at a 55k PE first. So I'm going to set the 55k PE, and then we're going to use trajectories to kind of help us eyeball where to come in at. We want to overshoot it a little bit, but not that much. That's where I want to perform the maneuver. So that thing did not hold prograde at all, you fucking slacker. That's okay. Because now I want it to move over to maneuver. Got about 70 hours just in stock. Nice. Can't seem to land on the moon successfully. What is the problem that you're running into? And you're fully stocked, so there's only so much help that I can give you other than like general tips. My biggest tip, if you're open to any mods whatsoever, is to get Kerbal Engineer Redux. That will tell you what your thrust to weight ratio and how much delta V you're going to have when you get to the moon. Then you don't have to worry about it. You can also use it for a ton of other stuff. You can use it to figure out your suicide burn time. That way you know when you're on ascent if you have enough fuel left over to actually, you know, successfully do the re-entry. Is my engine even activated? It isn't. Why aren't my chutes activated either? What the hell's going on with this thing? Well, that's great. It thinks my chutes are stowed. So I guess I'll have to open up the doors before I can deploy these two? What a pain in the ass. So I'm going to move that one back to here. And the drogue, I may just get rid of the drogue chute. They're really fucking handy. I think I'm going to take this down to 4 control surfaces too. And I'm going to go with a different kind of solar panel for sure. We'll see how this goes. Yeah, F5 and F9 for quick save and quick load for sure. Move the solar panels, move the goo, and the third thing, which was action groups. Absolutely, yeah, quick saves are phenomenal. I commend you for going this long into your KSP career without ever using them. That shit is amazing. Put it on everything like Frank's hot sauce. Yeah, we can turn that off. It did okay. We're at a 54 kilometer PE. I want to now hold prograde throughout the rest of the descent. We're going to retract our solar panels. We're going to activate all of our thingy things down here for our fins, and apparently I have to do it all one at a time, and I can't do it with a damn action group for some reason. Yet another reason to use fewer of them. Just one less thing to do. Pitch. Oh, no, wait. Was that one already active? Am I deactivating all of these? Am I a total dick? I think I'm a total dick. I didn't realize they were activated. Active, active, active. Active, active. Okay, we're good. Alright, let's kick on an RCS and get over to prograde. No problem at all, Slippery. We just happen to have a great affection for midgets, so you came to the right place. Usually we're much more standoffish and cold. I think this evening we're gonna try out the new KFC, I don't know, it's some kind of like Cheetos chicken. I love Cheetos, I love fried chicken. I think we're gonna try it. Thank you for the follow, Slip. Welcome. Yeah, we're always using remote tech. Pretty much always. Awaba the remote tech. I really wish you would hold prograde a little bit better. It's fine though. We have nothing but extra fuel. So we're gonna try our first re-entry full of fuel. Just to see if this stupid thing will survive. Probably not, since it won't let me deploy my fucking parachutes. But we'll see. Apricot dumplings. Oh my god. Marian noodle? Some traditional Belgian fast food. Meatish stuffed Mora mix. Zero nutrition, but very delicious. Nice. I like it. And if we don't end up having whatever the hell that Cheetos chicken stuff is, we'll probably end up having, like, spicy Popeye's chicken or something. I'm just really wanting some fried fucking chicken. Fried chicken and beer, that's what I want. Today's my Friday, so I won't be here tomorrow the next day. So I want chicken and beer. Yeah. I can live without the chicken. Definitely want the beer. I still can't tell if these grid fins are actually doing anything. Apparently they work. I guess you can just leave them open for now. Ooh. Are they shaking off? What are you doing? Are they directional? Oh, that explains the weird base. Okay, so I just need to deploy them. They just stay out. Interesting. Makes total sense, actually. Cool. I knew that. Everybody knows that. I don't know dick about grid fins. I want to try to rotate around, too. I want our parachutes pointed upward. New to remote tech, it's totally worth learning, though. I love that mod. I know a lot of people that don't play with it, that prefer not to. But I've always loved remote tech. Since before the ComNet thing even existed, I've been a fan of remote tech. Gonna watch Apollo 11 in the movie theater later? Oh, nice, in an IMAX? Sneak in a video camera. No, don't do that. Don't do that, I'll wait until it comes out on Netflix. I don't know, it's looking okay. It's looking pretty fucking dark, though. We're just now coming over the desert. Did I overshoot that enough? It doesn't look like it did. So, since we're still at a fairly high altitude, I'm gonna go ahead and throttle up a little bit. Facing forward. Just to overshoot that a little bit. And then we'll go back into, time warp here. It's looking good so far. Hopefully we'll be able to stay pointed forward. Hey, thank you for the follow, Duffney. Welcome. Nice to meet you. So what are you guys doing in your Kerbal Space Program playthroughs right now? I haven't met very many people that watch KSP that don't play it themselves. So I'm making a huge assumption that you guys are all playing too. What are you up to at the moment? We're working on what will end up being a series of science probes that we're going to use for the 2 moons. We're going to do flybys and hopefully exhaust all the science at in the upper and lower orbit in one go. And then we're also going to use this payload. The reason that we've tried to keep it so damn small and that we've gone to such a pain in the ass extent with it, we're also going to try to use it for the 3 closest planets. And maybe their moons. Playing around with RSS, nice. You're crashing on Mars? Oh no. Oh no. How's your RSS playthrough going, Isley? I know you switch back and forth a lot. Are you taking a break from JNSQ until the mods all update a little bit more for 1.7.3? Yeah, me too, Pat. I like to start out with career mode, and then the game starts to kind of chug if you use, if you end up hiring on, like, hundreds of crew, which we typically do because we hire on viewers, and we also have tourists. So, I break it up into 2 different playthroughs, where the first time we go through career mode, and we focus on the economy, getting everything upgraded, and finishing out all of the community tech tree, including all the mods that we have. And then we transition into a sandbox playthrough where we don't do any of those things and we only focus on interstellar missions with futuristic technologies. You do science mode on yours, Flip? Ground science array on the moon is finished and half of the biomes are already researched. Nice. You're going to do a starship with robotic wings? Oh, nice. For atmospheric entries? You going to be okay, little grid fins? I also see that our new heat shield is also overheating. I was kind of hoping that it wouldn't. Oh, the grid fins are doing good. Apparently. Everything's going swimming so far. I'm really worried about the parachute thing, though. Parachutes can't be deployed if they're packed away, if they're stowed away. And having them attached to the bay that I'm using for all of our experiments, it might be that I clip them in too far. They might count as stowed away because of that. So I'm hoping that I can open that bay. Oh, it's all gone to shit. It's gone straight to pot. Oh, fuck. Oh, no. Don't do it, probe. Don't do it. Oh, nice. Enjoy your dinner, Paula. We're baking a probe right now. Oh, dear. Trying to automate it. Scripted landings. Are you using Kerbal operating system for your scripting? Oh, you think that's what's going on? That the grid fins are set up improperly? It's my first time using them, so I wouldn't be too surprised. I don't see that option, though. Just deploy direction, and whether they're deployed or retracted. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I don't know, there's really only a couple of key parts that that we need to survive this. And we are losing speed fairly drastically. Oh, okay, slide that to a negative number for grid fins. Can't even click on them now. Unless I change my view. This is fine. Yeah, I just left them open because I didn't know how they would perform. So they're doing pitch, yaw, and roll. I don't see the problem. I think we're okay. A tactical re-entry tumble. I think it's only tactical if we intended to do it, though, isn't it? Standard NASA procedure, that's right. Spin it to win it. Nothing? Everything's going as planned. This is fine. No, I wasn't able to defeat air resistance and keep the heat shield forward, so we went into a tumble there. The tumble actually saved us. So I'm hoping that it can stabilize. I'm not positive that it can stabilize, though. It's trying. You got this, buddy. You're doing great. I think it's completely fucked. Oh, great. Well, this'll get weird. So I need to open up this bay and see if I can activate the next two chutes. Hello? Deploy, you little fuckers. Yeah, as long as I have the bay open, then I can deploy the other two. So I'm also curious if this is actually going to be enough chutes. We shouldn't be full of fuel right now. That was part of our problem too. That the vessel was full of fuel, so we had a whole lot more weight on the back of it than we needed to, even with this extra tank up at the front. And I want to know how this is going to set down. I want it to set down on the belly, using the doors as kind of kickstands, so I'm going to leave the grid fins up deployed too. Yeah, it should have melted away for sure. That was just a fluke of luck. The aerodynamics of heat shields, like the fact that they're a brick wall. Yeah, there we go. The bay's just another air brake. It's fine. It'll help us slow down. I'm going to time warp up until full deployment. And I want to see if that's enough chutes. If not, then I'll double them up and I'll attach them in mirrored symmetry. But I think that it'll be cool, because this probe is actually really small. Okay, so the back, when it's full of fuel, weighs way more than the front. So that back chute needs to move further back, the front chute needs to move further back too. And that might actually be a problem. I'll probably have more success oversizing the rear parachute. I'm definitely going to move it down further. But I think I'm going to have to oversize it. We'll go with a larger chute on the back of it to lift the ass end up, because I want this to lay level when the chutes deploy. Right now we're over a 45-degree angle. 9 meters a second is also a problem. But we should be able to take care of that with larger chutes. I didn't really have any way to gauge like what we actually needed, so I just kind of guessed that 2 might be enough. And it's not. We're gonna lose our engine for sure. Oh! We landed on a hill. We didn't even lose any parts. I'll be damned. Alright, so action groups, parachutes, there were other things. Oh shit. Action groups, parachutes. Probably ought to do something with the grid fins. Try out that reversed authority thing. Oh yeah, the mystery goo. That, well, oh right, moving them. Yeah. Clipping parts. None of that shit. I think I might go with a different set of solar panels. How much do the other set cost that don't retract? And we'll just let them get torn off. Yeah, mission sucks something. I don't know if I'd call it a complete success. I don't know, our stage recovery is kind of wonky right now for some reason. But you're right, we should check it. I think what I really need is another, like, structural piece in between these 2 bays so that I can attach shit to it. Hey, what's up, Mav? How you doing, man? Good to see you again. We were talking about you the other day. We were talking about the mishap that was Atlas and back when we tried to play it. Good to see you, dude. Yeah, somehow we didn't go boom. Probably just a fluke, though. Probably not reliable data. So I'm going to go ahead and double up on the number of chutes that we have on the back, and I'm definitely never attaching another chute to that piece of shit again. I don't mind having to open it later to use it as a kickstand, the open doors, so that we don't roll down like a hill or something, but I definitely don't want to have it open to deploy a freaking parachute. It just seems like terrible form. Seems like nothing but bad ideas. So I moved these all the way to the end of the vessel. I wonder if I should go with just one on the front, because it was really imbalanced. We're talking like my stepmom imbalanced. I'm gonna move that one into that tank though. Waiting on 1.7.3 patch that will probably happen. Yes, and spend too much time on your rescaled RSS to play it. GG. Good reasons. Good reasons. Stage Recovery thinks that we're going to get down to 5 meters a second with the chutes that we have now. What do I do with this damn drogue chute? I don't want it there at all. But I do want to have one. Do I just put it back here? I'm trying to think of how that'll affect things. Because if I leave the grid fins, and if I have them extended, then it might not be that big of a deal for the drogue chute to be on the back of it. We'll already be, hopefully we'll already have our belly downward, and the drogue chute will deploy. I guess I could auto-cut it, couldn't I? Maybe we'll just do one here. Fired up KSP for the first time in 13 months. Nice. Did you feel rusty at all when you came back to it? I always feel rusty for the first, like, day, at least. Did it get better, Mav? I never made it back over to try it again, honestly. It was such a clustery fuck. I never even gave it another shot. And then you closed it? Aww. Poor KSP. Just wants you to play with it. Don't want mirrored symmetry for this. I was thinking maybe some of these. Nah, I don't want these. I might use some fixed ones somewhere on here, though. Is it exhausting and you had to take a nap? Kerbal Space Program, tucker you out. All you know how to do is how to load the game? Aww. No way, man. You hang out in here all the time. I'm sure something had to rub off. Probably a probe. Yeah, I gotta revisit X4 for sure. So what I hadn't realized with these, with the, what do you call it? The retractable version, is that they actually rotate around this point as the pivot point. So even though I had them in the middle of the tank, it's not that part that matters. I need that part up here in the middle of the tank. So that can go down like that. And then it shouldn't clip into the door anymore. Yeah, I haven't played X4 in a long time either. I was waiting until the first DLC dropped. Then, as far as these guys go, so you were thinking take the authority limiter down to a negative number for the grid fins? Why would that help, though? I think they were trying to sabotage us. I also feel like there's just too many. Right now they can do pitch yaw and they can also do roll. But I wonder if I shouldn't go with fewer of them. Or reposition them to somewhere else. 105 F to... Oh god. Yeah, it's gonna be hot here too, but thankfully it rained yesterday, so today so far hasn't been so bad. But if they wanted to go the other way, wouldn't they have just flipped around when I deployed them? Because they can rotate. I don't know if they rotate in the 360 degree, but they can definitely like point themselves, you know, to the side, upward, downward, inward, and outward. I do see what you're saying, but since we enter with the heat shield here rather than this way, because wouldn't by default, if we weren't entering like face first like an idiot, wouldn't the grid fins be attached this way and deploy downward and then assist us in that orientation? So since I haven't flipped around the other way, I think that they'll work the right way. I think that they were doing okay. We just weren't able to actually come out of that spin. And then I think to help with the spin, I'm going to separate this from here. And I'm going to give us another reaction wheel on the other side of the vessel. If I can remember where the hell... Oh, yeah. That's too much. Oh. I don't know if that'll actually help, but it does add another part to the top. Maybe I'll actually put that reaction wheel in between these two things, because you can't think of any reason that they need to be connected to one another, and that would give me another point for me to put a drogue chute on. I want the teeth into the airstream? Oh, okay. So I have them upside down? Interesting. Okay. And did they have a limiter on them? They don't. So I kind of have to attach them flush, don't I? And then I don't know if they're actually big enough to do me any good. I'm pretty sure by default that was 100. I hate it when it does that, where I can't put it back on 100. We'll leave it at 101. Wait a minute. Oh, you were saying the other way. Well, GD it? Alright, let's find this. Let's figure this out. We're gonna look up grid fins. Okay, so when the rocket's standing upright, they are deployed downward, and you are right though, the teeth part is the part that would be facing into the wind on the ascent portion of it. So ours need to be backwards because we're descending with the heat shield forward. So with a regular grid fin, it would be attached this way. But when the rocket flipped around, the engine would be pointed toward air resistance. And that's not the way that we're doing it, since we're not using the engine to actually slow down or anything. So we want ours mounted this direction. Is there a larger version? Oh baby. That's a little much. There's no way in hell I'll be able to use those. Nope. Alright, well, I'm gonna try these little ones. If nothing else, I'll just take them off. And we'll just say screw it to the grid pins. Trying to see if they're clipping into the tank at all. Can't really tell. It doesn't look like it though. If they are, it's only barely. I don't think it'll be enough to create an explosion or anything. And I'm just gonna leave them on the default everything. Yeah, no kidding. I mean, they'd be great for a larger rocket, but for this tiny little probe, that's just too much. It's like an extra ton for 4 of them, too. What do these actually weigh? 1/10 of a ton and 0.4 tons. So 4 of them is over a ton. These guys were adding almost half a ton, though. We're at 0.4. That's not that bad, though, since the probe is already a baby. It's just a wee little feller. How do we feel about these being destroyed on re-entry? Let's look and see if we have an alternative that we might go with. I don't really want a surface-attached solar panel. But everything is just so invasive. They're so huge. I guess I could leave the nose cone attached, and we could put solar panels, fixed solar panels on that, and then just get rid of it before re-entry. Then we could also put solar panels down here in between all of these. And then just go with the retractable ones. Problem is they're shielded. If I had an unshielded retractable, then that would be almost perfect. The cacti solar array may actually work. But I don't think I want any of the SSTU ones. I think they're all too big for this. I say that. This thing weighs 0.05. The one that I'm looking at. I don't really see any way that I'm going to be able to use that one. That one weighs like dick all. I don't know how I would protect those. That's not what I want. And I don't remember if these are scalable. Nope. So we gotta use them the way they come out of the box. 1, 2, 3. I'm gonna look at the absolute tiniest one. That one's 0.03. So I have 2 of them that are 0.03. That's gonna interfere with the grid pin when we fold it back in. That might be doable because it has a standoff. Let's see, if we deploy that and then we open this. Is that gonna fuck with anything? Don't lock it. Deploy it. Yeah, they would definitely clip into it. Maybe able to move them a little bit lower, but let's rotate them that way. That's the absolute closest that I can get to that without them clipping into the door while they're deployed. And then if I rotate that back around, because by then the door would be closed. When I retract these, are they going to mess with the grid fins? I have no way of checking. I guess I could do this. I mean, it's so close. I don't know, I think they'll be okay. There's just barely enough clearance there that I think we can get away with it. Alright, so we'll use these. We definitely have to have them deployed before we try to execute any experiments, but as far as standard operating procedure, they definitely would be deployed before we would try something like that. I want to see if I can separate these. That might be a pain in the ass though, because of the way that everything clipped in here. Can I... Shit, no, because those are attached to the top of that, and this thing is just kind of hovering above it, because for some reason it doesn't have an attachment point on the other side. I guess I could reposition all this shit, though. I mean, the easiest and laziest way... Oh, wait a minute. That won't work. I don't want these attached to an exposed... I would need a cap or something for that to work. Plus I'm gonna have to realign all that stuff. I don't suppose I can Control Z any of this back into place, can I? Oh, I think it's working. I'm just gonna put that back where it was. Either that or put it on the bottom, but I would rather have it on the top, closer to the heat shield. We have control surfaces on the bottom in the form of the grid fins, and that'll give us reaction wheel torque on the front of the vessel. A little bit of it. This isn't a very powerful reaction wheel, but this isn't a very big probe either. And I want to try this re-entry with no fuel in it. So let's go ahead and rebuild this. Just the last part of it. Yep. Nope. Stop it. Okay, nope. Could have game. Perfect. Was there anything else that I needed to do for control? I think I just need to reposition the experiments. And then we'll do action groups. So let's open this up. We'll open that one up. I don't think that one really matters all that much. I want to set these up as 1, 2, 3, 4. I've already got the first one set up, I think. I should test that with all y'all and see if it's only going to run these once. Because if it does only run them once, then we don't actually need any action groups. So let's go out to the pad. I'm going to retract that. And that. I'm just going to deploy them on the pad. I still need to move them, but one thing at a time here. The only one that I can think of off the top of my head for IVAs is a raster prop manager, raster prop monitor, something like that, RPM. I don't remember the name of it. Raster something. But I think that I know for sure that there's at least one more that does IVAs. But they have to, somebody has to actually go in and like make the IVA and put it all together. So if you're using a parts mod or anything that changes the stock IVAs or that changes the IVAs for anything that you've added through a mod, it should be a recommended mod in CCAN. And if not, you should be able to find it in the forum post for the mod that you're using. Because above and beyond anything, I highly recommend that you always check the forum, even if you're using CCAN, always check the forum post for any mod that you want to use. So I'm going to move this down. We're going to deploy the nose cone and the fairing just here on the pad. Bye-bye. So that I can expose all this stuff. Aim the camera in here. Gotta have these out so they don't clip into anything. I'm going to open up the doors. I'm using a mod called All Y'all. Oh god, what's that nose cone doing? Okay, it's landing on the other side of the facility. Thought we were gonna take out our VAB. Just made a bomb. We're using a mod called All Y'all, which allows us to perform all science with a right click. And I want to see if it's performing all of the experiments, because these are dual experiments. And I had noticed that, like, we should see a little green thing stick out of these. And I only saw 3 of them last time with my action groups, so I don't think my action groups are performing the experiments properly. So surface hydrogen scan telemetry reports are from probe cores, gravity scan is from the the gravioli. Seismic scan, temperature scan, thermometer, atmospheric pressure scan, mystery goo. That's one of them. Hello? 2, 3, 4. That's all I want. Material study. I want 4 of these too. Perfect. Awesome. And then I should be able to perform all science again. And any of the single-use ones won't work, but I'm hoping that the second test for the science micro and the mystery goo micro will run. And funky. Got a problem. Oh, ALCOR is part of raster prop monitor. Oh, okay. Stuff to the brim? Good to hear. So I guess I have to independently observe these. Thankfully they have an easy to read indicator with that little part there. What about these ones? Actually I think that one might have worked right. Let me aim camera up higher. So this is the Science Junior thing, the one that's sticking out there. Yeah, we've got a bit of a problem, but that's a problem that we should be able to fix through action groups. I think I'll separate those out from the all y'all part of it. Oh, fuck. I don't know if these worked. Okay, they did work, but they didn't deploy the experiment for some reason. So, for instance, when this thing takes a temperature reading, it should deploy the thermometer and the barometer. And so that was part of the action group that I was going to set up, is to retract all those. Does RPM replace the stock landers, the interior for, like the IVAs? I think so, but I don't know for sure. Includes patches for most of the stock interiors. Oh, okay. Thank you, Kajuman. Because an IVA only ALCOR playthrough is really fun. True. I love checking out the IVAs, even if I don't use them for, you know, any challenge or anything like that. Like, it's just so nice to have them. I love these parts, but I may have to get rid of them just to make this simpler. I'm trying to think of how I would organize the action groups. So these don't actually need to be... I don't need to do anything special for these. We only need one sample, and then we pull that sample into this, and the second time we run it, we just want to log both of those again. But then we need to... Oh, wait. Retract everything before we shut the doors. These I'm just going to move into the experiment storage thing. And I'm a little worried about these ones because I can't see the back one. So I think I'm going to set them up for 4 different action groups, and we'll try that. Just that one part, though. I think we can use the right-click all-y'all thing for everything else. Ah, but I can't exclude the part from all-y'all, can I? Shit. Give me just a second. I'm going to step away for a second and go to the restroom real quick. Be right back. Yeah, I don't know what I'm gonna do. So if I use all y'all the first time, then it'll run the experiments one time, but after that I need action groups for sure. So the only one that's really gonna be a pain in the ass is the first pass by. Deploy that. Deploy that. Action group number 1. I'm okay with everything that is doing. I think action group number 2, which collects storage experiment stuffs for these single ones, I want that to also toggle these. Ooh. But then if they haven't deployed, it's going to deploy them. Nah, fuck it, we can fix it with a right click. We'll just have it toggle them, just in case they do deploy. We'll test it out on the pad before we go and actually do a run. I want to move all of these in a little bit so that they don't stick through the, pop out through the fairing there. Oops. Back to where you were, you little shit. So that should give them enough clearance, and then I'm kind of considering whether or not to put these somewhere else, or maybe even put them all in line so that I can see the results of the experiment, and whether or not they've been tripped. How much room do I have on the top? Let's go and move these up too, so that they're not clipping into the experiment below them. The goo samples. I don't know, I do kind of have a vantage point where I can see, hopefully, if those are sticking up. So the first pass through... Nah, I'm just going to do them all with action groups rather than all y'all. I think it's the easiest way, even though it does take a lot more action group setup, which is kind of unfortunate. Because I want this to perform the experiment on everything. But I want to add observing the mystery bay, and I want the second set of mystery goo in there as well, since I know that it's only going to do it one time. So even though there's 2 experiments in this canister, it's only going to perform one of them when I toggle the action group. So all 4 of them to trigger. Then we would gather up all of our data into this, and then we would trigger the action group a second time to get 4 more samples in the next biome. I think. I could be wrong. We'll try it. Try it out on the pad. Yeah, it's really difficult to find links for a lot of things still. I don't know what the hell happened at the forum back then, but there's a lot of dead-ass links flying around in there. I don't know if they had a server migration go bad or if something went down. It's getting better, though. It's getting a little bit easier to use the search feature. So I'm going to get rid of the payload fairing and the nose cone again. Turn the lights on. I just figured that we could right click on them, run all y'all twice, then hit action group number 2 to pull all of our samples out of the single use ones, because they can only hold 1 sample. So toggling the action group twice, I thought would have exhausted 2 of the science junior, 2 of the micro science things and 2 of the micro goo things, but it doesn't seem like it's working that way. So this time, instead of using all y'all to do it, we'll use action groups to do it, and we'll see if it works. So the hope is that when I run this and I store all these, we'll only have used up half of the experiments in all 4 of these, and half of the experiments in these 4 that are down here by the lights. And then we should be able to gather everything up, reset any of these, and be good to go. So action group. And the only ones that I really need to pay attention to, I don't think I'm going to store them this time. I think we'll just use the scroll function here. So we get down to mystery goo. 2, 3, 4 mystery goo samples. 4 material study samples. So perfect the first time if we go through the action group. Go and keep all those. And then the only question is, does the second one work? So we would do that in high orbit. Then we would run this thing and toggle all these so that they retract. And then run action group number 1 again from a low orbit. And then it won't actually be able to pull an example of the experiments, but we'll run action group number 2 as a hard toggle for these guys. So that one's fine. Mystery goo. 1, 2, 3, 4. Perfect. 4 material studies. Perfect. Excellent. Alright. Now I just have to not forget, because I use all y'all for, like, everything that I can use it for. And I'm going to set up the second action group to also toggle the magnetometer and the RPWS so that we retract them. I may have broken something. The RPWS doesn't seem to be doing its job. Close all our bays. Oh, shit. Oh, okay. That's fine. Yeah, that makes sense. I didn't notice the, magnetometer arm over there being all completely in the way. Yeah, his policy, Linux Guru Gamer's policy when it comes to mods is if he doesn't hear any bug, if nobody files any bug reports and gives him any log files or anything like that, he just assumes that shit's working. So if you run into a problem with one of LGG's mods and you've isolated the issues, send him your logs, give him all the information that you can about it, report it, and he'll get it fixed up. But otherwise, you can usually assume that that it does work. Best way to find out if something works in KSP is to try it. Probe control room recontrolled. Is that one that Isley showed me? Sounds familiar. Oh yeah, I definitely remember that. I didn't read through it and figure out what it actually does though. It's for ScanSat. Adds mission control IVA to uncurve all vessels. Oh, okay, so you go down into mission control instead of an IVA if it doesn't have, you know, anywhere for somebody to sit. Cool. Oh wow, and you can do control room only. So kind of like those IVA challenges where you go through the entire mission inside the vessel. You can do probe missions from completely inside the mission control. That's awesome. It's fucking hardcore, man. So was there anything else that I needed to change? There was. The magnetometer. And for some reason the RPWS didn't deploy, so what the fuck is your problem? Okay, that's alright. Those are alright. That one's right. Log data should work for that. Are you not in here for some reason? No, it's all the way at the bottom. Log RPWS. I guess I need it to toggle there too, then? And I think I need this one too as well. so that it toggles it and it runs the experiment. I'm just gonna mouse over these real quick. It didn't... Oh, nope. Gorsat is right there, so the Gorsat's fine. I think we've got all of our experiments in here. I would feel like a real dick if I go up there and do all these things and forget an experiment. Oh, and I just thought of one that I actually did already forget. We do have 2 probe cores, so that'll be fine. The telemetry experiment. If I can find the SSTU probe core, we'll have that do the telemetry report first. And then we'll clear it out. Okay, yeah, we'll be able to rerun that experiment from a high and a low orbit in conjunction with custom action group number 2. So collect all, toggle all of those, and also toggle that and that. I would much prefer that it tell it to extend or retract, but hopefully as long as nothing gets all messed up, toggle ought to work. Alright, so last thing that I think we need to do out on the pad, just try these out one more time and make sure that everything deploys and retracts the way that it should. We could leave it out until the second run, but I'd rather just have total control over everything every time we perform it. Update our save. Get rid of that fucking payload fairing. And then we want to try for a re-entry without any fuel, and with the grid fins installed the way that they are. Plus the addition of the new reaction wheel, too. This probe's pretty small, but it is pretty long. And then we need to see if the parachutes are actually adequate. We hit the ground a lot harder than we wanted to last time. I think we're on the right track now, though. Because the first toggle should extend all of those experiments, and then when we clear the experiments with action group number 2, it should reset everything. Deploy all these. Suppose we can turn the lights on. Action group number 1. Nice, and now we see the RPWS extending as well as the magnetometer arm there. We already checked the experiments, but let's just double check. Mystery goo, 1, 2, 3, 4. Material study, 2, 3, 4. Perfect. Awesome. Then action group number 2 should pull everything back in. Looking good. Then we would run action group number 1 a second time. And action group number 2. Wonderful. Alright, we're ready to rock. I don't know if we stored all these. We should see 4 examples of all of our experiments. Ooh, shit. So I got 2 of that one, but I only got 1 of that one, and that one. But I think it's because I didn't store them all at the same time. Let's just revert to launch. Try one more time. And this time I'll store them all. Oh, I'll double check it. Should work. But I can't really say if I've done it with a probe core or not. So maybe I will have to use the stock probe core for the telemetry report. One or the other better fucking work, though. Should. And the experiment storage unit can store 1 example of any of the experiments that we've run. Get rid of that again. Last time, I think. Deploy all of y'all. And that, and that. And I'll choose the right-click menu for the bays, rather than set them up to an additional action group or anything. Yeah, we definitely got a telemetry report the first time. So we have 14 total experiments that we're running on this thing. Let's go ahead and store them all. Okay, that time we got one of each of these. And it looks like we got one out of the science thingy things too. Perfect. Toggle everything in. Looking good. And I want to see 14 different experiments here. Perfect. Yep, and now we have one of each, well, two on every one of these. So we should be good to go. This won't be able to store any additional information for most of those experiments, but I'm just using it as a toggle. And then when I close all of our bays, we shouldn't have anything in the way anymore. Excellent. I could even do action group number 3 to toggle these open and close. Maybe it will. Yeah, let's go for it. Revert. Back to the VAB. I don't see anything clipping. We're ready for a live test. But I do need to revert regardless, even if it's just a launch. So let's go and do the action group thing, and then we'll see if the parachutes are going to be adequate and if we can hold that damn heat shield forward. Excellent. And then we should work on a proper deployer for this fucking thing, because this thing is a pain in the ass to get up into space. So the sequence for our action groups is going to be 3, 1, 2, then 3, 1, 2, 3, 3, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, should work out perfect. Age of Wonders 3 is for free on Steam today? Really? I haven't played it in a long time. That might even have been one of the ones that I skipped. Is it pretty good though? Let me check. Have I played Age of Wonders? I played 39 whopping minutes of it, so I don't know if it's any good. When the hell did I play that? In 2015. It's been around a hot minute, huh? Nice. Oh, it might not be in the US? Well, that's okay. We probably had it coming. So the only other thing that I want to do then, since we moved shit around, I want to reposition either the engine or the ballast. Let's start with the engine, because we did end up with a little bit of thrust torque. And I'm pretty sure it's mostly because of the parachutes, so I'm starting by moving the engine backward toward the parachutes. And we're just trying to find the center of the vessel, pretty much. If you want free shit, you shouldn't have been capitalist, right? Might be close enough. There we go. Get our counterweight in position. Sweet. And I always want to check between atmospheric and non-atmospheric. So, just because it's balanced at sea level doesn't necessarily mean that it'll be balanced in the vacuum after we've used up some fuel, but it looks like we're going to be just fine. Crazy thunderstorm action? Oh no. Hopefully they don't fuck with the old power. Sorry to hear that. I've thrown my fairing off and I'm trying to decide whether I want to fuck with it and do anything about it. I think the easiest thing to do, since this fairing is already a pain in the ass, is just to go to as narrow as I can down here. And then just build the fairing around the entire thing, even the nose cone. Which is somewhat unfortunate, but why won't you go... You're not gonna go straight up for me, huh? I'm gonna close the fairing right there, huh? You're a fucking pain. There we go. I had it too close to the body of the vessel. And if I'm gonna do that, I'll just get rid of the nose cone. Because we'll no longer need it. Oh, you know what? I can make this a hell of a lot smaller then, can't I? Alright, one less thing to worry about, and I'm always okay with that. I don't know, it almost looks like a regular rocket. Except for these. Let's go ahead and update the save. I want to make sure... No, we'll be fine. When we activate our engine, we'll also activate our parachutes, so that'll work out. Everything looks okay. So I'm going to leave this deployer on here for now. This whole thing is going to be scrapped, and we're going to go with something that's more appropriate for the mission. But we are totally ready to do another re-entry test. We doubled up the number of parachutes on the back of the vessel. Hopefully that'll bring the back end up a little bit. And hopefully it'll also slow us down overall on touchdown. Another reason we were going so fast is just because we still had all of our fuel. So we'll go and exhaust all of our fuel before re-entry this time. Lightning bolt hit your house at... Oh, wow. Oh my goodness. I've had lightning strike around here several times because I live up in a rocky mountain. Literally in the Rocky Mountains. So lightning strikes are fairly common up here, and my house is kind of like right at the edge of the cloud line. And usually just fucks up all of my electrics, and I have like these little inline, I don't remember what you call them, but they're basically like fuses, and I have to go back through and like replace them all, keep everything from frying. Thankfully I don't need lightning rods out here, because I have plenty of trees around me, like we have a lot of trees, but when it hits the ground anywhere near the neighborhood, it just fries all of our shit. So that's fun. I've had it happen. I've lived here 4 or 5 years. I've had it happen 3 times now. So I got a little box of them. It's like the best investment ever, too. They're like $4 a piece. Totally worth it. Oh, I was also going to upsize the separation rockets on these little boosters, but eh. Yeah, for sure. Taking out your fucking brand new PC, that would suck. And out of all the things to have happen, too. God was like, nope. Not today, buddy. Lost your DSL modem back in the day? It was a passive one connected by USB. Oh, that's weird. No, that makes sense, yeah, because it would still be connected into the phone line. I've lost many a power supply and many a dial-up modem. But I've never lost the network card or my motherboard because of a lightning strike, thankfully. I started buying better surge protectors to plug all my stuff into. Doesn't take very many times of that kind of shit happening before you start to take precautions, right? Very smooth transition this time if I maintain a 45-degree angle after the initial separation. Yeah, coming through the phone line is actually a very common way for you to fry stuff in a computer. Ever since dial-up days. Because it hits the pole. And then it goes straight through your damn house. And nowadays, that's one of my problems when it hits in the neighborhood. It's the coax cabling that it comes through in it. So I have a little inline protector. They're single use, they don't last more than one strike. And you definitely know when you need to replace them because nothing fucking works. And they like bulge out and everything, but totally worth it. Thank you for the follow, Michael. Oh, your phone and power are underground even into the house? Only our long distance stuff is underground here. Most places anyway. We still have poles out in the backyard and a drop down to the house. It's not looking too bad. These little guys kind of annoy me, but I separate and go to the vacuum engine so early on in the staging that they are necessary. So I'm going to keep them. Go ahead and get rid of the payload fairing. Look at that tiny ass little payload. And I overdid it again. Of course I did. Just throttle down. Just calm the fuck down, huh? Make it a little bit easier. Even the last mile is underground? Holy shit. We have a lot of ours that dip down into the ground, but they always end up coming back from a big green box, and they'll go up to a pole to distribute out to the neighborhood. Everywhere that I've ever lived, anyway. Only your high voltage or overground? Wow, it must be really hard to get insulators out there then. That are really easy if they're still around. I've seen a lot of German insulators for sale on auction sites. But I don't know anything about them. So I bet that's why there's so many. If they're phasing out all of the above ground stuff, totally makes sense. 28 seconds. Okay, let's start throttling up now. We've got AP under control for the most part. Maybe not. Maybe we'll just stay at low throttle. We're at a 2.6 thrust to weight ratio, so my worry here is I want to establish the orbit, not push AP away from me. And that's why I keep throttling down to try and maintain control so that we circularize at a lower orbit. So I'm going to cut the throttle completely just like we did last time. Right at about a minute and a half. Anything under 2 minutes is usually pretty good. Transition over to RCS and we'll hold prograde. We'll deploy our solar panels first thing right away as soon as we're in space and we're at 86 kilometers. Then we want a maneuver at AP to circularize. Tell the flight computer to go for it. Even though the flight computer's dumb. And it's, instead of holding prograde, it's gonna reposition itself, but it's fine, we'll just let it. Because we want to exhaust all of our fuel anyway. Oh yeah, that makes sense too. If you don't have as much long distance stuff going on. All of our high voltage is all above ground. Happened in the 70s? That's really weird. There's a huge surge of them that have been hitting the market the last like 5 years. So I don't know. I bet the main decommissioning of it happened back then, and then somebody all of a sudden found out that the old poles had a piece of glass on the top of them that might be worth something to some dumbass, and then they probably started a bit of a collection frenzy to go and grab them. They're really, really cool looking. Let me see if I can find any on eBay right now. I've searched specifically for German ones, and all it's showing me is American ones. And Canadian ones. Ooh, the CD600's for sale. Want to see what I'm talking about? I'm talking about glass insulators at the top of telephone poles and electric poles. And if you get the really old ones, they were at the top of telegraph poles and at the, like along the Continental Railroad. So these are the kind that I collect. California's. I buy stars and diamonds for Deb. I got a whole bunch of these Carnival ones right now. The Whatcos. This is a CD600. I don't have one of those. So it's kind of neat to see one for sale. This is a telegraph insulator. Could have been telephone later on in its life, but most of these, because it was a really shitty design, high wind, it would just pop off. The line would pop off. Oh, absolutely, Flip. Post them up on Discord. Yeah, I collect these. Little knob spool ones. Number 16. Wow, is that Fulton Street? Oh no, it's Cal Electric Works. That's a guy that I used to buy a bunch of stuff from. I got a whole lot of my collection from that guy. These are really cool ones too. These are really old. Mickey's. Got a couple of these. Got a bunch of these. Got a bunch of these. Got a bunch of these. I have a whole collection of these. There's, these are like commemoratives. And there's, I think, one that was made that I don't own. But I have one of every other one, and I have two of any of the, one-of-a-kind ones where they, like, mix glass so they're all different. I got an extra one of those. Some big ol', like, what do they call them? Disc insulators? Suspension insulators. These are definitely what I collect. I like that WGM Co. And I like that Cali too, but I have so many Calis that I can't buy them anymore. If I find a clear one, I would buy a clear one. Of these little baby Calis. This is a French one. Call him a Gingerbread Man. And there's a little tiny version of it, Gingerbread Boy. There's even a medium-sized one. Ooh, I like that one. But yeah, usually you see a shitload of German ones, and I'm not seeing any here. There's a Spanish one. Got a few of those. I have... Right over to my left, I have... 4 of them. There's a diamond insulator, that's the kind that I buy for Deb. Ooh, save that for later. This is why I don't look for them anymore, because I'm always like, oh, look at that, I'll just spend $400 real quick, it'll be fine. I don't have any of those. There's a Brookfield. I have a shitload of Brookfields, but I don't have any of that type. These are fakes. This one's stained. This one's fake. I think that these were Canadian, but I'm not sure. And I got a shitload of these, but they're all that exact same color, so I'm not buying any of those anymore. I bought probably like 15 of them now, and they were all the exact same fucking color. This is totally worth grabbing. This is a Chicago insulating company. There were very, very few of these that survived, so if that one's in any kind of good shape, I might grab that one. Might grab that one too. That's fake. I haven't seen a single German one yet. Well, rip. Usually they're all over the fucking place. That's fake. So these are suspension insulators. This is a picture of the front of a magazine, but these are disc insulators. They're kind of neat. Like, they have a metal piece in there, and they fit into one another so that the metal doesn't actually contact any more metal. So the longer they are, the higher voltage you can carry, and you'll see those on like high-powered, like big towers, and they weigh a hell of a lot, and they can hold a hell of a lot of weight too. But each one of these, you can break it down into individual discs. They're all one independent insulator, and then the length of the chain is determined by the amount of voltage that they need to carry. There's a cool Canadian one from Canadian Pacific. Not much of interest and no German ones. Let's look at one more page. Not that I'm interested in this kind of a thing and enjoy this. That is fake as fuck. Ooh. I'll try to buy that. That's some asshole turning a legitimate insulator into a lamp. I'm just gonna take this piece of American history and drill a fucking hole in it. It's fine. Check that one out later. I have a couple of these. They're about the size of a lamp. But I have a different kind. This is a Muncie. I have a rare kind. It's more of a top hat looking one. What's up, Berinsky? We're nerding the fuck out, man. Oh, I need to buy one of these. This is I have one of these, and this one actually looks kind of green too. I need to get another one to compare it to. There's only 2 colors. One of them's worth a shitload. The other one's not worth so much, and I'm pretty sure that mine's worth a shitload, but I don't have a second one to compare it to. So I need to grab one. That'll probably go for like 150 bucks though. So it might not be that one that I buy, since it's just for comparison. I collect these too. I know, I said one more page. Just opening tab after tab. I'm gonna crash the game. This is one off of a capacitor, a pagoda style transformer insulator. Those are really fucking cool too, I want one. My grandpa's been on the cover of 1 or 2 of these Crown Jewels of the Wire magazines. Grandpa's a big collector. These are electrical insulators. You'll find them at the top of electric poles. And, I don't know, quite a few of the ones that we've gone past were fake. There was a Romanian one there. Oh, there we go. There's a Muncie. They call them a coolie hat. This is the kind that I have. This one's going for 84 bucks right now with 4 days left. It'll probably go for anywhere from 150 to 300 to 400, depending on the quality of it. How do you spot a fake one? A lot of practice. Usually this shit that's just too good to be true, or ones that that you really like, that you've seen, you know, many times. Like, this is a fake color. This type of insulator does not come in this color. Somebody went and crackled it. So they dyed it first, and then they put it in an oven, and they threw it in water so that it crackled. That's fake as fuck. This one's stained. They do have this in an emerald green, but they don't have it in this color of emerald. Thankfully, he's at least honest enough to say that it's a stained insulator. Because a lot of people don't. That's a legit one. This is called Hemingway Blue, the color. This one is Italian. Trying to spot fakes now. That, and I'm totally not shopping for later, I swear. I'll look at that one later. That one's a lightning rod insulator. So after a while, I don't know, you've just seen a hell of a lot of them. And it's really easy to spot the ones that you're like, yeah, whatever. Now we're getting into boring stuff. These are kind of neat. This is a battery rest insulator, but I don't collect those. This is totally fake. These are extremely rare. And they don't come in this color either. They only come in 2 different colors of blue. Those were only used on like a couple of different lines in Hawaii. and they're really, really hard to come by. I think my grandpa has like 2 or 3 of them now, and he's been collecting since, I think the 70s. I'm not an electrician, no. Nope, my grandpa got me into them. Nope, my grandpa's an electrical engineer. He's retired now. He used to run hydroelectric power plants in California. Oh my god, look at that. This is one of my favorite kinds of insulators. It's a Colombian high voltage saddle-topped insulator. Oh, it might be fake. I'm gonna have to look into it. Probably isn't. This is a single disc out of a suspension insulator. I've got a few of those. Train tracks are a great place to find them. That one's fake as fuck. These are old. These sell for about $3,000 to $4,000 if they're in good condition. That one's fake. That one is a honeyed one. A colored one, a dyed one. These came in clear. And they were made by Pyrex, who had very, very good quality glass, so you don't see any imperfections. So it was either dyed or irradiated to give it that ugly-ass brown color. Grandpa's fucking awesome. He was out here not too long ago. That is dyed as fuck. That one's dyed. Seen a lot of fakes here. He collects these little bells. Yeah, I'll see if he has those right now. I'll buy them for him. All these look legit, but old and kind of crappy. It's a shame that that hat got a chip in it. Austrian ones? I would imagine so, yeah. I would imagine so. I know that there's Australian ones that are fairly rare. See, the problem is the reason that these are collectible at all. Porcelain just does the job better. Seen some, but they were shattered to pieces? Yeah, unfortunately, a lot of them did not make it very long. That's another crackled one, and it's also been colored. So porcelain does a better job. So eventually, like originally, electric companies and utility companies would pay glass houses that made like plates and cups and, you know, stuff for your kitchen to use just their extra glass and just throw it into a mold that they would provide for them to make insulators. So like a lot of these colors are, especially from some of the top glass houses, are also the same glass that you can find in like plateware. And eventually porcelain kind of took over the market. So the vast majority of these that you'll find in glass are either clear glass, which is cheap to produce, and companies that specifically made stuff like this. Like these are very recent. They're very, very clear. There's very few imperfections. These are very recent. They're not as collectible, unfortunately. Whereas originally nobody gave a shit, like, and then these are porcelain ones. These are what you'll find at the top of your pole now, usually. So what you want to do is keep an eye out for like railroad tracks or older neighborhoods, and you're gonna find new poles, but you want to look at the for the old poles that haven't had lines connected to them, because the poles themselves will usually stay up for about 50 years before they start to topple, and sometimes nobody gives a shit until they start to fall over. So those are the ones that you'll find the nice colored glass on. Keep an eye out for like old, disused railway paths, especially stuff that would look up to stuff that would lead up to like mines, where an independent company owned the land and would install their own poles, and then they would pay the power company to come out and run lines out to just their facility, but nobody else has gone out there ever since they closed them down. Pyrex is actually a new company, so Pyrex are typically not worth as much, but like Carnival ones are very collectible. I have a whole display to my left here that's every kind of Pyrex insulator. This is a Pyrex insulator right here. I have one of every single one of these. I even have the foreign ones, because I made a couple that were special order with a different groove for a different kind of wire. And so putting together a set of those, that was one of the first ones that I did because they're fairly easy to get. The harder ones to get are like the Hemingway Company that closed down in the early 1900s. McLaughlin was shut down in the 60s, I think, or in the 50s. Brookfield has been around forever. Like, stuff like that is worth keeping an eye out for. Whittle Tatum is also a fairly new company. It was a different company. I can't think of it off the top of my head, but they eventually became Whittle Tatum. So you see that their glass has very few imperfections, and it's really easy to see through. Pyrex has been around for a long time. And they signed contracts with a lot of really big railway and electric companies to provide them with insulators. But the insulators that you want to find are the things that have been around for, you know, the ones you really want to find. Let's see if we can find a Confederate one. Like, you want the ones from when the electricity was new. I'm just going to do a search. This is a Confederate egg, and it probably is fake. It might be a real one. I really couldn't say for sure. That is definitely irradiated. This color of purple is not natural in an insulator. This is one of those castles. Like, these are all pictures of just very rare insulators. This is Confederate egg, though. That shit was, like, made in usually a sand, whatchamacallit? These things, I can't remember how much they sell for. Let me grab my price guide. Hold on. We've gone totally off track here. I've never even held a CDO1. So a CDO1 minimum price, if it's fucked up, will go for about $2,500. And they're so hard to find that their maximum value ones, like this one that we're looking at, is worth about $4,500, but you can likely sell it for $5,000 to $10,000 if you found a collector that was really serious about getting one. And because, like, where the fuck are you gonna buy it from, you know? These are the ones you want. Okay, I'm gonna leave all these other tabs open for later, for FAP time. We'll just put them behind Discord. Should we try playing the game? I don't know, maybe. Technically, it's still space related. I don't know. I think it's fine for Twitch. I would just probably have to switch over to just chatting if I were to keep going. But if you guys see any of that kind of shit, send me photos of it. You don't have to, like, buy it for me or anything, but definitely go into the Discord and send me photos of it. And I'm gonna try to find a German one. Let's see if I just do a search outside of eBay. I was gonna see how much they're selling for too. These little guys. This is a real insulator. That's not a fake color or anything. These are the ones that we just saw all over the place. And this is another kind of a disc insulator, suspension insulator. And this is a single disc that would, so this is literally the one disc that makes up these two parts. And then on high voltage, you see multiple discs. This is a whole collection of disc insulators. Actually, these three right here are the ones that were on that picture that we saw on the front of that magazine. At the Insulator Ranch. But yeah, this kind of an insulator, you should see a lot of those in Germany. And they're really colorful, and they have a lot of variations in the color, a lot of mixtures in color. But I don't think that they're worth a whole lot. Is space between the wire and the pole? Yeah, there we go. We'll figure out a way to make it work. I was venting RCS that whole time. And I'm still packing way too much of it. That's okay. Let's get forward facing. Let's get rid of this engine. I'm glad that burn went well. We didn't hear any explosions, so... They definitely look Kerbal. One of the colors that I find the hardest to collect is the green. I've got some McLaughlin greens, and that's about it. I have one Hemingway green, I think. Oh, no, I have two. I have two of one type and one of another. I need to get rid of that fucking thing. It's just too hard to maneuver. So, I want to make sure that all of our fins are active. We'll have SAS go prograde because we're going to burn through our fuel this time. We're going to activate our monopropellant engine and our parachutes here. And I want you... Oh, they're already active. So all I got to do is deploy them. We'll mess around with those this time, though. Let's burn out our fuel first. And I want to start that test right about here. How much DV do we have? Yeah, I have some experimental insulators that were only found because they were dug up. An old Hemingway factory, when it went out of business, they just took their, like, experimental ones that they were going to offer to clients right before they went out of business, so they had never actually made it out into service. They took them out back and put them in a pit and buried them, and somebody found them years and years later. Trying to find my photos. Look at all the wiggly lines. These are all old photos. I need to get some updated ones. But I know I have some photos of my experimental ones. I've only been able to get a hold of 3. They're pearlescent. So even people that don't know anything about insulators, you see them and you can kind of tell that they're pretty neat. Very collectible. Just a couple of greens. And then these ones down here are Brookfields. Those are up in my living room. Another picture of from further back of McLaughlin's on the top, and then Brookfield's down here, and these are all Hemingways up above, but you can't really see them in that one. So these are Pyrex. I bought all 3 of these at the same time, and these are 3 of the largest ones. Here's another green one for Hemingway. Another Pyrex. This is one of the experimental Hemingways, but with a backlight, it just looks funky. This is a pearlescent, but with backlighting it looks weird. So these are the pearlescent ones on the shelf. And this is the most pearlescent one that I was able to find. My grandpa actually found this one for me at a show, and I was able to get these 2 off of eBay. I paid like $1 for this one because it's all cracked, and then I paid like 30 or 40 bucks for this one, and I think I paid 150 or something for that one through my grandpa. And these never actually made it out into service. They were just taken out and buried, and found years and years later. Yeah, I like those ones. They look pretty good, I think. Okay, should we play Kerbal Space Program? Should we try it? I hear it's good. We have 1,254 meters a second of total DV. So I want to burn out like 550 one direction and then 550 the other direction just to kill off our fuel. Let's do like 540. Let's leave a little bit extra because our fuel is actually the monopropellant that we're also going to have to use to reorient ourselves. So I might be aiming a little bit low, but I don't know how many maneuvers we're going to have to do. Turn off SAS and we'll get aligned. Wait, I thought this was an insulator stream. I wish I had the kind of a setup. Like, I would totally take a week off of streaming video games and just show off my collection. Need lighting and a way to, organize them all. They'd have to be close enough that I could go and grab them and swap them out. That'd be a hell of a lot of fun. My Gramps came to visit me not too long ago, and I had a really good time, but he started getting sleepy, so he only got to see like a fraction of my insulators. Oh, and I better make sure to tell the flight computer to actually execute the maneuver. I have a bad habit of not doing that. Alright, time warp. Another thing that we want to see is, are we actually charging up the batteries? Because we did fiddle around with the solar panels quite a bit there. So it's going to kick me out of time warp, and I'll go ahead and correct there because I deviated from the target. All we're really aiming for is where prograde will eventually be. So it shouldn't matter too much even if I'm off a bit. It's not like it'll ruin the mission or anything. Sorry about that. I'm sure my view count went all to shit. Everybody's like, what the fuck is this guy looking at glass dicks for? I love insulators though. Grew up in a little town called Fort Morgan, Colorado. Used to go out on my bike, and usually we could find poles rotten enough that we could just knock them over, but even if you just kick around on the bottom of poles, you'll see a lot of them that were defective and that they just throw on the ground, and you can just pick them up. Unfortunately, there are very, very few places to actually find insulators anymore. The heyday for insulator collection was really in the 70s here. So it's very difficult to find anything that isn't totally common anymore. The last place that I actually found an insulator, personally, next to a railroad was in Wyoming, and it was about a 4-mile hike to get out there, and there were a few of them laying on the ground, but everything, even on the poles that were still standing, had already been taken. It's kind of a shame. Every now and then, though, you will find a string of them just in random ass places, especially kind of up in the mountains. Lightning rod insulators, stuff like that. Mostly out by, so like I watch a lot of shows about people that go out to like abandoned places that are on public land, and usually when I'm watching them, I'm also keeping an eye out for like poles. Because they go out to like a lot of mines that don't have roads that go to them anymore. That's the kind of place that you would find that kind of thing. If they ran everything off of diesel, you can still find insulators for machine to machine, stuff like those Mickeys. And you can find like lightning rod insulators. If they ran power from a main place where the generator was over to their house, they would have used insulators, but it's really, really difficult to actually find any anymore. I guess actually it'll be okay for us to point retrograde, because we're mostly going to be pointing retrograde anyway for the next maneuver. Now we just undo what we just did when we come back around, and then we can try for a re-entry with less fuel. Try Isolatorin on eBay. Oh, nice. Are any of them going for a decent amount of money? I've never even accidentally bought a German insulator. I've accidentally bought Italian insulators before, though. Not really accidental, like if I find you know, a group of insulators that's all going as one and it's got 1 or 2 pieces and the price is right for those 1 or 2 pieces, then I'll buy the whole group, that kind of a thing. But I've never, other than shows, seen a German one. I was surprised at how small they are too, since I had only seen them in photographs. Move that out of the way. So at PE, I want to recircularize. Same deal as last time, except literally backwards. And then we should already be pointed retrograde when we're done with it, unless it, you know, does anything weird. And we'll do our deorbit test, which is why I chose that location for us to do the burns. 7 to 25 bucks. That's not bad. Yeah, and it totally makes sense. Like a lot of the insulators that you saw in the transition there where porcelain was starting to take over, it's just such an easy sell. It's like, I will give you a product that will perform better for cheaper. It's really hard to compete with that. You know? So you didn't see a whole lot of them that were coming up with new shit during the transition, unless they were places that were specifically, like, the entire business was devoted to that one thing. Like California Electric Works, and who's a insulator company that was owned by the electric company, so it makes sense that they would make their own insulators still. But it didn't take long before it was actually cheap enough for them to save money by shutting down their production facilities and going with a better thing. They used some sort of plastic, really. I know in the Old West, there were some very common rubber insulators that you would see that were supposed to be bulletproof because people like to shoot the fucking things. And I have got a couple of those in sets too. I have a couple of them out front. Like big black rubber insulators. And they don't work very good, but you had certain areas where, you know, people just go out and shoot them all the time and then interrupt utilities and electric. So eventually, screw it, we'll give it a shot. Throw up some rubber ones that are supposed to be bulletproof. In Poland? Oh yeah, probably. I've seen Austrian, a lot of Italian ones. A lot of French ones because of the unique design of the gingerbread ones. And I think that they were very common too, because it seemed to be everywhere. They're still kind of pricey. Because they're so sought after, kind of like the Mickeys. Like a Mickey is a fairly common insulator, but I could sell any one of mine, even the clear ones, generally for like $50 or more, if I shopped around for a buyer a little bit. And then I have rarer ones that have like a nail in them and, you know, stuff like that. Imperfections that would normally have had them shattered and remelted and reformed. Those are really hard to come by too. Most of my Brookfield collection is mixed glass or has some sort of an imperfection in it, like brick flake. Stuff like that. Big old rocks in them. And those are typically the ones that you would find at the bottom of the pole because the lineman who was going out to install the replacement would see that there was an imperfection, and so you just throw it out and grab a new one. Well, the problem with the rubber ones is that they didn't really have a good way to fix onto the pole, so if you had a really high wind, the threads in a rubber one will just collapse, and it'll just pop off. But if you didn't have a high wind, I guess you would, you could probably take a shot or two. I don't know, none of mine have holes in them or anything, so I don't know what they look like if you actually got shot. But I would imagine the ones that I got were probably just, overstock, like new old stock shit that was sitting around and somebody had bought it and never actually used it, and then it was just discarded later on. Somebody else grabbed it. Okay, so we're at 92 and 88 and we're primed and ready to try a re-entry test. I want to get this thing aligned to retrograde for the burn. We've got a little bit of fuel left, but barely any, so everything's looking perfect. I want to make a save here once we're all aligned and ready to rock, and then we'll do the burn, and that way if we want to try something differently we can go ahead and redo it, like messing around with those grid fins. So make a quick save with F5, and then we're just going to burn until our PE gets down to probably 55 again. That was what we tested last time. And as far as most of our transports, 55 is fairly conservative. Like, a lot of them will come in a little bit steeper at about 45 or so. But this should work out. I'm going to go ahead and start retracting solar panels. We want to see if they're going to survive re-entry. Disable SAS and get flipped around with our heat shield forward. This time we'll have the benefit of a probe core that will actively hold us prograde. There's two different mods that add a fuel dump valve, and I don't have either of them, unfortunately. There's Smart Parts, gives you a fuel dump, like, part that you can attach to a tank, and we're gonna have to check with the LGG tonight on what the other one was. Because I know that he's currently using it in his playthrough. But I'm not using it, so I don't know. So we'll deploy these guys. They're not going to do a whole hell of a lot of good, but they might do enough. And I think we'll actually benefit from them not being directly exposed to the incoming air pressure like last time. Yeah, they are pretty useful. Actually, if you look at the mod Smart Parts, almost everything in that mod is very useful. The other problem that I had with it is that I forget that they're there. It's not a problem at all with the mods. It's that I'm so used to playing in beta and then coming back in 1.4.5. It's just me getting used to them being available for use. So these solar panels are fucked. For sure. But we'll see how she does. We're going to have the flight computer. I'm going to switch the nav ball over to surface. I'm going to have the flight computer go ahead and hold us on prograde. And I do want to rotate us around because I want our parachutes to be on top of the vessel. So your grid fins trying to help out by angling themselves. Little champions. All of our parachutes are already activated. They'll deploy as soon as it's safe for them to do so. And we'll see how it goes this time. We have an additional reaction wheel that should help a lot as we get lower. We have the grid fins still, a couple of them. We've lost all of the weight of the additional fuel. And we'll see how it goes. We're using a different heat shield too. That's another notable difference in this one compared to last. We're going to overshoot the Space Center by quite a bit, but I wasn't really aiming for it this time. We could if we wanted to, though. We would just have to execute the deorbit burn a little bit sooner. So I'm in 4 times time warp. I'm going to wait until we start to see re-entry effects, and then I don't want to mess up anything that this is going to do, so we will take it out of time warp. And we might do 2 times time warp, but I definitely don't want to do 4 times time warp. So the game calculations have what Linux Guru Gamer calls floating point errors, which just lead to us dying or flipping out of control. Now, I don't know about you, but I'm about ready for a freaking beer. Yeah, these panels are fucked. The first thing I saw when I started looking at it from the back here, like, those are done. Which is fine, who cares? As long as them being torn off doesn't actually affect our trajectory. Small price to pay. They were fairly inexpensive. But who knows? They might make it. I don't know. I wouldn't be too surprised if they didn't, though. We're getting down to 65 kilometers. Anywhere between here and 55, we should start to see re-entry effects. My favorite is, a tough one. It's definitely a wheat beer. I know that my favorite beers are definitely wheat beers. My most frequently drank one since I live in Utah, and anything good is really hard to come by, is just Miller High Life. Because it tastes okay. It's cheap. You get a shit pile of it, and it's not too out of the way. I don't know. Linnenkugel Summer Wheat. I do like Blue Moon. It's pretty good too. Shock Top is okay. But honestly, if I have any kind of a wheat beer in front of me, usually I'll just grab it. So coming up with a favorite brand is kind of the hard part, because for the most part, I just don't care. Like, wheat beer is so good. I actually, okay, there's one that really sticks out, but they don't make it anymore, called Mothership Wit, made by the New Belgium Brewery in Fort Collins, Colorado. That was my favorite fucking beer, but now they don't make it, so. Weed beer, like marijuana beer? I've never tried a marijuana alcoholic drink before. I've tried a lot of different marijuana-infused drinks and snacks. I had a little cheesecake that was so fucking good. Got it from a dispensary one day in Colorado. Oh. It's like the best cheesecake I've ever had. And I was high as fuck forever. It is so win. And then they had a guy that was coming around promoting a new soda that he made that was like infused soda. But it didn't taste like anything special. Like it just tasted like kind of off grape. Not like weed. Oh. Awkward. Oh, like wheat beer. Wheat beer, yeah, okay. Wheat beer is awesome. I love wheat beer. I would imagine that the blunt surface of this is causing, I wouldn't call it a slipstream, it's a disturbance in the airflow, and that's the only reason those panels have survived this long. Because it is out a little ways, and so the disruption of air is going to force air outward and backward. But, yeah, I don't think they would actually survive. Ah, wheat beard, ah. Yeah, I love wheat beer. I don't even mind that it doesn't generally have as much alcohol unless you go out of your way to find some. Most wheat beer seems to be about like 4.5 to 5.5% alcohol, whereas a regular rice beer is more in like the 6 to 8. And I don't care, it tastes so fucking good. To me, that's just one more beer I can drink. Now, I drink a lot, but I drink like 3-2 beer because I live in Utah. So usually it's between like 2% and 3, like maximum is 3.5. I don't think they are even allowed to sell anything over 3.5. But most of the stuff I drink is like 2% alcohol. So there's barely anything to it. And enjoy a 6-pack of it and not even catch a buzz usually. Yeah, it sucks so bad, but you do get used to it. And honestly, I don't really mind. Like, I never have hangovers. I never get, really drunk. If if it's a really hot day out there, then I'll chug a, few of them. Chug a 6-pack. You can catch a hefty buzz, but yeah, that's one thing that's so weird. Like, so if I go to the liquor store, I can get beer, but I can't choose what kind it is, and usually they have like a pallet of rotating stock, so you never know what the fuck they're gonna have. But I can go down there and get grain alcohol if I wanted to, and they'll have that same grain alcohol in stock all the time. They just don't really cater to the beer drinkers for some reason. Wine is one that's kind of difficult too, like whiskey and stuff like that. You can usually, like if you had a brand that you really prefer, even vodka, you could probably find that and stick to it, but beer and wine, not so much out here. So I have the drogue chute on the back, and I'm hoping that these three will be balanced out fairly well because there's not a whole lot of other places for me to attach them. So if they do slow us down sufficiently, what I'll end up doing, so if they slow us down sufficiently but we're not level, I'll end up having to mess with the sizes of them. So if it's the back ones, I'll just make them a little bit bigger. If it's the front one, I'll make it a little bit smaller, that kind of a thing. But I don't know. I mean, it's not like they don't tell you that it's reduced alcohol content. So, I know that if I wanted, a more potent beer, I could go down to the liquor store and grab it. Thing is, it tastes the same. So, there's a couple of brands that's not true for, and that their 3.2 or whatever % beer is just absolute shit compared to the regular one. But, I can't taste the... Okay, so Shock Top is actually one that tastes okay in the 3.2 version, but Blue Moon doesn't taste as good in those are both wheat beers. They don't taste as good. The 3.2 version has kind of almost a metallic taste, and you can't blame it on the can or anything because it comes in a fucking bottle, so I don't know what the hell it is, but it does taste different. But High Life, that shit tastes the same, so, and I don't mind the taste, so it doesn't really break my heart that I'm not getting them all plowed when I have 4 or 5 of them. Because it's kind of nice to sit there and drink a 12-pack if you really wanted to. like on a day off, on a hot day, going out to the lake, just drinking all day and barely catching a buzz. It's actually kind of nice. I like it. Oh my god. Okay, so way too much chute on the back. Oh wait, we haven't fully deployed yet. We're still probably fucked, but that drogue chute's all the way on the back, so it makes perfect sense that I wouldn't be able to nose up with just the drogue chute fully deployed. It's this one that matters. Alright, so still way too much chute on the back. What if we cut this guy? Will that help any? Little, but not much. So I need to either downsize the two on the back a little bit and try it again, or upsize the one on the front if I want this to hold level. We're going to revert so we can just ignore that alarm. That was just an alarm to tell us that our tourist had been up at this station for long enough. But I do want this to set down on its belly for sure. That'll probably be where we break off one of the solar panels, won't it? Then again, if... nope. Nothing I can do about it because I have to deploy the solar panel to be able to open up the doors. But otherwise I could use the doors as kind of a kickstand to keep us from rolling. But yeah, they overlap, so then the door would be what would knock that off. So we know that this is kind of fucked, but our surface speed, our approach to the surface, is perfectly fine. So back into the VAB, and we're not going to worry about the chutes all that much. I don't want to cut the rear chutes because I didn't oversize them, I just doubled them up. And when I only had two chutes, I had one at the front and one at the back. We were approaching the surface at like 9 meters a second, which is a little dangerous. But otherwise, yes, you know, cut whatever extra chutes you can. So I tried the drogue chute, but it just wasn't quite enough. So what I'll try to do is take these down by like 20%. And we'll see how that works, and now we can start to work on the actual deployer. This is just a test deployer that we threw together really quick. Excuse me. Just to get this thing up into low orbit. We now need an upper stage. We're going to disconnect from it probably under this one. And all of that can go away. This one shouldn't need control surfaces anymore by the time we're done with it, so that can go away. Then with this tank, I want to go to a lower mount because I'm going to downsize the Marlin engine. Maybe. I don't know, maybe I won't. Is it mount or is it lower? That'll match up with that. It's lower. I still want this to be able to achieve an orbit, but I want it to have enough DV. See how it has 4,000 DV? I want it to have enough DV to kick the payload out to the moon. And I kind of want... I may leave it attached so that the only things the final payload is doing is circularizing on return. I can't think of anything other than... What was the alcohol-free kind that I tried? O'Doul's. I've tried a beer called O'Doul's that was non-alcohol. I didn't mind it, but it wasn't as good as wheat beer, so I didn't really care. See, that's the thing. In Colorado, I didn't really give a shit about the alcohol content of my beer either. All I care about is the taste. If it's tasty, I don't... Well, okay, if it's tasty and it's like fucking grain alcohol and it's gonna, you know, put my dick in the dirt after I've had a sip of it, then I would care. But for the most part, that's not really the way it goes. It's the other way that I gotta worry about, you know? Because I really don't drink a whole lot of whiskey, and usually if I do, it's like, you know, a 2-finger glass and it lasts all night. And I'm drinking beer while I have it. Or tequila, I'll do a couple of shots of tequila, but I don't ever drink tequila or whiskey to the point where it would actually get me drunk. It's just kind of a taste, and then I'm a total beer guy. More of a whiskey drinker. Distilled beer, yeah, exactly. I do like whiskey. It's even harder to come by though. The kind that I like. If you like shitty whiskey like Jack Daniels, it's everywhere out here. You're in heaven. It's like all you can find out here. So I want a liquid deployer for the bottom of this. I'm going to go with another SST tank. For sure, yeah. Unless you're I have to admit that I am kind of a chug person. I dislike even a close to warm beer. So usually if I do have a beer, that thing's not going to last long. Ooh, we could try going with just a liquid fuel engine and no SRBs. Now that we have the amazing Griffin G8D available. I wonder if that'd do the trick. Because this is a highly efficient engine. The thrust to weight ratio is far too low though. So I don't think it's going to work the way that I want it to work. I think our best bet is to use either a limiter or increase the fuel that we have on this stage until we're down to about 1 1/4 thrust to weight ratio, and then go with the solid rocket boosters. Use the SRBs for the main lift. Try to get more mileage out of the heavy lifter. Regional German whiskeys? Oh, nice. A massive 5-part engine. The KW rocketry mod that I'm using right now has the Mammoth. Wait. Where's the Mammoth? No, the Mammoth is a stock engine. It's got the... Sorry, it's the Griffin Century. And I love that one. It's fucking huge. And it's so good. So, for our second set... I'm debating on what solid rocket boosters to go for. Yeah, probably KW. I love KW rocketry. I had started this playthrough without it installed, and I ended up going back and throwing it in. Even though we have SSTU, so we have like a very, very good solution for low part count vessels. I'm just so used to KW rocketry that I missed it. Bottled tire fire? Oh god. Oh, very peaty. Like almost like a gin. Kind of debating back and forth between the SSTU SRBs or a set of Thors and then 4 like kickbacks. Because kickbacks aren't very powerful, but we can use them to offset our thrust to weight ratio and save a hell of a lot of fuel with them. Gin tastes like chewing out a pine. Pine. In a place called Hesse, okay. I can't think of any that I've seen, but honestly, I don't really get a good selection to stock anymore. Oh shit. So I can get away with that, but I'm gonna want to use a different decoupler for the other ones, and I'm also gonna want to quarter turn my engine because I don't want my nozzles clipping into each other. These are not variable. I can't change the nozzle or anything. Welcome back, Deadly. We're done talking about insulators for the moment. It's a little federal state. Oh, nice. So you got your own rules, huh? We're gonna use some sort of a standoff decoupler for this set. So might as well go with that one. And we'll integrate some variable solid rocket boosters so that we can change their parameters. I don't think I need to go to any higher diameter with these, but I do want to go for a nice bit of fuel, so I'm going to increase the core size. And these are not going to last as long as these kickbacks, I don't think. Trying to peek in there and see if the engine's going to clip into one another. Nope, I have just a little bit of clearance there. For control surfaces, I'm more than likely going to pivot this vessel around. Because it's really important to me that whatever control surfaces I do end up going with are to the north and the south. If I'm turning to the east, I kind of like the wings of a plane. I want them to, you know, either side parallel to me when I'm nosing down into the gravity turn. And it looks like that's how this one's gonna turn out, so... Whoop. Just two of you. Okay, let's figure out our staging and our burn times. I'm hoping that I can underpower these, but my staging is off. So that part looks good, it's this part that's fucked. I'm gonna put separation rockets and everything on these, but we just have to do 2 sets. So the 4 kickbacks won't last as long as the big guys if I don't enable any kind of a thrust limiter. And we're only talking a difference of about 16 seconds. That's gimbal limit. Let's see, at full power I'm at 1.27. I might just leave them at full power. But I probably may as well just throw on another set of kickbacks. Staging is off and I moved the gimbal, you're absolutely right. I screwed all the pooches. That one's at 100 still? Okay. So if I get rid of these, then the additional 2 are only going to burn for an additional another 16 seconds before they have to go. And that's only 1,000 meters a second at DV. I don't think I'm going to do these. I love to use solid rocket boosters because they're so goddamn cheap. For reliability and everything else though, I think I want to just go with liquid boosters for this one. Liquid boosters with fuel lines. So let's go with the SSTU tank. One tank to rule them all. I want to start with a longer core, and we'll see what kind of an engine we're going to use, and then that'll pretty much determine the final diameter. I might go with just Kodiaks. I don't know how much... Oh man, that's going to be damn near perfect if I combine these. Oh no, I'm wrong. We're still only at a 1.26, so we need something more powerful than a Kodiak. And that's got 260 thrust, so let's find something that's somewhere around 500. The skipper is at 650, but I have a visual issue with it. It's kind of fucked for me right now, unfortunately. I have a lot of options. Just make one thick single base. We could. We do have a more powerful engine that we can use. It's usually more efficient to lose weight as you ascend, but right now I have the Griffin 8D installed. I do have the Griffin 20 available, which is kind of like this guy's big burly brother. Should we just do that? So big I can barely fit it down there. So our launch cost right now, without doing anything other than throwing the engine on there, is at 90 grand. That's definitely outrageous. It's only 8,000 additional dollars? Whoa. I don't think I want to go to the 3.7 yet. I think I would rather go to 2.5. Actually, this thing's just too powerful. I almost have to go to a 3.7, don't I? Otherwise my thrust to weight ratio is like 4. Hey, wait, no. Get back on there. I meant to pick the whole damn rocket up. What are we looking like here? I don't know, it does make sense. Does take a lot to get a rocket off the ground. Now we're starting to look more like a real rocket. Like, if you go and scale up to, like, realism, this is like a mid-stage. This is a baby. You need so much fucking lift. Your rockets are so huge, like everything that you make is outside of the VAB using hanger extender, this mod. Because otherwise it won't fit. Like, it's really crazy. This is still fairly small. And it's somewhat cheap. Make it a little bit shorter? I think it's fine. Don't you think? It's really not that bad. And it's really easy to get a single stack all finished and set up, ready to rock. We want separation rockets? Who the fuck am I kidding? Those aren't gonna do it. We want the big guys, these guys. These aren't actually separation rockets, I just use them as separation rockets. They're Ulich motors. Do I want 4? Seems excessive. So the answer is yes. 4 of them there. And I think I want 2 for this part, because this part I believe we're going to take all the way up into orbit with us. We shouldn't have to change the lighting or anything. Oh, wait a minute. Do I want this to stay connected to the payload all the way through the kick out to the moon? If I do, then I want an additional set of nozzles. At a 45 degree down here, and they're definitely going to have to be more powerful than the upper set. So we'll take them back to full size. I kind of downscaled the upper ones, because otherwise it's going to take all kinds of monopropellant for us to actually do any kind of a pivot. Yeah, if I separate anything forward, then I do it with mirrored symmetry, 2 rockets, and a slight angle, so that it's just deviating from our flight path. Anything that I'm kicking off from behind me, I just go straight back usually. Because I don't really care what it does as long as it gets away from me. Get away from me! So our little decoupler here actually goes with these 4 separation rockets. The payload fairing, that's an interstage fairing, hold on. So that goes in there with those. The payload fairing is probably going to be next. And then the separation rockets that I need to move inward. I haven't really decided if I want to use these. Because I don't really have a clear idea of what I'm going to do at this part. So this will go by itself. This engine goes in with these. Since we're not making any of this recoverable, we'll just hot fire the stages. Then this can all be turned into one stage. Like, that's how simple a single stack is. 4 stages. 5 stages, because you have a 0 stage too. But will it blend? Let's go find out. It should be really easy to see everything. We shouldn't need any launch stability enhancers, I don't think either, since we just have the one single engine. So the first thing I need to do is get this thing up into an orbit. And then we gotta figure out if we have enough fuel in the final stage. And if we have way too much fuel, then we're gonna make them smaller. This apocalypse, yeah. Poor Luca. I haven't seen Luca around lately. Have you guys seen Luca around? I did kind of change my schedule. I think she may have taken a break from streaming. I probably know more if I turned on my email notifications and scrolled through them, but I'm following so many fucking people that turning on email notifications is just silly. Oh yeah, look at that. It's still a baby rocket, but it looks so huge compared to anything else that we've launched in this playthrough so far. And still fairly cheap too, like we have a $70-something-thousand payload on like a $20,000 rocket. 3, 2, 1, go! Oh shit, I'm gonna need SRBs. What did I add that ruined our TWR so badly? I'll have to go and throw some additional SRBs on there to give it a little bit of help off the pad, but we'll continue on with this launch. I don't know, if anything, the proportions are off in the inverse way, where like the payload would need a hell of a lot more rocket. This is still easy mode, like a real life payload, a real solar system payload would need a hell of a lot bigger rocket than this to get it up into space. Go, buddy. So it does burn through fuel very, very quickly. We're already at thrust to weight ratio of 1.6, so we could still throttle down, even though we've only got the one engine and no solid rocket boosters that are making up for it. And we probably will. Depends on what our TWR ends up getting up to. Yeah, that initial amount of fuel that you need to get the upper stage with the payload off the ground in any significant way, it's fucking crazy, isn't it? Rockets are buku. And it's neat that rockets nowadays are so efficient too, like the Falcon and whatnot. Rather than scaling up, but much smaller payloads. And pretty short distances too. It'll be cool to see what everybody ends up coming out with when we start working on a moon base. And I'm still looking forward to seeing the v.4. Something that might be designed to go all the way to Mars. That's gonna be nuts. So, just nosing down a little bit. I needed to be more aggressive about it, in all honesty. Didn't end up throttling back. Hopefully that'll be okay. Pushed my AP way too high, so I'm going to nose down a little bit too much. Try to pull it back down a little bit. 1 minute and 45 seconds to AP. And only a few seconds of burn left. 6 seconds of burn left. Definitely got this upper stage up to where it should be really efficient and do a good job. I'm just going to let it continue to nose up, and then we'll separate it horizontal, and we're going to hot stage that. We have no control surfaces or anything on this. I need to get rid of my payload fairing too, so that can go. Definitely want to do that before we establish an orbit. That'd be bad. Oh wow, it's going to be ready in the fall, the payload? Like the ship part? That's awesome. I can only imagine what they're going to have to stick underneath that son of a bitch to do his job. It's going to be cool, though. What do you think? Do you think we'll see a civilian space station in our lifetimes? Something made by, rather than a government, a civilian firm responsible for taking people out to somewhere and back from somewhere? I don't know, I feel like we're progressing very, very slowly, to be honest. 30 to 40 years, you think so? Now I just gotta hope I live that long. I can't wait until media starts to get into it, like movie makers. I want to see some fucking movies that were shot on the surface of the moon, you know? Oh, I sure hope so. I definitely wish that I could invest in Blue Origin. I hope that it turns out really good space tourism, that it ends up being extremely profitable. I went past AP. So I should probably kick the size of this engine up or the size of the fuel tank down because the thrust to weight ratio is just shit. But since I've started to see the altitude rising again, I'm going to just go back and forth here and try to find a good angle for us to maintain altitude. We're only 670 meters above the upper atmosphere, so I don't want to risk losing my solar panels by putting them out now while I'm dicking around with trying to maintain altitude. Oh, falling down. I'm falling. Oh, got a nose up. Nose up. Nose up, bitch. I'll shoot by like 5 or 10 degrees. And topped out, so we'll start to nose down again. Ideally, we would just stay at this altitude throughout the rest of the circularization, and then we could pretty much nail it when it comes to a non-eccentric orbit. Look at all this fuel we have left. I think I've overdone it. I think I brought way too much gas. So if I do modify it, then we'll go for the best of both worlds. We'll just bring up less fuel, and that'll, in and of itself, improve our thrust to weight ratio. And our efficiency for the cost of the launch, too. So this time, I think I might just let it keep going past AP. Because I don't think we're going to be able to fall fast enough to get back within the atmosphere before we achieve orbit. Well, maybe I spoke too soon. I spoke too soon. What is up? Undo what I've done. We're damn near at orbital velocity already. 82 and 85, not quite good enough. We're about 2 minutes out from AP, so let's just do it with a maneuver node. Lude, we're gonna do it with a maneuver node. At AP, go ahead and spend an additional 1.7 meters a second of DV to circularize. So now that I added that additional nozzle on the back, we can rotate forward and backward and side to side much more easily. We don't need to make this capable of docking with anything though. Doesn't even have a docking port, so. Just control on the front of the probe and on the back of the probe. And usually I would move this set to the front of the probe, but I want it on the back of the probe so that we can use whatever monopropellant we do have. It's going to be much more efficient for keeping that heat shield forward, even though it won't be very efficient at all. It'll be much more efficient at the end of the vessel than it will be up at the front. So there's no reason to have 2 ports. I think that'll do. Yeah, I brought way too much gas, guys. And apparently I didn't have my separation rockets in the right stage. Where the fuck are you, and what are you doing? Oh. I have 4 additional solid rocket boosters in here that aren't doing a damn thing. Whoops. Yeah, I would really love it if it were anywhere near affordable for an average person to actually go to space. I don't think it'll actually come to that point in my lifetime, but I think it'd be really cool to even see the super rich, you know, going for it. What is the flight computer doing? Our target's way down there. Why is it holding all the way up there? Flight computer, you're drunk? Go home. Get out of here. Turn it off. I don't know what the hell's up with you. I'm just gonna hold prograde. And we're just gonna burst forward with our rear nozzles on both sets to circularize, because that's literally how close we were to achieving an orbit. And for this last little bit, because I don't want to start pushing AP out or anything, for this last little bit I'm going to wait until we get a little bit closer to AP. Let me get rid of that maneuver node. So if I don't do anything, we're going to hit the upper atmosphere and we'll slow down. But as long as we do a little burst here, we won't have to worry about it. .85663 and 85667. Pretty good. Not too shabby. Just barely over the upper atmosphere. Downloaded the link that Isley gave you for the skybox, but for some reason it's not loading. Put in the texture replacer folder, but it's not loading up. It goes into its own folder. Show you what I got going. So I have the main folder here, just set up that way, and then texture replacer is its own mod, so it's its own thing. And then there should be a configuration file that you need too. I think it's not that one. Is it that one? No. Do not modify this file. Okay, we can get out of there then. Default. No? Thought that there was something that you had to do to it after that. But if you need me to, I'll go and post what I have in here in Discord. Let me just do it. Let's see. Did you join the Discord, 6? I'll just PM it to you. Ah, fuck it, I'll throw it up in here. Okay, if it doesn't work, let me know and I'll throw these up in Discord for you. Oh, sweet. Oh, okay, now I see you. So yeah, I'll either DM it to you or I'll post it up in the channel. Either way, so we have an outrageous amount of DV at the moment. These 2 rockets need to go into this stage, and the extra 4 rockets need to fuck off. We don't want those. I had a brain fart there and accidentally left 4 additional solid rocket boosters inside the tank for no reason whatsoever. Those will not benefit us in any way. Let's go ahead and get our solar panels out. Well, overall we have, so 2,000 DV should be more than enough for us to actually do the flyby, and we have 3,279. So, I don't know, maybe it won't be too much. We'll be able to find out with just maneuver nodes in a second. But it feels like I brought a little bit too much. I don't think there's anything else that I have to activate on this. Which also makes me realize that I forgot antenna, didn't I? Dick! So put that on the back of this one. And these probes don't really need to act as a relay. There's not much purpose in them having 2 antennas. So we'll just do a high gain antenna that's directed back at the surface. And then on top of that, it does have a built-in Omni antenna that we included, but that should be enough. So we'll just put that on the back there. I think it'll be okay. It'll probably be torn off on re-entry, but by then we're using the Omni, so yeah, it's kind of disposable. So if we come out here, all this thing needs to do is fly by the moon. And as long as we have one of them doing a high... oh no, it's going to do both flybys. I forgot, we had decided to go big. So we'll go ahead and give it an initial maneuver to transition out to the moon. What the fuck have I done? No. Set as target. We're going to use too many orbits to hide all that other stuff. Add a maneuver. Let's turn off trajectories. We don't need all that either. And I do want this to happen fairly quickly. So rather than just aligning AP to the orbit of the moon, I want to shoot further than the moon. I want to shorten our travel time, because we don't need to circularize. And we're going to go to the moon and back all in one move. We're not going to have any follow-up maneuver in the sphere of influence of the moon unless I fuck something up. So the first one would have given us a flyby on the back side of the moon. I want to fly by on the front side of the moon. I don't want to use the moon to kind of slow me down. So then it's our return PE that matters. We likely will do a follow-up just to get back home a little bit more quickly. Yeah, probably gonna have to do a follow-up maneuver to change angle. Because I don't want to hit the surface. I do want a very close flyby too. So maybe I'll take the speed down a little bit. Here we use craft. At least that's the most common one that I'm aware of for mac and cheese. Craft cheese. So I'm trying to find a nice low flyby PE here. And I'm just not going to worry about the return until we get here. We'll put the maneuver in though, of course. I don't know what counts as a low flyby. Like, what is low on the moon? Not like suicidally low, but you know what I mean. You go for cheddar cheese? Yeah, definitely some kind of cheddar. I don't know, white cheddar ain't that bad. But some kind of cheddar. You're a cheddar. So I'm adjusting for my deviation here. So that when I return, hopefully I'll still be somewhat close to the equator. And I'm just eyeballing it for now. That way I won't go flying like way high or way low. And I have no idea how low is safe enough for us to go. So 30 maybe? We've never been to this moon at all. Well, I guess that's not true. We do have satellites out there. That's a lot better. But it's still a little bit off. Now we're talking. Okay, so that'll give me a return PE of 8.7, which is not as good as I think I can do. I think I can do more better. I'm going to move PE back in close to the surface. I'm thinking that I want to dip in under like 30k, but I'm not sure. Yeah, if I want to do a close flyby, I'm definitely going to have to do an adjustment up there. That's okay, though. So we'll just align the 1, and I would rather apply speed and reposition this to get what I want, so that we have a lower overall travel time. And then at PE we'll slow down probably. Maybe after PE, before we escape the sphere of influence of the moon, though, for sure. Well, oh, so what I'm looking at is, will it count as a different flyby? Will it count as a different biome? So the sphere of influence that we're in, once we go into the moon sphere of influence, is the biome that we're in is a high orbit, or in high space. And I want high space, and I want to pass through low space, all in one maneuver. I guess that's what I mean. So like high in space, and then I also want to hit low in space, all in one go. So I don't know what constitutes like low in space, but I'm assuming that getting under 30k ought to about do the trick. And the only thing that's kind of making me nervous here is if I were to wait later on in the moon's orbit, I would be able to do this exact same thing on the light side of the moon. So I am a little bit tempted to try for an orbit for the first maneuver and then just do an exit. But if I do that, I want to go around to the other side, I think. Because I don't have much over there that can relay a signal. We have like 2 things. Actually, I think it'll be okay. I think there's a pretty good chance if we were to establish an orbit that we would continue to have line of sight with 1 or 2 of these different things. The maneuver that I put in, I think I'm going a little bit over with the fuel that I have left in this. Oh no, I have 2,480? Okay. So how much will it cost for us to circularize on return? Oh, it's at 60. Oh, okay. Alright. Oh, I love trying new cheeses, but I don't often find any that I like more than cheddar. Circularizing will cost 400, so the escape should cost about 400. I think we might actually be right on the money. Yeah, we're using a map overhaul, so I don't know if this thing has like some outrageously tall mountain, or if I have to get closer, or if I can stay further away. I really have no idea. Not a clue. Now we're talking. And then the way that we're passing through this, we're going to be orbiting this direction. So for the escape, I think I want the escape like here-ish. Or am I dead wrong? Nope, that'll do. Trying to see if I can afford all of these. So I'm just adding maneuver after maneuver, and then we'll add them all up, add up our totals. And we could try an aero brake, couldn't we? Uh-oh, it's beer time. I just saw Deb pull up. It's defo beer time. I want my PE back down to something under 100 and over 85. Like 90, 95. Okay, that'll work. And then one more maneuver here. To circularize. I feel like that maneuver was not in the right spot. So we're talking 1558 to get there. Yeah, that was totally not in the right spot. So now how the fuck do I find that one? Shit. I think what I did is set another maneuver on my original flight path on accident instead of on the theoretical return flight path that I had. That one needs to stay. Where's this fourth maneuver? It's gotta be you. That's better? Okay, I got it. So I'm gonna put it all the way out here so that I know which one I got. Oh, nice, we got jalapeno Cheetos. I'm so spoiled. And sleep meds. Oh, baby.
They have the liquid stuff.
Uh-huh.
They won't let me buy it, but they have to stay in recalls.
Oh, that's great. So I also got brain damage. Wonderful.
Possibly.
My fucking sleep stuff apparently has been recalled. Wonderful. Great news. The stuff that I drink like every day. Yay. Okay, yeah, we didn't bring too much DV at all if we want to go for, if we want to forego an aero brake maneuver. So we need 1558 to leave, 1558 to recircularize? That doesn't sound right. It should be higher on return. Yeah, wonderful news, right? Great. They actually had it in stock. Like, that's how serious the issue is. It's in stock and they wouldn't let her fucking buy it. You want a separate install for it? Easy peasy, man. Go to your default install directory. So, do you play stock? Do you have a stock install? For one, if you want to play JNSQ, the current version of Copernicus is 1.7.2. There may be an experimental 1.7.3. So the first thing that you're going to want to do is go into your Steam library and right-click on your KSPs. Go to Properties. Go to Betas and lock it into a version. If you don't do that, like if you want to play on 1.73, then you'll do the second step. But you always want your Steam one to be locked into a version. If you're not going to play on a previous version, you go to Local Files, Browse Local Files, back out from where it takes you, back over to Common. Just make a copy of this and throw it absolutely anywhere. Make a copy, paste it, then you'll go into the one that you pasted, that you made a copy of, right-click on either your launcher or KSP x64 and send it to your desktop, and that'll be the shortcut that you use to launch the independent install from now on. And if I were you, like if you have multiple monitors, if you don't need to worry about it. You'll just alt-tab out of the game. But if I were you, I would also set up your Steam install with a regular shortcut too, instead of the web URL launcher that Steam uses. So just right click on KSP x64, send that to your desktop. Because if you have an independent one, you can set additional parameters. There's another way you can do it. You can do it through Steam too. Let me show you that. You go to Properties, go to Set Launch Options, and these are the two things that you're going to want to do. And I'll just put them in the chat for you. You want to force D3, D11 so that you're using DirectX 11, and you want to do pop-up window so that when you mouse out of the game stays up and doesn't minimize or doesn't lose its audio or anything like that. But yeah, any kind of a folder, any copy of your entire folder will be just fine. So what I do when I first install a game, I just put that in through Steam. Then I go to my local files, and I use ccan to install most of my mods, and then I install the rest of my mods just in the default install directory. And then I just make a copy and I move the whole thing out once I'm happy with my mods. Then if you want a fresh install, you just verify integrity of your game files. It won't touch the copy that you made, that you moved, but it'll make sure that you have a you know, a stock default copy in there. And if you have any problems with that, like if there's still files that are in this location from previous mods that Steam wasn't able to get rid of, you just go back out to common and you delete this folder. Delete it, reinstall it through Steam, you've got your fresh copy, you're ready to rock. Mr. Aries? Is he in here? Or is that who the clip was? I gotta check. Oh yeah, Mr. Aries. Totally worth it too, I remember that clip. Man, if he's on, we gotta go say hi. I love Mr. Aries. I think I'm gonna fuck around with the rest of these when we come back. I think we're just gonna clear out all these maneuvers. It looks like we need somewhere around 4,000 DV. So I might actually be a little bit short unless I want to do an aero brake and dip into the upper atmosphere with our heat shield on the way back. And that is a viable option. That is one that we could totally do. Oh, no problem at all, Arctic. If you ever have any problem with any of that stuff, get a hold... Oh, excuse me, I had a hiccup. Get a hold of me on Discord, and I'll totally walk you through it on there. You can even hop into a voice channel if you want to. If I'm in the middle of a movie, it might take me a minute, but for the most part, I should be able to help you guys out with it. So if you ever need a Discord link, there's one down in the description. If that doesn't work, just get a hold of me. Send me a whisper on Steam, or a DM on Steam. Send me a whisper on just Twitch, or leave a comment on YouTube, and I'll make sure that I get you hooked up with the link to the Discord and come and hang out with us. And if you have any questions, just don't hesitate to ask. You don't have to ask them in public if you don't want to. You're always welcome to PM me. It doesn't bother me at all. So I think I'm just going to revert this guy, and we're going to work on this when I come back. This is my Friday. I won't be here tomorrow or the next day, but I'll be around. You'll see me around. I'm usually in a Twitch chat somewhere. And you can always add me as a friend if you want to stalk me. It'll tell you what chat I'm actually in. And I don't mind at all. There's a little join button on Twitch, so that you can just join whoever's channel I'm in. And I will likewise stalk you if you send me the friend request. That's fine. So before I forget, because I will 10 out of 10 forget, I'm going to grab these out of here, and then we're going to go and throw somebody a host. We're going to go find somebody to hang out with for a little bit. I won't be hanging out with them for very long tonight. It's our Friday, so we do usually stay up a little bit later on a Friday, but I want to finish out this show that we're watching. Thank you for the Twitch Prime some 6. Appreciate you, man. Oh yeah, did we get chicken? Where'd she go? Did we get chicken? She didn't get me. Oh, she got fucking rotisserie baked chicken. Damn it! Oh my god, she's nasty. So, I wanted to try this KFC, like, Cheetos chicken thing. So, what she did is bought rotisserie chicken and a bag of Cheetos. It's a good thing she's pretty. Nothing? I'm gonna let that crash, and we're gonna go find somebody to throw a host to. Who's on, and what are they doing? WTF Moses is on. Playing some PUBGs. We hosted some PUBGs yesterday, though. So I think we'll look for something a little different. Ooh, Sai is on, playing some Team Fight Tactics. You guys want to go hang out with Sai? Sai's awesome. Team Fight Tactics is pretty cool. Sai's amazing, though. Aw, and he's got Hero Cam going, his puppy Hero. Let's go hang out with Mr. Sai. I'm going to throw a couple of links up in the chat. If I can find the chat. Used to make Doritos chicken, and it's pretty good. Oh, really? Sounds good to me. You have a great weekend, too. Well, a great Monday and Tuesday, Paula. Thanks for hanging out, guys. We're going to do a couple of links in the chat for Mr. Sai. Sai's awesome. So when we get there, make sure that you hit his sub button. Give the man a sub. And then there will also be a button that comes up over the chat when I throw the host out, so you're always welcome to click that, too. I will see you guys over in Sai's channel. You guys have a great night. And I will be back on probably Wednesday. Who knows? Most likely Wednesday. See you guys then. Bye, guys.
Holy moly! Hold the phone.